T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Close my
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedges. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. All right, so here we go. I'm gonna piece this together for you guys. The VIX is not doing anything crazy right now. Everything that's going on with the VIX right this second is completely normal. This is completely normal. Nothing strange. Nothing unusual. Don't think that I'm talking about like right this second. I'm talking about something for what we saw have happen yesterday. I'm gonna build you guys a little story here. I'm gonna link the post to the live stream here and pin it up top just in case anybody wants access to this. This is a theory. This is a theory. So I don't want everybody to get their panties all in a bundle here. This is a theory. Explanation for what we saw have happen yesterday on the VIX. So rated about exactly, I think it was 1400 if I'm not mistaken. Let me go back through my notes here and see. Yeah, exactly at 1400 yesterday. So Eastern Standard Time, that would be 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which we all know is a very set standard time that we've been kind of focused on a lot in the past. And I've always told you guys, like, don't be focused on such, a hard set time because you're probably not going to see anything specific happen right at that time. I think this was a little bit ironic that it happened right at 2. I'm not going to put any faith into the fact that it happened right at 2 because what I'll show you here in just a minute is that it actually happened on Monday as well, and it wasn't right at 2 on Monday. But we'll take a look at that here in a second. So let's talk about what we saw have happen. Attempting to keep this as smooth brained as possible. If you have questions, I'll be happy to answer anything after I'm done with this, but I'm not going to be able to see. Well, let me pull up what you guys are writing here. I'm gonna hold off questions. So wait just 1 second to let me finish through what I'm gonna show you guys, and then I'll answer any questions you have. What does liquidation to meet margin requirements look like? Like, what would you see in a marketplace, if margin requirements were required and somebody got liquidated? Step 1, they would be forced to close their open short interest. Anything that they had that was going to get them back into margin requirements, it would be across the entire board, right? It wouldn't just be like one specific security or anything like that. They would do everything across the entire board because they would want the entire market to be affected equally. They wouldn't want to just impact one specific thing, right? Balance. It's all about balance. So they would shut down a lot of their open interest across the board. What does that look like? The VIX. The VIX is a Chicago-based options exchange market volatility index. When the volatility in the options market increases, the index rises. It takes massive amounts of volatility to move the indicator large amounts. What did we see happen yesterday? Yesterday, the price was sitting, or I call it price, but it's the index value, was sitting at about 26 and, I don't know, some change, 26 and some change. In a 2-minute span of time, it increased about, I think I did the math last time, it was like 12%, right? In 2 minutes, it halted. It halted. You can see this in the picture that I have here, right here. It halted. Halted for 5 minutes and then started trading again and went right back down. We saw that. Wait a minute, how do I get out of this? I can't get, how do I get out? No. Oh, there it is. It's a picture. All right. Okay, so we saw that. We saw that happen. So what's the result? The VIX will show up as a sharp spike due to so many positions market-wide being closed. We absolutely saw that yesterday, exactly at 1400. It was halted after 10% increase after 2 minutes, and it lasted for 5 minutes. Step 2, forced buying of shares to settle the closed positions would occur. What does that look like? For those of you who are familiar with the Wyckoff theory out there, it would look like accumulation, markup, distribution, then markdown. It's very, very Wyckoff-ian type action, right? You have accumulation of shares, you have markup on price, you have distribution to bag holders, which is essentially us, retail, right? And then you have a markdown in price. what would be the impact? The impact would look like an increase in market prices across the board, ETFs, commodities, everything, the whole kit and caboodle. Everything would have an absolute market rise. What did we see happen in the SPY yesterday? Exactly at 1400, price started dropping in the market. Accumulation, then you saw markup, and then you saw distribution. You saw the Wyckofian price cycle occur right after that happened. Step 3, market value is extracted by long institutions. This is the distribution portion. What does that look like? Refer to the Wyckoff price cycle chart. The impact is major price markdowns across the board from long position selling. I'm sure you guys saw posts all over the place yesterday like, why in the world is everything looking the same? Why did everything across the board start decreasing in value all of a sudden, right at 2 o'clock yesterday, start rising in price all of a sudden, and then dropping everything? You can see, you find there are so many posts by so many people yesterday about like, this is crime, this is happening in the market. No, guys, you saw a liquidation happen yesterday, and it was market wide. There was a big boy. There was a big boy out there that had an impact across the entire market who got liquidated for some value. I don't know how much, but it seems like it was enough to affect the entire market. All 3 steps were achieved yesterday, starting exactly 1400. Step 1 is initiated by step 2 starting at 1419, and step 3 occurred at 1447. Go look at it across the board. Doesn't matter what stock you look at, you'll find it. Bonus material. This wasn't first time it happened. Nope. On Monday at 1512, on Monday, which would be, 3:12 Eastern Standard Time, it happened also. Same exact thing. The only difference here is that the value that the VIX drove up by was like 25.6 and some change to 26 and a quarter, less than a single point, right? We didn't see it happen. It was so small, nobody even noticed. But I'll bet you if you go back and you look at some of the different stock tickers on Monday, I'll bet you see some very similar Wyckofian accumulation distribution life cycles. Betcha. But it wasn't nearly as big. Not nearly as big. What we saw happen yesterday was a much bigger liquidation. I have a feeling we're going to start seeing some more of these. What does this mean? I didn't go into this. I didn't go into any of what this means because nobody actually even asked in this in the Reddit post. There's only actually 97 upvotes on it. I posted it kind of late last night, so people were kind of sleeping. I think probably didn't get a chance to see it yet. But what this means is that we're probably going to see more and more and more of these liquidations across the board in the market. We're probably going to see that, and when those liquidations start occurring, we're going to see more of these accumulations and distribution cycles that occur right afterwards. That means the market's going to start moving down, guys. We're going to see very similar movements in the future. Be ready for it. Know that it's coming. And understand that this is the result of what it is that we've been working for such a very long time. Very, very long time. It's happening, guys. We've talked about this. It's not a surprise. It's not anything new. It's what I've been expecting to see for a long time. Jordan says, Casey, do you see any downside continuation here? Of course I do. Until we have complete margin calls for institutions where they completely get liquidated, we will continue to see downside in the markets. But I'm telling you guys, we witnessed something yesterday. We witnessed history. We witnessed history yesterday. The effects of everything that it is that has been happening in the markets and what we've been doing that is causing the markets to do what it's doing is coming full fruition. Now, has anybody asked yet? Let me look here. I'm gonna go through the comment section real quick here and see what there's going to be said here. Also, somebody was saying, Jordan said, is there more downside? Of course there is. We have 950 was max pain, right? They're going to be trying to push us down to 950. Good morning, Björk. All right. I'm really, really surprised that nobody's. How does that help us? Those who hold collateral inside the market, as the market's losing value, are going to get trashed on. And they're not going to be able to make as much money as they would like to make on the market because they have to continue to hold their collateral and they can't take on new positions to make more money. And it's going to get the belt, it's going to be like cinching a belt on somebody, right? And the belt's getting tighter and tighter and tighter. Hayden, if liquidation happened, wouldn't CNBC and others report with the blame resting on us? I don't think you're going to see it with these market-wide ones, but when you start seeing specific institutions taking full-on failures, then yes, you probably will see it. I have a feeling with what happened yesterday that there's a chance that we may get some news within the next week about what we saw. I don't know for certain, but it was a pretty big move, and I would be, let me just show this to you guys. I've shown you this page I know this page is going to be like kind of a mess, and you're going to be like, dude, I can't even really make out what's what. This is a whole bunch of different stocks. I'll tell you the different names of stocks that are on here. AMC, GME, Amazon, Tesla, Netflix, Meta, Ford, Snapple, PayPal, BBIG, Sens, Ader, CMG, SNDL. Those are all stocks that are listed on this page here. And I want you to notice what happened at 1400 yesterday. I mean, this is what normal trading looks like in the stock market, right? It looks like a bunch of confusion, mass chaos. Nobody can tell what the hell is going on. But then you come over right here at 1400 hours, and look what happens to the price of every single stock across the board, right? You got your accumulation, markup, distribution, markdown. Every single stock across. Go. I don't care what it is. Go pull up some stocks out there and see if you don't see this. And then ask yourself, who has that kind of impact on the entire market? Who has an impact that's on the entire market, that's short the entire market? Right? Who would have a short position or have potential short positions in the entire market and to see some kind of impact like this? If Charles Payne doesn't talk about this, I don't know. if he doesn't key in on this, like what the heck happened right there? Like everybody has to have seen this. Everybody had to have seen this yesterday, right? People know what's coming on. They know what's coming. I guarantee you that all the investors out there, they saw that yesterday and they know exactly what's coming. Tally Foreman, I'll never flame you for asking, man. I'm not gonna ask you. I'm not gonna flame you. I was waiting for somebody to ask me. Nobody asked anything. Somebody did say MOASS question mark, but that was about the gist of everything. I am so surprised that nobody's. Hold on a second. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see a specific question this morning, and not a single person has said it yet. Let's see here. I can't believe I haven't seen the question yet. It's kind of surprising. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I guess I'm just gonna have to bring it up. I didn't really want to, but I guess I'll bring it up. Nobody's talking about it. All right, so let us figure out the question. Don't spoil it. Okay. All right. I'll wait. I'll wait for the question. I know it's gonna happen eventually. Somebody will end up asking the question, then I'll go on a soapbox moment. Somebody's bound to ask the question. Maybe the tweets that I put out last night were enough. I don't know. All right. Well, it is time for me to clean the glasses and for us to take a look at the morning numbers. Is it about flat Earth? No, it's not about flat Earth. How long does this liquidation process take? You saw it happen yesterday. You saw it happen in the last let's see, I guess it was 2 hours of trading yesterday, right? You saw that entire process take 2 hours. And if you want to look, actually, I wonder if, hold on a second. I actually hadn't looked at this yet. Here, hold on 1 second. I just want to see. I probably should have. I think I should have looked at this. Oh, excuse me. I should have looked at this yesterday. I mean, you can see the market value right here. Oh no, you can't because I'm hiding it, I think. Maybe you can't. Can you guys see the market value right here that I'm showing you, the top left-hand side of the screen? If you guys can see that, let me know. I'll continue. But I mean, you can see that about on the Nasdaq lost went from like 1.63 billion in holdings to aftermarket hours closing of negative. Oh, it like doubled. It had lost 1.62 billion dollars in the market yesterday, right? Up at 1400. And then by the time market closed in the aftermarket hours, it was 3.12. So nearly doubled in 2 hours time. The amount of losses that the market received double the amount of losses almost in 2 hours. That's just the Nasdaq. The NYSE went from let's see, losing about $702 million in valuation to $1 million. No, sorry, $1 billion. These are, oh, sorry, I said that totally wrong. By 2 o'clock p.m. yesterday, NYSE had lost about $700 million. By the end of after our closing, had lost $1 billion. It did not quite double on that one. Hayden says, "Is it just coincidence it happened after JP spoke?" So as far as timing goes, JP, I don't, or not JP, sorry, Hayden, I don't know, man. That's a great question. I really don't know in regards to timing why specifically that point in time. And I've told you guys before that it could be, I wouldn't specifically watch for specific times of the day, but I'll tell you what I have done. I've set myself up an alert for VIX during the trading day, and I should be getting a. If you ever hear like a random ding on my computer, and I've never done this before for trading view, so I've not heard the alarm yet. So if we all hear an alarm just randomly like ding on my computer, and you guys like let me know, be like, Casey, go check VIX, because now that I know what I'm looking for liquidations, I know exactly to go to a specific. I know to go to exactly a specific thing to look for, right? So if this happens again, I'll be able to show you guys. I have not been able to determine if it happened beyond Monday. I did look about a month or so back and did not find any other points where the VIX had done this before other than Monday. So Monday and yesterday were the only two times The reason we didn't see Monday was because it was a very small blip in comparison to what we saw yesterday. When was the last time someone used the word lemming? Well, Bill, see, that's the thing, right? If they're getting liquidated across the board, right? So they're just getting, you're waiting to see, in order to get MOASS, you're waiting to see like full liquidations, not like partial liquidations. And right now we're just seeing partial liquidations to kind of calm the storms, right? They don't want to have like complete market-wide disruptions. So right now they're starting off with, I guess what I would say is, how we just had like a week or so ago, my son lives in San Francisco, and I called him up. I was like, "Hey, man, how was your first 4.5 earthquake?" Right? And he goes, I didn't even know we had one." I was like, "Yeah, that's kind of how I feel too sometimes." Uh, usually, if you've lived in California on the West Coast, you know how it works. You get little tiny tremors first. You get a 2.0, you get a 3.5, maybe a 4.0, and then you get a big one, right? Wherever that fault line is, and it could be anywhere on that fault line. And it ended up being, I think, Mexico. I don't know. I'm making a guess here, but I'm guessing that Mexico earthquake was probably on the same fault line that we saw some of the more recent small earthquakes that occurred on the West Coast. I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong. I haven't looked at any maps or anything, but that's often. What I'm trying to say is that that's oftentimes how earthquakes work. You have little tiny tremors, and then you have the big one, and then followed by the big one, and you have a bunch of tiny tremors. I would imagine that you're going to see similar things like this happening. You're going to see small tremors, and then you're going to see the big one, right? So we're probably going to see an escalation of some of these tremors. New game show called "What's That Ding?" That's right. I'm gonna be the first time that the ding happens on the computer here. I'm gonna be like, dude, what was that? What? Yeah, I'm gonna be looking around, going, huh? Oh, I haven't heard that before. I do have it set up to send me an email though, so it should immediately pop up an email on my. I should get the ding, and then I'll see it on my watch and be like, oh, guess what, guys? It just happened again. You can set this up, guys. Let me show you. Let me show you how to do this. I actually, with the help of AP last night, actually, I just he said he had never set one up quite like the way I was setting it up before, but uh, I had to have him show me where you can set up the alerts on TradingView because I've never actually used TradingView for that. I'm not an expert on TradingView, but I asked him because I know that the alerts are a lot more robust. I hate that word. They're a lot more robust, and so if you want to on TradingView, let me make sure you guys can see this. On the right hand side, there's like a little alarm clock over here that says alerts. You can click on that, and I think there you go. You can create a new alert. When you go to create the new alert, make sure you're on the whatever it is that you want to create the alert for, right? So whatever ticker you want, security, ETF, doesn't matter. In this particular case, I'm creating it for the VIX. Change the crossing to, and in this case, I'm looking for market halts that I want to see on the VIX. So I'm going to call it moving up percentage, right? And I'm going to change the percentage to 10%. And the amount of bars, since I'm going to be watching this in the minute bar because I want to see these market halts, it has to be 10% within a 5-minute span. So I'm going to change it to 5 bars. And then I'm going to do once per bar close because I want to get this alarm like every single time it happens. Once per bar close, you can click that. I think, I've never really messed around with this, but we were kind of discussing it. It says here the alert will trigger every time the condition is met at bar close. So I think that's the right one that you want to click on. And then you can modify like a different types of alert actions. You can send an email, show pop-ups, play sounds, which is what I have mine set up for, all 3 of those. Uh, there's a lot of different features here. And then you can just create the alert to notify you and tell you, right? This is a great thing for people who are having a hard time watching the line. You know, go pull this up and create alerts. And I don't know if this is something you can create on a free account or not, guys. So I'm not trying to advertise this. You can usually create alerts on a lot of different platforms. So it doesn't, whatever platform it is that you are using, you can probably set something similar like that up on that platform. Hayden says if a liquidation happened, then a bank is getting a call. Also correct. Well, so the banks are probably having to meet certain requirements. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about a call, but yeah, they probably are. They're probably needing to meet some kind of requirement or something like that. That could be the case. Nana, it's just the same stuff we always see. They're trying to push Ape down. Well, so here's the thing, Nana. Max Pain this week is $9.50. They're going to be trying to push down the combined price of AMC and Ape down to $9.50 before the end of the week's out. So, it's part of the process. It's all part of the master plan of trying to push price down to create or instill fear into investors. So I guess the answer to your question is the usual. Justin says our haircuts no longer a thing. They are. They are a thing, and I think once the combined price of no, they are. They actually no, they really are a thing. If you go and you look at how much options are being created in contrast to what it was before, like the requirements that are needed to open up new positions, they're much tighter because you can tell that they aren't opening up the same kind of positions that they used to. So there's not. I would say the only thing there is that you're seeing a big difference in short positions that are being created continuously once we dropped underneath $10. And you'll probably start seeing options increasing once we do rise above 10. The apes and me, and it salutes the apes and you. Put it out there. He's the first one to do it. All right. That information. So first off, a lot of people were linking me yesterday to Thomas James information. Now I'm just gonna tell you guys, Thomas James gets a lot of his information from other people. Like I want to say I don't know how much of his content's actually his own, but he gets like tons of his information. Now he straight up in his videos straight up goes straight to the source and says this. In fact, actually most of the time I think he goes straight to the source and says who it is. Right? He doesn't. There's no beating around the bush. He straight up says this person says this. I neither agree or disagree. It's which is a great way of washing your hands. He's Pontius Pilate over here washing his hands like I don't really know if this person's right or wrong, but this is what they're saying. That's like great. But he linked it to Spence. He linked the information to Spence, and what I'm going to tell you guys is this. I want you to do if you guys are a Spence follower, that's fine. I don't care who you follow, whatever, it doesn't matter. But if you're following Spence, and I do believe Spence is the one who released this information, I want to know from Spence right here and right now, and I think everybody should be asking Spence, where did you get your information? Because if Spence says that I found this information on my own, he's a liar. He's a complete liar. All of a sudden, price starts to just magically start falling below $4, and he suddenly finds it right at that time. He finds the information where oh yeah, this is going to get delisted if we're under $4. Go to the sources, guys. Whenever you get some kind of weird, kind of crazy information that you've never heard before, right? When you've never heard this, it's like we've been in this play for over almost 2 years, and you're suddenly getting new information like, guys, check this out. If we get under $4 on this, it's gonna be something crazy is gonna happen. They're trying to delist this, and question it, and question the person, and say, where did you get your information? Who did you get your information? Find the source, because if Spence is saying he's the source, then he's the problem. If he's the source, then he's the problem. Because I guarantee you he didn't find it. Somebody gave it to him. I guarantee you, because they knew they were going to be pushing price under $4, and they slipped him a piece of information to try and scare the crap. I told you guys this yesterday, that they were going to try and convince you that your royal flush hand is not a royal flush. They're absolutely going to try and convince you that your royal flush hand is not a royal flush, and you're going to fall for it. Some of you are going to fall for it. I promise you. I promise you, some of you guys are going to fall for it, and it's going to be, you're going to wish you hadn't. You're just going to wish you hadn't. You're going to go back in time. You're going to be like, oh my gosh, why did I ever listen to that? Question those people. Hold them accountable. Do not let them slither out and be snakes in our amongst us. Question them, force them to make retractions, because they're wrong. It's $1. Stupid. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. I was so pissed last night. I was writing tweets out, man. I was like trying to be as PC as I possibly could. But I put it out there and I said, you want to know who's going to try and convince you that you aren't holding a royal flush? They're out there and convincing people at this very moment. Are you going to be a lemming, or are you going to be an ape? Nothing changes. Checkmate. Nothing changes. Checkmate. Apes know. Stop being a lemming. Stop falling for pieces of information that people are just suddenly putting out there. $1. That's the answer. Don't even trust me, Michael. No. Don't even trust me, man. I don't care who it is. Don't trust them. Hold them accountable. Hold their feet to the fire. Force them to say where they got their information from. And if they're going to say that they were the source of the information, then hold them accountable, and for spreading misinformation amongst the group of people that are invested in this. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a direct attack on your stock that you own. That's a direct attack on the stock that you own to create fear, uncertainty, and doubt. 100% there is no doubt in my mind that was meant to cause fear amongst us. The amount of fear that I saw created from the single idea, that I can't even tell you how many people had contacted me yesterday out of fear. So many people contacted me yesterday out of fear. And I get it. I understand you're invested in something, you're worried, I get that. I totally understand. But go to the source. Go to the source. Force the source to say who they got the information from. You're going to find out real quick who the good people are and who the bad people are in this community. You're going to find out real quick. Start canceling those people, man. Start canceling the people who are poison in this community. Cancel the crap out of them. Because I'm telling you right now, they're no good. No good. They spread lies. I can't even tell you how many times I've gone into space calls and heard Spence spouting off shit that's like not even close to true. Like, so many things. Like, there's so many things that he says that are just completely wrong. Really, really bad information. He gives financial advice and tax advice that is really, really bad. Super wrong. Like, I don't even know why people are listening to that crap. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Wait, I didn't even look at numbers yet. I haven't even looked at it. Oh my gosh, guys, we're like, you got me going. You got me going. Dude, you hold those people accountable. Don't let them go. Don't let those people go. Hold their feet to the fire and absolutely hold them accountable. Force them to make a retraction, an apology. hold a retraction and a major apology. Make sure that apology is seen by everybody. And if they won't do it, cancel the crap out of them. Cancel the crap out of them because they are not here. They're only here to scare you. The only way that somebody has control over you guys is by scaring you. That's the only way you have control because you have freedom of choice. You get to do what you want to do with your money. Don't let somebody scare you into doing something different. Find out the information, cancel the people. Cancel them out. Just say, nope, you are here to cause confusion and distrust, and I don't want anything to do with you any longer. Goodbye. Cancel them out. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, get it. I don't say it just because it's healthy for me. I really don't. It could help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in your account, and that's always a great level of protection to have. While you're at it, set up a secondary phone if you can. Just in case something happens to the phone, your primary phone, you can send your code to a different phone. I wonder if I should probably have like a blood pressure machine right next to me. Find out if I've gone too far. Did you go too far, Casey? Oh, he's flatlining. Watch out. Tendies Plus Plus is back in here. Where is he? Good morning, Tendies Plus Plus. Good to see you. You know what, guys? I think I'm going to take a look at our numbers after 7. The question was, do we get delisted after at $4 for Ape? That was the question. Apes Me and the Apes and You was the one that said it first, but it wasn't. He was a little more. He beat around the bush, but didn't say it outright. He didn't put the $4 thing in there. He says, "At what price do we get delisted?" His name on YouTube is. Oh man, you're gonna make me look him up. Hold on a second. His name on YouTube is at T Spencer 322, or he goes by Froggy Stonks. Spence parentheses Froggy Stonks. No, I had I'm drinking my coffee right now, man. Roseanne, you got a rewind button. You got a rewind button, and guess what? I'm not gonna do numbers until after our 7 a.m. Pokey Stick of Volume. So I'm not gonna talk about anything kind of crazy here for the next 10 minutes. So hit the rewind button, go back, listen. I think Tendies Plus Plus blocked me. You can't see his messages. I don't think he blocks you. I think you have to block him, which I don't know what that means. I think. And that's as far back as I went. The apes and me salutes the apes and you. I watched Thomas James because I had to because so many people were saying this, what's going on with this, and so I had to go watch. Thomas James. Thomas James said he got it from Froggy, not Styles. Froggy Stonks or Spence Froggy Stonks, and he said he got it. He said Thomas James said he got it from Spence. I went to Spence's Twitter to check it out to see what he had to say, and Spence doesn't. I don't think. I'm not sure if he deleted the post because I went backwards in time to see where he posted it to see if he was the source or not, or if he got it from someplace else. And I see other posts in here that are kind of relating to it, but I don't see the actual post that he's got in here with the actual DD showing the uh, where he found the information from. So, or where he makes the claim that will get delisted under $4. 22 hours ago, he says, I do believe from what I am reading that NYSE listed stocks as spinoffs have a 90-day minimum closing requirement of $4 a share. If I am wrong, please let me know. But it's obvious what is happening with Europe not allowing the sale of Ape and the 43 million FTDs at CEO Adam. I see like residual information that he's kind of posted, but I don't see the actual one where he also put waiting in a callback from NYSE on preferred stock spinoff listing requirements. But I don't see any retractions. I don't see any retractions whatsoever. Um, yeah, I don't see any retractions at all. This guy's I just can't with him. I just can't. It's like he is like probably one of the worst sources of information that I've seen out there. I've gone on space calls with him on him before, and the things that are coming out of his mouth are so untrue that my head just starts spinning because I just go like, oh my, he's giving financial advice, he's giving tax advice. The guy is loaded with just crap tons of really bad information. Yeah, he's also a DRS guy, right? And then he's definitely one of the DRS big heavy hitters on DRSing as well. Yeah, first thing this morning, Savvy. I'll talk about it again after market open because I have that like 30. I usually do the same thing when I open up in the mornings and then also right after market open when I kind of do like the intro at the market open as well. So I'll talk about it again then. So if you don't want to just rewind, you can wait until then. Myself says Tony Denaro question mark. I don't know what that's about. Dude, Bad Bat got ripped. Bad Bat got absolutely trashed, man. So Bad Back was on Twitter and posted a post to Charles Payne, and he got ripped a new one. Somebody actually posted that. I think it was JP posted that. Let me see if I can find where he got trashed at. It was so funny, dude. I laughed so hard. It was great, man. It was absolutely great. Hold on one second here. You know what? I think it may have gotten deleted. Huh. Hold on a second. Let me go back again here. Ah, here it is. I found it. It was so funny, man. I was laughing my butt off. Let's see here. Is it not going to let me go back and see the originals? All right. I can read. I can show you where it says it on Discord. Somebody posted it up on Discord. So Bad Back, for those of you who know, he's kind of one of our original posters, shill posters on this channel. And hold on a second here. I gotta fix this. I don't want this anymore. Bad Back went on to CV Payne's account and he says, CV Payne, why do you pander to the apes? You know they don't understand the market and are just focused on asinine conspiracy theories that don't exist. Why not tell the truth and educate them? And then he put in a bunch of hashtags in here. And then Charles Payne came back with an answer, a response to him. He said, what they are fighting for goes beyond the comprehension of many observers, goes way beyond basic investing. They could probably educate you. I laughed so hard. You know, I laughed so hard about this because it was right after I re blocked Bad Back. As soon as I blocked Bad Back, he went and kind of. It was soon there after he posted this, and it was really funny to me because he was asking me to, show proof of things, and I was giving him answers, and he refused to read the answers. He just wanted to argue. That's all he wanted to do was just argue. And so the fact that Charles Payne says they could probably educate you, he refuses to be educated. He doesn't even want to know the answers. He just wants to absolutely just say that everything we're saying is complete farce. And so Charles Payne goes on to say, I admire their determination. I get nothing from it other than being inspired by folks fighting against the system in their way. And then I and then I responded to that and I said, you know what's funny to me? There are active accounts that try to convince us that we're dumb money and that our short thesis is a hoax. I don't know how I got a double is in there. It happens some. I hate my phone sometimes because I never go back and I reread it and it's like, dang it, it looks so stupid. I was like, well, it's convenient because I did say that we are dumb money here. But then I put, but those accounts can only seem to generate 100 followers or less. It truly is flat Earth types that think we are wrong. And it's funny. I mean, if you look at the accounts of some of these people who are trying to say that we're dumb money and that we don't know what the hell it is that we're talking about and all that kind of stuff. If you go and look at their Twitter following, they don't have a following. Like they're not legitimate accounts that are people that can actually discredit us and say, like, hey, look, no, here's the facts and you guys are wrong. It's literally people that are out there that are just simply trying to shill. Here comes our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. We have 7,000 shares traded on AMC, and on Ape we have 16,000 shares having been traded on Ape. But I thought that was hysterical because Payne's like telling me he could probably learn something from us. It's like he doesn't want to learn. He doesn't want to learn. He just wants to argue and say he's right. He has more of a satisfaction from trying to be right than learning. Learning's not his objective. None of the people who ever come in and say anything bad about what it is that we're doing here ever wants to learn from us, right? Legitimately, but I see the exact opposite from our community. Our community wants to learn from people who are naysayers about what it is that we're doing because they want to know if we're wrong, what is it that you have to say that is the truth, and are we in the wrong here? And so we legitimately try to learn from others, the outside or the opposition, but the opposition doesn't want to learn from us. They just want to tell us we're wrong. They don't actually have, I mean, the only thing that they have is that the company doesn't have strong fundamentals. That's their only argument that they have that is, uh, a legitimate argument that which actually can be very easily countered. And so it's like, okay, so now what? I can counter what it is that you have to say about fundamentals. So What's your argument now? How do you defend what it is that we're saying is happening to be not true? They can't. 26,000 shares for AMC in our pokey stick of volume, with the 7,000 shares going into it, put us around 33,000 shares. AMC is going to have very low volume today, somewhere between 10 to 30 million shares. Ape had 14,000 or something like that going into the pokey stick of volume, ended up having 85,000 shares in the pokey stick, with generating 104,000. So I did this last, I think it was 2 days ago, where when I saw an increased level, it was either 2 days ago or yet, it was 2 days ago. 2 days ago, I changed my volume prediction from 4 to 24 to 10 to 30 million on Ape, because there was an excess amount of volume that we saw pre-market. I hate being wrong on the high side, and I know if I say 5 to 25 million that I'm going to be right no matter what, because the volume hasn't exceeded an amount that would cause me to believe it would be over 25 million. So I'm going to say 5 to 25. But what I'm going to tell you is that the likelihood of seeing higher volume today than we had yesterday or the day before is very likely. Very, very likely. And just to read off to you guys what that is, the volume that we saw the volume that we saw yesterday was 8.9 million on Ape, and the day before was 8.2. The day before that was 9.3 million in volume. There's a small chance, a very small chance, but there is a chance here that I see that we may see at least 10 million shares traded on Ape today, but I'm gonna just say 5 to 25 just to get the prediction right. Dude, the apes and me and salutes to the apes and you. If I'm gonna have to come up with a nickname for you, because that is way too long to read every time. If only Adam Aaron was diluting Ape as a reason for the price drop. Dude, you know why the price is dropping. You know exactly why the price is dropping, and it's because they're trying to manipulate the price down to scare people out of their investment. Like, you don't need any other reason. That's the only reason you should need. That should be more empowering than anything. In fact, I think more people would be upset that Adam Aaron was selling at this price than knowing the fact that there's market manipulation to try and cause it to go down. Like, that should be more empowering, more empowering to you to know that they're trying to drop price just to cause people to sell, than it should be for you to panic or wanting some other kind of reason. I don't want Adam Aaron to dilute at this price. Why would you want that? I don't want that. I want AMC to make crap tons of money on their shares, not chump change. I want this company to be successful. I want this company to be like trend setting and amazing and changing history, not fighting for scraps to stay alive. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't be wishing for that right now. Because trust me, this price is going to move up. They can't continue to short this down forever as long as we're holding it. Neo, no, we can't. We can put it on quarterly. Quarterly, you can go and look at the reports on the hedge funds and see what their quarterly reports are. That's what you can put a price tag on. And then you can divide it out. Anthony G says, we've heard this since the beginning of time. And you know what else? We've also seen things since the beginning of time. We've seen it work over and over and over. We know short squeezes work. So I'm not sure exactly what you're saying there, Anthony, but if you're saying, the idea that that a squeeze doesn't work or something like that, I mean, we've seen them happen over multiple times over. We've seen it happen in June of last year. We saw a big gamma ramp in June of last year. We saw a sympathetic, very small squeeze due to GME running up in January of last year. We've seen historically in the past that other companies are able to squeeze in price. So why would this be any different? You've heard it time and time and again because it's true. What was I going to write down here? There was something I was going to pull up. Oh, I know what I was going to do. Monty put his price prediction in. Let me scroll back here just a tad bit. Where did it go? I know I saw Monty's price prediction. Give me a second here, guys. I got to scroll back just a tad bit and find Monty. Monty, thank you for the price prediction. There it is. I see it. Let's see here. Monty's got down 1098 to 1398. Force is going 10 to 13. Oh my gosh. Edward, please, man. Edward's coming. Edward Alex is saying, have you heard the heard Lou new thing about Ape hitting 190 and getting delisted? Oh man. It never ends, guys. It never ends. The sources of the people who create fear and panic within the community never stops. The only way it'll ever stop is when you guys decide to shut them off. You just have to you're gonna have to make a conscious decision to shut off the people who are causing creating. You're just gonna have to. No. I'm not gonna ban anybody from mentioning. This is freedom of speech, yo. I'm not doing that shit. Like you're gonna have to just make a conscious decision, right, to stop watching people like that. Stop it. Just stop. Like you know that they have been wrong so many times. It's not even funny. You know that they're creating fear and uncertainty within the community, so much fear, uncertainty, and doubt that they're telling people to sell off their positions and buy back in later. Like, just stop. Stop watching those people. Stop giving them the continuous clickbait that they need to continue doing what it is that they're saying and doing. Because you're only adding to the problem. You're making those people a viable person because I felt dirty clicking on Thomas James video. I felt dirty. I had to do it because I had to see what it is everybody was talking about because so many people were hitting me up with it. It was just like I felt so dirty because how am I going to comment on it if I don't know what he said, right? So I had to click on it, but I knew it was wrong. I knew it was wrong before I even watched his video. It's just, I mean, and when you start his video off, all he does is sit there and give you a disclaimer how he neither trusts or doubts the information being given. Washes his hands clean and then just reports it to you. Force people to start actually being accountable for the information instead of just spreading it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Neo says Casey had to take a shower after watching Thomas James' video. You're adding to the clickbait, guys. You're adding to the clickbait. You keep on clicking on it, and you're going to keep on getting fed information that's going to cause you uncertainty and doubt. It's just going to keep happening. So long as you keep watching those people, you're going to keep, and then you're going to keep coming back here. You're going to be like, Casey, what's going on with this? It's like same thing as usual. Where'd you get your information from? Oh, guess what? Hey, surprise, surprise. It's from the same source you got it from last time when it was screwed up. What do you expect? It's like for me, I won't go to our Superstonk. It used to be a great source of information to go to our Superstonk on Reddit. Great place to go for information. It was amazing because a lot of the old Wall Street bet guys went over to our Superstonk. But then it got infiltrated, and there was so much information that was being put out that was negative information. It got infiltrated. It got infiltrated by hedge funds. They went in there. They started controlling things and what was being said in the narratives, and it was toxic. It was really super. I left. I haven't gone back, and every single time I see somebody post something that has like some kind of information that came from some place that sounds like it's something that would cause fear, uncertainty, and doubt, and ends up coming from our super stock. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised one bit if Spence comes back and says, "I found it on our super stock." I would not. That would not even surprise me in the slightest at all. If he comes back and says, "I found it on our super stock," I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been, dabbling in the in the devil's juice. Seriously, I won't doubt that one bit. All right, let's take a look at the numbers, man. I'm way overdue. Taking you guys over to the other page, so I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. If there's something specific you want to know or you have a question for me, hold those thoughts until you see the big tramp back up on the page again, and let's give this a run through. Price predictions yesterday, and remember this is just 4 apes trying to come up with a daily price prediction total price of AMC and Ape together. I had 11.25 to 14.25. Eric had 12.15 to 15.15. Keto had 11.78 to 14.78, and Monty had 10.98 to 13.98. Oh, no. The number I just read you from Monty was yesterday's numbers. Let me go back to his previous numbers were 11.75 to 14.75. The total closing price of AMC plus Ape yesterday on closing was $12.58. Everybody gets a price prediction tally point. Alrighty, short exempt volume. Yesterday it was 170.6 for AMC. And for Ape, oops, I clicked on the wrong one. $80.4 thousand. That was way up. A little bit down on the short exempt volume for AMC. Those are a little bit low numbers for AMC. Obviously, I want to see something higher than 1 million. Utilization. Let's see what we got going on here. Utilization on AMC is showing up as 100% utilization. Let me verify the date. The date, September 21st. We have 100% utilization being reported on AMC, and that is day number 157. 157 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. And on Ape, utilization today being reported at 78.22. A little bit down from yesterday. Price decrease yesterday on AMC was negative 1.26, and Ape was sitting at negative 5.91. Max Pain. We started out the week at $10 for Max Pain, then it went to $9.50 on Tuesday and Wednesday. I'm gonna guess $9.50 again today, but let's see what it is. $9. Max Pain down to 9. Off exchange. Final numbers for AMC. 49.3 through the off exchange, and EDGX was 11.87 for the final numbers. giving us 61.17% off exchange volume. That's it's low by about 3%. So not as much as usual as a normal day for us through off exchange. The Ape numbers are showing up at 54.9 and 12.39 for a total 67.29% of our volume going through those off exchanges. So definitely elevated by about 3% from a normal day. Taking a look at institutional share ownership, an hour ago, or not an hour ago, yesterday it was 154.548 million. Today it is 154.548 million. So no new 13F filings that would change that. Ortex shares on loan for the day showing for Ortex is 183.9 million shares. Estimated short share interest of the free float's at 19.27 for AMC. Live short interest is showing up at 99.32 million, so it's just slightly under 100 million. Ape is showing up at 28.1 million shares on loan, utilization 78.22. Short share interest of the free float's at 5.38 million. It is saying that the short interest is at 27.7, but we know all of the interest, all the loan shares are short interest, so it is it should be the 28.1. Options. Highest amount of call and put option, or sorry, call options for AMC 1 is $40. Yesterday it was 2.6 thousand contracts are on our lottery ticket losers down there. There is now still 2.6 thousand contracts. As far as open interest goes, highest amount of open interest for calls this morning is at a $13.50 strike, which is up 50 cents from yesterday. And yesterday it was showing the highest was 13 with 1.3 thousand contracts. Today it's 13.5 with 1.5 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of open interest sitting at a $12 strike. Yesterday it was 18. So big jump there. It went from 657,000, 657 contracts at 18, which let me see here. 18 still has 600. It has 662, so 18 did slightly increase, but the big winner now is at a $12 strike for puts, and there's 907 contracts. So as of right now, based on the loading that we're seeing, I know Max Payne is showing up at $9.50, or $9 rather, I should say. What I want to say about that is, let me just check something real quick. I'm going to scroll up to, I'm kind of curious as to whether or not they're just reporting for AMC now on Max Payne. Let me see. 14 at 10. Okay. You know what? Good news, I think, because I'm looking at the options right now for AMC only, and there is a very large amount of options that are set up at $10, and options for the puts is showing up at 8.5. It could be that Max Payne is now reporting on AMC only and not AMC 1, because it was for AMC 1 before. Based off the fact that it dropped down another 50 cents to $9 today, $9 does look like Max Payne on AMC only. So that may be what we're seeing have happen. So the Max Payne on AMC 1 might actually be more along the lines or closer to what did I say? Somewhere between 12 and 13.5. So I'm just noticing this. I mean, it's hard for me to tell when Max Payne changes stuff like that. I mean, there's no way they don't list anything here. It says AMC open interest chart maturity, but I could tell you before that that wasn't the case. So they were reporting on AMC 1 before, and I think it looks to me like they've corrected their charts to be just reporting for AMC 1, AMC. Let me see if I can pull up AMC 1. Let's see if it'll, yeah, it won't let me do that. So it looks to me like they're just reporting they're reporting max pain for AMC now, because there's no way that the max pain is $9. There's just, I mean, I'm looking at the options chain here, and there's just no way. So it looks like they're actually reporting it correctly now. So sigh of relief, guys. Sigh of relief. I know everybody's gonna be like, but you said, well, I can only report what I see. If they make changes and they don't notify anybody or say anything, put a note or an asterisk or anything like that, then I just have to tell you what I see. So it does look like to me that max pain is going to be somewhere between that 12 and what did I say? 12 and $13.50 range. So for combined price of AMC and Ape. But let's take a look at the charts and see what we got going on here. Give me 1 second while I move a couple pages around. Let's see what we put this one over first. Give me 1 second. All right. Take you guys over to the other page. Price right now, combined price of AMC and Ape is $12.58. You'll see here yesterday I drew this very awkward, what appears. All right, so let me draw this for you normally, right? Like, let's see if I can do this. Normally something like this and like this would be what would be considered a descending broadening wedge, right? We didn't quite have that. What we ended up having was something more along the lines of this like really awkward. Why won't these delete? Oh, there we go. What we had was this like I want to call it a broadening a broadening wedge is what it really looked like. And so the rule that you have here is usually price will touch on a descending broadening wedge. Like if you were to imagine this like tilted sideways, if I could turn this chart like diagonally, you would see price touch on the upper portion of the descending broadening wedge. That would be your point at where price, when it breaks through this, should match up to before breaking the opposite direction. Well, price went up there and broke to it because normally it would break through the line because it would be having to come up to reach this because it would be at a diagonal angle, right? So if this line here was more like this, right, and then this bottom line here was more like this, you could see here how price would have broken up, met this point right here, and then price fell down and reached the low that it should reach, in contrast to where everything was kind of lining up, and then went to the point to where it should have. So we're kind of like on this new pattern right now. We're kind of following this trend downwards here. So I'm not going to really erase anything as of right now, but I don't think I've ever seen this before, but it is. Remember, this is the combined price of AMC and Ape together. So you got to keep that in mind. It's two different stocks that are causing pattern analysis, which could give it like weird looking shapes or trends that we're not used to seeing. Here's your utilization at 100 and what did I say? 157 straight trading days. Utilization being 100%. We're getting close to seeing nothing but a straight line across the whole page here. I'm going to zoom in just on our current point in time. Here's your on loan amount, day over day decreasing from 184.2 to 183.9. So we decreased by about point, well, we'll call it 0.4. So 400,000 shares having been returned yesterday on AMC. Let me write this down. Of that 400,000 shares, our short share interest of the free float went from 19.28 to 19.25, so 0.00003, 0.0003 times our float, giving us, out of that 400,000 shares, I'm estimating about 154,000 of that was closed short interest. Again, whenever you see on loan amounts decreasing, if it's older loans, then the on loan average age per day should flatline or go down. But if it goes up, then you know it's newer loans that were closed out. And it kind of, I would say this is kind of a flat line. So there may have been some medium to older loans that were closed out with that 400,000. So, but the average on loan average age per day went from 50.8 to 50.88. And then security lending volume in total yesterday was up. It went from 14.48 million to 16.92 million. 28.1 million shares on loan for the day-to-day on Ape. There's your utilization dropping day over day from 80.07 to 78.22. On loan amount dropping day over day from 33.18 to 28.1. So 5 million shares of short interest reduction. Security lending volume was up. We went from 11.65 million to 14.07 million. On loan average age per day flatlined, which is kind of crazy. I mean, most of our loans aren't that old anyways, but it's saying that the on loan average this is kind of crazy. On loan average age per day is 12 days, not really, or 11.98, and then it went to 11.96. But the interesting thing is that there's 12 days is the average age of loans. And if you go back, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So if I should probably count backwards. Which is exactly half the distance between how long this has been a security, right? Because September 6th is almost halfway the distance, right? That's the average age of the loans. So there is some newer loans, there's some older loans, half and half. Orders by Fidelity customers. Let's see where AMC, Ape, and GME fell on the list yesterday. Ape ended up having, are these numbers from yesterday? They really are from yesterday. Okay. Ape's final numbers. We actually had a really strong buy-sell ratio in the beginning portion of the day, which I'm really surprised to see what this is at here. We settled on the day at 53% buys to 46% sells. GME had 58% buys to 41% sales. And AMC did not list. Yeah, I don't see it listed. So obviously low volume, low orders. SSR trigger price, $7.74. Share for AMC. Let me figure out Apes because I don't actually know what that one is. Hold on one second. Closing price yesterday was 3.98. SSR is going to trip today for Ape at 3.582. Let me just change that real quick here. All right. Shares available to borrow. Looks like mostly returns. So there's 5,000 borrowed. Looks like they've borrowed about 100,000 shares in total. Fees are at 16.1. Yesterday we saw a borrowing of about 300,000 shares. Futures of our market. I am showing the VIX down and the futures are mixed, which should mean if the VIX is down, we should see open positive. So I would say somewhere between 0 to 0.25% up on most of them, on most of our indices. But so we're looking at a marginal up open. Markets on the other side of the world were down for the day last night. Some as low as 1.5% drop in value. That was the worst one. It looks like most of them were down like somewhere closer to like 0.6%, around that. It seems like. In the pre-market this morning, Tesla is up 0.58, Amazon is down 0.46, Cinemark is up 1.99, Doge is up 3.53, Bitcoin is up 3.8. It has still not dropped. Oh man, I'd be getting so much crap from Flat Earth right now. Well, I'm not outside my cloud yet. We are not outside the cloud. It's getting close here, but let's see. I mean, it looks like we're getting. Notice that the red line that I've got drawn out here, we have not had a single bar that has dropped outside the red line. This would be the first chance at having a bar that dropped out the red line, which is what the box is supposed to signify, is the breakout point past 19.4 level support, which means that we'd be finding newer lows. So if price stays below 19.4 going into the next bar, then we would have the completion of what it is I'm looking for, which would put us on a path towards 12.3 on BTC. GME is up 1.27 in the pre-market. HYMC up 1.39. Hood up 9.06. NCMI up 1.49. Ape is down 2.76, and AMC is up 0.7. Inflow versus outflow yesterday, we had about a 2 million, let's see, a little bit less than that, maybe like 1.5 million. 1.5 million difference in outflow versus inflow, with more outflow. Price or volume prediction for this morning on AMC is 10 to 30 million. On the hourly, we have, let's see, just looking at Vortex Indicator and RSI, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.44, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with lots of convergences and throughout the night. A lot of indecision as to which way this is going to go, but currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 48.41, which is just about average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.95, which is average. On Ape, yesterday we had $800,000 more in outflow than inflow, and I'm looking at somewhere between 5 to 25 million shares traded for the day-to-day on Ape, but I'm expecting to see higher volume than we have seen in the last 3 days, and that may push us over 10 million in volume for the day-to-day. We'll see. Taking a look at the hourly interval for Ape, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.54, which is below average, and is finally above signaling oversold for like a 2-day span. 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.63, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.22, which is below average. On Ichimoku, Lagging line is on Ape. The lagging line is below price line. Conversion line is below base. Price is pretty much on the close to being on the conversion line. There is enough separation between our price currently and where it could become a buy signal, because the rule of thumb on Ichimoku is you just don't make trades inside of the cloud. You can, if a stock is moving up quickly on the bottom side of a cloud, you can buy in early if the volume and the price increase is moving strong enough. You could certainly buy on the bottom side, and knowing that it would be pushing through the cloud. Uh, yeah, So there's enough gap here for that to happen. The price would end up having to be some point today, but for that to happen would have to be above $4.31. So I'm gonna write that down on my board. 4.31 could become a strong buy signal before the end of the day. Taking a look at AMC, not enough gap here to really say the same thing for AMC. The lagging line is right below price line. Conversion line is below base, but it wouldn't take much to get price above the cloud here to really become a strong buy. By the end of the day, that price has to become $9.18, but I'm going to go with the higher value in the beginning portion of the day, which is $9.31, meaning we'll see a lot of buying pressure starting to form at $9.31 or higher. I haven't done this before, but the combined price of those two prices would be $13.62, which we are currently at $12.56. So a dollar higher than where we're at right now, combined. One could start moving and cause the other to start moving as well. Do note that on the Ichimoku cloud for the hourly on AMC, that the cloud is thinning by Friday, and price is maintaining kind of a level situation. So the likelihood of us being able to move through the cloud on Friday becomes much, much greater. I mean, we'll have to see what happens today, but I'd like to see increased volume in the pre-market to kind of indicate that we might see a run to get through the cloud today, but I'm not seeing increased volume in the pre-market, so maybe not so much. I'd be looking more for Friday for a breakthrough. Also, having said that, in regards to taking a look at previous days historicals, when we have red days on Wednesdays, we have a 25% chance of having green days on Thursdays, which is one of our higher levels of chances that we have. Not the highest, but it's one of the higher ones. If we have a red day today, that gives us a 28% chance tomorrow of having a green day. So, and this is just based off the last year's historicals. So, and I know 28% chance doesn't sound very strong, but you have to understand that it's a well, first off, we haven't had a whole lot of green days in an entire year, right? So if you take a year's worth of data and look at how many green days there were, it's not that many, right? Like there's not that many. So the chances, when you consider the fact that your chances of having a green day are the highest chance that you ever have is on Mondays when you've had a green day on Fridays, and that's a 34% chance. When you realize that those are the kind of numbers we're talking about here, and the combined amount of having a green day on Thursdays is actually the worst amount, right? Doesn't matter what the previous day was. Our total amount of percentage of chance of having green today is a 33% chance. Our best days of the week are usually Mondays and Tuesdays, where we have a 60% chance of having green on Mondays and a 51% chance on Tuesdays. So Thursdays are usually our worst performing days. What I will say is this: if you end up seeing a green day today, that is a trend breaker. It tells you that we're moving away from what our normals are, right? Because if you have a 33% on any given Thursday to have a green day and we end up green today, then we've broken the odds. So that would be a trend reversal. All right, let's see here. What are you all guys saying here? Diaz says it was all Casey. Made sure that was very clear. I don't know what that's about, but sounds like I stepped in a poo pile or something. I don't know what that's. Oh, Savvy says, good morning, Diaz, at Diaz. Hope you're doing well. Heard the shout out to you for the VIX halting. Oh, I don't care, guys. Don't worry about it, man. Nobody has to give me credit for anything. I really don't need the credit. Like, I got nothing to gain, right? It's a community thing. It really, truly, and honestly, for me, is a community thing. If we're all getting something out of this, then I'm happy. You don't have to give me credit, kudos, nothing. What's mine is yours. We're in this together. We're fighting the same fight. If you win, I win. It's as simple as it is. If you win, I win. I have nothing to gain from this other than from seeing you win. That's it. So don't worry about needing to give me shout outs or credit or kudos. Nothing. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. I'm not going to come at you and be like, dude, you use my information, man. Like, come on. Who does that? Like, why would you do that? If it's for the community, who cares? I don't know. I just don't understand it. I just don't understand. That doesn't make any sense to me, like why anybody would be like territorial over their information. I don't get it. I mean, I understand that you're trying to make maybe money or something off of your information because you're putting in work, but I don't know. I'm, you know where I stand, guys. If you have complaints, go to my super chats, complaint file form in my Discord and file a complaint. That's all I gotta say. Because I'll make mistakes from time to time. I will make mistakes. I can promise you that. Danny says Casey's a trend reversal or just one of the times that we hit the 33%. So that's a good point, right, Danny? Usually trend reversals are over longer periods of time, not necessarily like short periods. I'm just saying over the last year period of time, if we hit a green day on a Thursday, then it's not normal, right? Like we haven't 33% of the time we've hit green days on Thursdays over the last year. Yeah, it's just the 33% green time, or that's how many times out of all the times we've hit green on Thursdays over the last year, it's been 33%. One out of every three Thursdays is green. Backyard Boogie says if Google can make info free, so should we. That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. We all have to benefit. Like every single one of us has to benefit from this, but by informing others. Savvy says I love Charles Payne's response to Bad Back. I do too. I thought it was absolutely hysterical. The fact is, Savvy, is that I literally sat there and just got done showing him where he could find information, uh, but he refused to go read it. He just wanted to complain, and I was sitting there going like, whatever, man. And so I blocked him. I blocked him on Twitter, and what does he do? He went straight to CV Payne and started crying. Why are you supporting these guys? You know, and then he's like, maybe you could learn something from these guys. Yeah, go bad back, go research that stuff, man. I hand you information for a reason because you got to look into it. You can't ignore it. It makes sense. Keto 1213 to 1513. I got you down, man. Thank you, sir. Salty Dog says, can you talk about what it means when the VIX has wild volatility? Yeah, absolutely. So Chicago-based options exchange it's volatility index, right? It means that it's looking at how many options are being traded, and when there's massive amounts of options that are being um, either open created positions or closed created positions, depending on which way it goes, then it's going to create volatility, right? And when the market sees a lot of volatility, then the index goes up, right? So that's what and when we see a huge jump over a 2 minute period of time, then what you're seeing is a major market event. Something is occurring, something more than likely is occurring or has occurred that is causing massive amounts of positions to be changed. And I don't know if they're it could be their purchases. It could be their exercise. I wouldn't say. I don't know about exercises, but closed event, either opened or closed events. I think that's probably the best way to put it, right? Open or closed events, and when you see that volatility rising like that, and to a point that where it even halts the VIX, which I didn't even know that happened. I mean, I've never seen it before. It was the first I'd seen it. Turns out that it happened on Monday as well. I didn't notice it on Monday because it was only a 1%, a 1 point, less than a 1 point change, right? But it did happen on Monday. So, I don't. It seems pretty unusual, but it does look like to me, it looks like somebody changed a lot of positions really quickly, really fast, and it moved that index a lot. All right, I gotta go, guys. It's break time. Let me put up my note here. Oh yeah, you guys are talking about that hurricane. I haven't. I briefly saw some news on the hurricane the other day. I don't know where it's at, but it looked like it was like going to come through Louisiana again. I was like, ooh, that's not good. I hope they're okay. I hope it's gonna. I hope everybody's gonna be okay over there. Let's see here. Let me get you guys your music, and I'll see you guys in a bit.
Hey, it's Benji from All Good Folks. If you love our music and you want to support Upbeat's amazing community of artists, upgrade to Premium today and help us keep creating great new tracks for you.
Alrighty, I'm back. And let's see here. Oh, thought I stopped the music. I guess I didn't. There we go. Alright, let's see what we got going on here. Price prediction for the day. I got to come up with one. I think I'm going to probably use the same one I had yesterday at 11. Actually, I might up it just a tad. Yeah, I'm going to up it just a tad. Yesterday I had 11.25 to 14.25. I think I'm going to put it up to 11.60. Let me just see real quick here. Hold on a second. One second. I'm going to go. Wow. Man, I hate to be a copycat, but I'm getting numbers really close to the same thing as what Monty's got. Monty had 11.75 to 14.75. I'm gonna go 11.80. I was gonna go 11.60, but I'm gonna go 11.80 to. Shoot. You know what? I'm gonna stick to my guns. I'm gonna go 11.60. 11.60 to 14.60. Let me just make sure. Hold on a second. Oops. Let me just make sure. One more thing. Plus 3, 14.80. Where are we at right now? Current price right now combined is 12.54. Let me run this on a calculator here real quick just to find out what the difference would be in price. 12.54 to 14.80. What would be the difference? Oh, that'd be an 18% increase. Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm gonna go with the 1160 to 1460 just to give myself a little extra breathing room on the bottom side. All right. Good to go, I think. I've got my price prediction set up here. Let me read out everybody's price predictions. So I'm gonna go 1160 to 1460 just to give myself a little extra breathing room on the bottom side, just in case. And then Eric's got 1190 to 1490. Oh wow, I didn't realize that would have been funny if I had done 1180. 1190 to 1490 for Eric. Keto's got 1213 to 1513. I actually think Keto will be just fine where he's at in his price prediction. And Monty's going 1175 to 1475. I think Eric, myself, and Monty, I think we're giving ourselves a little bit of breathing room on the bottom side, just to be on the safe side. And I think we're also giving ourselves plenty of room on the top side to price in a little bit of a run as well. So I think we're doing quite well on all of our predictions. I think we'll all probably make another point for today, if I had to guess. And I think we'll move into a tiebreaker for Friday. Silver Surfer says, I'm gonna take that as news and not necessarily like a shout out of like different companies. And especially since I have really bad internet here, I'm gonna assume that what you're trying to say right there, Silver Surfer, is for my benefit because of my poor internet. But just so you know, we don't usually talk about other tickers here. Although Tesla is on my list of okay stocks to talk about. T-Mobile is not, however. But Tesla and T-Mobile just inked a deal for T-Mobile to use Starlink as a worldwide delivery platform for their service. Sammy Boy says, I don't want to know your real names. I want to call you by your online name to your face. You know what I was thinking, Sammy Boy? The first time that we ever meet, when and if everybody, whenever we decide to meet, we're gonna have to have name tags. we're we're definitely gonna have to have name tags and with our screen names on them. It's gonna be really cheesy, or maybe we should. I don't know. Something we got to do something because there's just I won't be able to remember names. Doug, good morning to you. The chances of seeing us green today is only a 33% chance. It's the worst day of the week for us having green days. So if we have a green day today, it's going to be unusual and trend breaking for the last year's worth of data. Silver Surfer said, "Sorry, posted in the wrong chat. That was meant for Discord." Great, I'll get rid of it for you. Doug's going 11 to 14. Manjeet, good morning. MC Prosperity, anytime they have a chance to turn something into negative news, they will. Every single time, man. I don't know why. I don't even know why I'm surprised anymore. It's kind of one of those things where it's like I think I even kind of got a little testy with somebody last night. I saw somebody kind of spreading that information last night, and I was like, and I went to their profile to see, what their profile was, because that's one of the first things I do, guys, is whenever I see information, I go to the profile to see who they are and what they've said in the past, and see what kind of person they are as a person. Like, are they consistently spreading FUD, or are they a legit person in the community, whatever. But I rating his name tag said 801 Ape, right? And if you know what 801 is, you know that they've been here for a while. At least a year, right? Like, they've been here for at least a year. It's actually more than a year, but you know what I'm saying? They've been around the block. And to jump bandwagon onto the whole, delisting at $4 thing after having been around the block for a while without actually doing any kind of like verification of the information at all. And to support it when you've been in this play for so long, to not question it right off the bat, it just seems like so like rookie, man. Like, you've seen the crap that's been pushed out before and been wrong, and it's just like, how do you not question that stuff? Like, you've been around the block. And I think I even said, like, you need to grow some diamond hands because you need some more pressure. MG Toe says we could all change our names to prime numbers for Casey. MG Toe, I am not like I know it may seem like I'm an idiot savant with numbers and stuff. I am not. By no means. By no means. Um, I just have good focus. Well, when I'm trying to focus, I have really narrow focus. So, but in regards to numbers, though, prime numbers is not going to help me. It's going to be a major distraction. I'll just be sitting there staring at everybody's numbers all night long, trying to figure out like what kind of code that is. Mm. It's time to get this morning started, guys. I'll see you on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now in S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Close my eyes.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. All right. It's as promised. Everything. I get a kick out of seeing you guys say screw them. Screw them. VIX Market Halts. Oh my. I should have put in like a couple other things in there, made it more like Wizard of Oz. Been like, I don't know, lies and VIX Market Halts. Oh my. But I didn't. So let's take a look at what I'm talking about here. VIX Market Halts. If you were here yesterday at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, you would have seen this happen. I'm telling you guys right now, it was a historical event, in my opinion. And one of the main reasons why I love doing this live stream, because if we get to see it happening live and document it for historical reasons. And so I did a write up on this last night on Reddit. I think I linked it to the top here if you want to go see it for yourself. But explanation for what we saw happen yesterday. I wrote in here, attempting to keep this as smooth brained as possible. If you have questions after I'm done talking about it, guys, you go ahead and ask as many questions. I'm not going to be able to see what your questions are as I'm reading this, so just kind of hold off on the questions. And I know some of you guys have already heard this once before this morning, but I know there's new people in here right now, so I'm doing it again. What does liquidation to meet margin requirements look like in a marketplace, right? I mean, you hear about it so often. We all talk about market liquidations, but what do they truly honestly look like? What would you see have happen if there truly was market liquidations that were occurring? And so I kind of outlined like a 3-step process and what you might see with market liquidations. Now, this is my opinion. I'm throwing this out there, and I think this is what occurred. I can't say for 100% certainty that this is the truth, right? I know that you're going to, right, when a market liquidation occurs, you're going to see something happen in the market. And so, you come up with your own theory as to why or what you would see happen in the market. And then if your theory matches up with mine, great. If it doesn't match up with mine, come at me, throw me your idea, and let's talk about it, because I'd love to hear what it is that you have to provide. But let me tell you my 3-step idea of what I think market liquidations look like. Step number 1, force close open short interest, right? So they have positions that they can no longer hold, right? This is the margin call. Market wide, they're going to cut. Market wide, they're going to cut their short interest that they have, right? They're going to just immediately cut it, and they're going to say, that's it, okay? You're going to have to close these positions because you're not compliant with your margins, and we're taking it. We're taking it, and we're going to liquidate you. So they do market wide across the board, the whole market. They start liquidating. What does this look like? The VIX is a Chicago-based options exchange, or otherwise known as a CBOE. The VIX is the market volatility index, right? So it's implied volatility, right? So when the volatility in the options market increases, the index rises. It doesn't necessarily. I think if you go search this up on the internet, it's going to say that when it increases, that there's a high demand for puts. It doesn't necessarily have to be the case. It's more about implied volatility. So it could mean that there's a big change or difference in the amount of positions that are being held. Because if you actually go and look at the definition, and I actually pulled this up earlier for Salty Dog. Let me read this off to you. Failing implied volatility is generally caused by an imbalance of supply of options from option sellers over demand from options from buyers. The daily change in the VIX index is an indication of how aggressively the SPX option contracts are being purchased or sold. So you're going to see this. You're going to see the VIX reacting, right? If a whole bunch of positions are changing, you're going to see the VIX doing something because that's implied volatility. You're seeing volatility. That's what it is. So what's the result? The VIX will show up as a sharp spike due to so many positions market-wide being closed. We saw that happen yesterday. And this is what it looked like. Let me make sure I got you guys on the right page here. This is what it looked like. It was pretty crazy. It went from like 26 and some change in 2 minutes up to 30.18. Now, for those of you guys who watch the VIX regularly, that might mean something to you. But for everybody else, you're going like, so what? Big deal. That's a big move. It was like a 12% move. And for the VIX, that's a very large move in a 2 minute span of time. Very, very large move. So large that they halted it. They halted the VIX for 5 minutes, and then the trading began again, and implied volatility fell back to normal levels. We've seen those halts before, huh? The VIX was halted after a 10% increase after 2 minutes. Halt lasted for 5 minutes. Step 2. Forced buying of shares to settle the closed positions. What does that look like? For those of you guys who've been around the block, you've heard of Wyckofian theory or Wyckofian. I don't know how to say it. Wyckoff theory, right? It's not. I'm not saying it like it's not a thing. It really is a thing. It's been around for a long time. It's a very known price cycle, right? It's very, very heavily researched. It's a known thing. It's not like some kind of like weird thing that somebody just made up somewhere. It's a legit thing. Wyckoff theory. It would look like accumulation, markup, distribution, then markdown. So what would you see? You'd see forced buying of shares to settle the closed positions. You would see accumulation followed by a markup. Then you'd have distribution and a markdown. The impact would be an increase in market price across the board for ETFs, commodities, everything, the whole kit and caboodle. Did we have that happen? Yes. Here's 1400. The time that happened yesterday on the VIX was 1400. I kind of circled it in the picture. It happened at 1400. At 1400, what do you have? You have a cycle. This is the SPY you're looking at right here. At 1400, you had a cycle of accumulation followed by the step 2, which is started at 1419, which was the markup, right? The markup gets to step 3. What is step 3? Step 3 is market value is extracted by long institutions. What does this look like? Refer to the Wyckoff price cycle chart. Well, it's markdown. After they start doing distribution, because it's overbought, and you have markdown. Guess what? We had markdown. All 3 steps were achieved yesterday within a 47-minute period of time. Like step 3 started at 47 minutes later. We had a whole Wyckoff cycle. We had a whole. This is not. No. Joe says that's more effery. No, man. No, this is not effery. This is. This is not effery, man. This is how a market works. You're seeing a very well-designed plan, and it was doing exactly what it was supposed to do. All 3 steps were achieved, though. Step 1, step 2, step 3, all achieved in a very short period of time yesterday. Here's the bonus material. This wasn't the first time it's happened. It happened on Monday at 15:12, which would be 3:12 in the afternoon Eastern Standard Time. So like 45 minutes before market close. But we didn't notice it. Why didn't we notice it? Well, it jumped up from, let me pull this up here a little bit closer so I can see this. It jumped up from like 25.6 and some change to 26 and a quarter, right? So less than what is that? That's like half a point. It did the same thing. It jumped up half a point, stopped trading for a little bit, and then did the same thing. Look at the Wyckofian cycle. Look at the Wyckofian. It dips down. See, this is the VIX here. It dips down. We can go back. We can look at the SPY. Let's look at the SPY. Oh, you know what? Can I look up the SPY for Monday? Let's look at the SPY. We'll look at the SPY here and see what the SPY does. Let's go back to Monday on the SPY. I'm curious to see if it did a Wyckofian move on Monday. I'm going to have to drive back here just a little bit. Give me 1 second while I get rid of these Bollinger Bands. Okay, so we're on we're on Thursday. Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. Here's Monday right here. And it was at 1500, what did I say it was? 1512? right there. 1512. Accumulation, markup, kind of marked up for quite a while. Ooh, distribution, accumulation. Let's see, 1512, right here. Again, 1512 is right here, right here. 1512, accumulation, probably right around in this time frame. Accumulation, distribution, or markup rather, distribution, markdown. Same thing. Same thing occurred on Monday, but we didn't see it though. We didn't see it happening because it was so much smaller. It was a much, much smaller scale in regards to the VIX movement that we saw. It may have been a margin call, but it may have been very small amounts of margin that were needed in order to be completed, and so it didn't have as much of an impact, right? It was much, much smaller. I'm telling you guys, if the frequency and the time, well, frequency and height, right? The amount of volatility that we see. If the frequency and the volatility and the time, the frequency and time is reduced. So frequency, sorry, let me rephrase this. If the frequency in the volatility increases and the frequency of time decreases, the next time we see this, then you're seeing what I referred to earlier this morning is like the pre-tremors. The pre-tremors in a market where you're going to see market failure, right? And you're going to see the systemic failure across the board. They won't be able to do small little margin corrections and small little liquidations that are hideable anymore. It'll be the kind of thing where basically the market just kind of takes a big old blow up. You're seeing the beginnings of what looks to be like a major earthquake coming, and I think that's what you're seeing, because you saw the time that it took from the first one was between 2 days, right? Because the last one that we just had was yesterday, and the other one was Monday. So the time, we know the time is 48 hours. So we're looking for something less than 48 hours of trading time, and we're also looking for something that's more explosive than the last one that we saw. I have an alert set for the VIX. If you hear some kind of random sound that plays on the channel, and we were all sitting here going like, what the heck was that noise? That's probably the VIX doing what it's supposed to be doing for the alert. So I have that alert set up, and we'll be waiting to see what happens. Neo wants to play the game of Name That Ding. We'll find out. I was trying to see if I could play the sound yesterday when I was messing around with the alert that I had created, and I couldn't figure out how to get it to play the noise. I don't know how to. I can choose what it's going to be, but I don't see how to test it. Trading View, if you're watching, give us a way to be able to play the noise for the alerts, because I have no idea what sound I want it to sound like. I have choices, but I put it to handbell. So whatever a handbell is supposed to sound like, that's what I got it set up for. No, David, they can't open up new positions when they're holding positions that they can't close. That's probably one of the biggest misconceptions that most people make is that shorting positions are able. See, the problem is in a normal situation, David, you'd be correct. The problem is that they're dealing with people who are holding their positions, right? And if they're holding their positions and they have to hold collateral for all those positions that they have open already, then they're not going to be able to close out positions to continue to make money on the market as the price is falling. Which is it's probably one of the most frustrating things for a shorting hedge fund to see market price falling and be unable to use their collateral to be able to continue to open up new positions. All they have, all the money that they have tied up in holding as collateral has to stay where it's at. And what that also means is that they're taking hits. Wherever their collateral is being held is taking hits right now. So they're losing collateral as they're continuing to short. It's a very wicked thing that they're caught up in. Extremely wicked. Ape did a 35% synthetic price failure. Yes. The next stopping point could be 40%. So let me pull it up and see here on Ape. Let's see here. Current lows. Let me throw it in. 3.65. 40. We're actually at 40%. 40.5% down from 1613. The next stopping point after that's going to be 60. So if it goes too much lower below 40.5, then you may see a 60% drop in price. That would be the next turnaround point. I would say expect 60 if you see it drop below 45%. Do note though that at $3 and 3.582, SSR is tripped for the day today on Ape, and typically speaking, when they've dropped price to that kind of a point to where they can start printing synthetic naked shorts. Actually, I don't know how that's going to help them. I don't even know if they can print synthetic. I mean, of course they have short exempt volume. So yeah, they should be able to use it. They should be able to use short exempt volume. I'm not sure how they're using it exactly. I would assume that it would be in the AMC one options. That they're perhaps maybe having a problem with, because that's the only place where options are actually being traded on Ape. Oh, sorry, I still have SPY sitting up on there on where AMC was supposed to be. Also, we had a synthetic price failure on AMC. We've actually broke past the 21.5% mark, which means that there's likely been some paper hands. The question is it institutions or is it retail? Usually, one of the best ways you can find that out is by looking at Fidelity and seeing if we're buying the dip or not. Unfortunately, we haven't been able, due to the low volume and low orders on AMC. I have not been able to see the buy to sell ratios. They have been kind of low lately, though. Step out of the boss says, Casey, how low has the SPY gone this year? Let's check it out. The lowest so far this year was 360.69. So about 14 points. This 14 points lower than where we're at right now. Mysterious Motorsports, that is incorrect information. Let me check it out, Doug. let me. I'm not sure. I didn't do the calculation on it, but let me see. 245 is what I got. 2.452. But quite frankly, with SSR being where it's at right now, and the fact that we just hit a 40% failure in price, I would suspect that we're probably not going to see a 60. Usually, when you trip SSR, that's kind of like a key man gold for being able to create synthetic or exempt short exempt volume. And once they do that, typically you see price kind of bounce off of those type of points. So with SSR kind of lining up with 60% or 40% turnaround point, I would say you more than likely we may not see the 60. Hey, bad back is here. Bad back, man. I heard Charles Payne. Charles Payne told you to come on over here for some learning. that was that was so good, man. I've been trying I've been trying for a hot minute to get Charles Payne to respond to me, bad back, and I love the fact that you immediately got a response. And he told you to come over here and try and learn from us. I tried to give you some information the other day. You just didn't want to hear it, but whatever. I can't help you. Oh man, he said he's like you could maybe learn something from those guys. Oh man, I was laughing so hard. I was laughing. That was great, man. You made my day. I wish I wish I could get responses like that easily. Casey's never been right about anything. I'm just angry. I'm angry. Oh man, that's hilarious. Hey, you should take Charles Payne since you have so much high regard for Charles Payne, Badback. You should probably take some of his advice. Maybe actually go read some of the stuff that we're printing out that actually does kind of tell you what's going on here. Hmm. We're not mad at you at all. We're not mad at you. I don't know why you would think that. Captain Captain says I'm gonna demand my 420.69 super chat money back. Yep, it will end, Aaron. Grandpa Barney says, "Hey, is that Brokeback? Wasn't he a star in a movie? Uh, well, I think there was a movie named after him, or the other way around. I'm not sure which." No, that's not true, David Stevens. Uh, in order for us to lose money, or for them to make money off of us, we'd have to be selling our positions. They may be shorting and making short-term temporary gains on the money that they're shorting with. But what you have to look at is the overall big picture of how much it is that they're spending in order to short, right? And so what I challenge you to do, David Stevens, is actually go and look at like Citadel's like quarter over quarter reports, earning reports, and see how much they've actually lost quarter over quarter. The problem is that what they don't report, or what they do report but they don't actually talk about, is how much of their unpurchased amount of shares at fair market value has increased by. In order to continue to do what it is that they're doing, if you compare it, it's in the billions of dollars. They're basically they're net washing their money, and they're struggling to just hold even. They are absolutely struggling because if you look at how much that they're claiming that they've made for the quarter, it's actually the same. If you take that and you take the fair market value of their positions, and they're never going to get fair market value for their positions that they owe on. But if they get fair market value, at least for the positions that they owe on, it's a net wash. And so they're literally not making any money. AMC is at 21.5%, or just a little past 21.5% right now. AMC is not at 35. Look, I'll give you the last numbers, Doug, and you shouldn't need them ever again. Like if you're tracking it right, you should never need these numbers again. The last high on AMC on Ape, sorry, on the last high on Ape was 6.13, and the last high on AMC was 1075. So by giving you those last highs on AMC and Ape, you should be able to track from there and not have any problems. VIX is up 0.5. You're welcome, Doug. Yeah, Diaz says you guys act like you never seen price drop before. We've seen this over 100 times. I mean, this is very, very normal stuff for us. None of this is abnormal. It's very, very normal. We've seen this more than 100 times. This is extremely normal price movement for AMC and Ape, and typically this is the kind of stuff you see right before big launches in price. Captain Awesome says HYMC Dark Pool is already at 74%. I can imagine because I would imagine gold would be increasing in value right now with market moving down like this. Let's take a look at what we got though, because it is time to take a look at the numbers. Oh, no, Roseanne, it's the other way around. It was Bad Back, Chan Chan, then Flat Earth. Bad Back was actually one of the most, I think he was probably one of the most original shill members of the group. He's by far got the he's got the record on time around here. The apes and me salutes the apes and you. No need, man. No need. I'll be plenty fine after this is over. So don't you worry about me. You can just buy her a drink. That's always been the deal. You can buy her a drink when this is all said and done. She's the hero. So let me take a look at our numbers. Just another ape says I scared off Flat Earth. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Steven. It's good to see you, man. Where do you live? Don't tell me where you live. Don't tell me where you live, Casey's broken mug, but I can't do anything about the fog. Ape just hit SSR. Let me see. Yes, it did. It may bounce off of that. If there's liquidity issues and it trips SSR like that, a lot of times you see it bounce off of it. We'll see what happens. Let me pull up the data here for the numbers for this morning, and let's take a look at what we got going on here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. And two-factor authentication, you know the story here, right, guys? I mean, I've said it so many times, but there's always new people, so I presume that even if it's just one person that I can save. I'm going to continue to say this, but two-factor authentication for your brokerage account. If your broker has it, try it out. See if you like it. It could help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be there. It's an extra added level of protection. While you're at it, maybe set up a secondary phone number in it as well, because setting up a secondary phone is always a great idea, right? I mean, it's if something happens to one of your phones and you've got a second phone hooked up to it, and you can send the code to that one instead. If you don't like it, and get rid of it. It's not something you can't get rid of. It's not like an STD. But I wouldn't know. I mean, I've heard it's like that. But let's take a look at our numbers here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to comment on what you guys are saying until you see the big trend back up on the page. And let's see here. What do we got going on? Let's start with the top left-hand side. Price prediction points for combined price of AMC and Ape together for the day-to-day. I have 1160 to 1460. Eric has 1190 to 1490. Keto has 1213 to 1513. Monty has 1175 to 1475. The combined price of AMC and Ape currently is at 11.8. I almost went 1180 to 1480, but I wanted to give myself just a little bit of extra padding there, and I think that was probably a good idea. But I do think that we'll probably see a little bit of upwards momentum once we've triggered that SSR on Ape, but we'll see. Taking a look at it's looking like we're probably going to go into a tie. I mean, some of our numbers are pretty close here, so we may go into a tie breaker going tomorrow. Taking a look at True Demon's MOASS trigger indicators, short exempt volume day over day was slightly down on AMC, down to 170.6 K for AMC, and Ape was at 80.4. Utilization, 100 straight days of utilization. No, it's 157 straight trading days of utilization being at 100%. Ape was slightly down from like 80 and some change to 78.22. Day-over-day price increase yesterday was decreases on both AMC and Ape. Down on AMC was down 1.26. Ape was down 5.91. Max Pain, I figured this out earlier this morning. Max Pain is no longer showing Max Pain for AMC and Ape. It's actually showing for just AMC now. So I know that $9 Max Pain, it looks scary because before it was reporting it as the combined total between AMC and Ape. Now it's reporting as the just AMC portion of it. So I was able to determine that by looking at the options chain this morning. So I'm going to show you guys Max Pain for AMC, but I'm going to show you also, and remember that's $9, so I don't know what we're at right now I don't know what we're at exactly right now in price, but actually, I'm not going to pull it up, but we'll look at it here in a minute. Just note that I'm in options. I'm going to be looking at AMC1 options. So you're going to see Max Pain right below me here for AMC, but the options this way, over here on the far side of the screen, are going to be for AMC1. So the combined price of AMC and Ape. Taking a look at off exchange, by this time in the morning, I would expect to see off exchange for AMC somewhere between somewhere right around 44% for off exchange and 10 to 11% on EDGX. Let's check those out and see where we're at right now. 50.15% in the off exchange and 11.83 in the EDGX. Both of those are elevated for what we would normally see by this time of the day. It's 61 total amount of off exchange and EDGX volume is at 61.98 for those two exchanges. That's pretty high. Taking a look at Ape, same thing. 44 and 10 to 11 is the numbers I would expect to see. Off exchange is currently at 61.1% and the EDGX at 12.48 for combined total of 73.58% of our volume going through those two off exchanges alone. Institutional ownership this morning did not change day over day. Currently sitting at 154.548 million shares. No new 13F filings coming through. On Ortex, so far for the morning, Ortex is showing 682,000 shares having been borrowed. That's going to have an increasing effect on short share interest of the free float to 19.3%. Cost of borrow average at 17.32. Shares on loan for the day today is at 183.9 million shares on loan. That was a decrease day over day by 400,000 shares. I'm estimating about 154,000 shares of that was in short interest that was closed. Very small amount. So even though we had price movement downwards, not a whole lot of money made on that movement. Let's see here. On Ape, Ape is currently showing a borrowing of 3.8 million shares. You can almost bet your bottom dollar you know what that was for. This big push down. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 5.73. Cost to borrow averages at 7.64%. Shares on loan for the day today was at 28.1 million, which was a 5 million share decrease day over day, and all of that was in short interest. So there was some money that was probably made on the push down of Ape yesterday. They are borrowing today. And we'll take a look at those. We'll take a look at some of those numbers here in just a second. What they look like on the chart. Hold on one second here. All right. And looking at options. Highest amount of volume so far on this is AMC1. Highest amount of volume is at a $16.50 strike. That's combined price of AMC and Ape. $16.50 strike with a total of 34 contracts. Highest amount of volume on puts. Wow, it's really, really small volume here. On puts, the highest amount of volume on puts is at a $15.50 strike. And the total amount of puts that are there, which means they're buying in the money puts, is 5 contracts. Very, very, very low volume today, this morning on AMC1. The price spread between those two is $1, suggesting maybe we'll see a closing price somewhere between 15.5 and 16.5. I doubt that'll be the case. Let me go to AMC's options real quick here just to kind of see what the spread looks like on that. Highest amount of call options for AMC is at 9 and puts are 8.5. So it looks like the market's suggesting that AMC will see a closing price somewhere between 8.5 and $9, which is probably higher than where we're at currently. But let's take a look at our combined price. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $11.94. It's starting to rise from hitting a bottom down here at $11.76. So it made it down as far as $11.76 before starting to rise. It's now at $11.96, so it's up 20 cents already since then. Again, whenever they trip SSR, that usually gives them the ability to be able to create shares to complete orders. And that's why you do tend to see bounces off of SSR. So for anybody who says SSR does nothing, another example of calling you out on your wrongness about that. SSR is definitely does something. Taking a look at utilization over time. There is your 157 straight trading days of utilization being 100% for AMC. But zooming in on our current point, this is your share drop day over day from 184.27 million shares on loan to 183.9. Your on loan average age per day, and I've always said this, when the amount of shares on loan drops, if on loan average age per day flat lines or goes down, it's older loans. If it goes up, then it's newer loans. And it actually kind of went sideways. I would call this sideways because it went from 50.8 to 50.88. That's kind of a sideways move. So there's probably some like medium to newish loans that were probably closed out. Now, I wouldn't say real old ones. But then again, there's only 400,000 shares that it dropped by. So, whatever. Security lending volume day over day increased. It went from 14.48 to 16.92. Short share interest of the free float decreasing ever so slightly from 19.28 to 19.25. Very small change. On Ape, your utilization drop here. Day over day went from 80.07 to 78.22. On loan amount, decreasing ever so slightly from the 5 million, ever so slightly. 5 million shares down from 33.18 to 28.1. Security lending volume for the day increasing again. So we kind of are starting to see a little bit of a change here, right? So security lending volume really super high, finding a low on September 19th and starting to rise back up again. On loan average age per day is flat lined out, and short share interest of the free float dropping a little bit day over day from, let's see, 5.86 to 5.37. Orders by Fidelity customers. Ape is currently on the list. We have a 63% buy to 36% sell ratio. Looking strong there. Let's see. GME is on the list. They have a 68% buy to 31% sell ratio. Looking strong there as well. AMC must have low orders because it's not on the list. Do note, though, that across the board, you can see that there's not a whole lot of orders. Definitely more orders today than there was yesterday. So there's more volume in orders happening today on different stocks than there was yesterday for sure. The market is moving. SSR trigger price for the day today is $7.74 for AMC. That is not tripped yet. However, it did trip on, I'm going to put a little check mark next to this. $3 for Ape, it triggered at $3.582, which we'll show you here in just a few minutes. Shares available to borrow so far this morning. It looks like there's another 50,000 shares there. Just returns. Okay, so fees are at 16.1%. They did borrow another 50,000 shares this morning, so I'm seeing about 150,000 shares so far borrowed for the day today, according to Stock Tracker. There are additional shares there to borrow, but have not been yet borrowed. Fees are still kind of high. NASDAQ is down 0.83, Dow Jones is down 0.21, the S&P 500 is down 0.48. We currently have a on-fire market. Do not touch the floor. It is hot lava. It's stinky poo-poo. Don't step in it. Decliners 4,939 decliners to 1,717 advancers. Like my dad used to say when I was a kid, you know, like really, really young. He used to tell me, he's like, when you used to have a poopy diaper, I would go. That was his question to me, and I would look back at him and I go. So he knew it was time to change a poopy diaper. Yeah, so that's what our market's looking like. VIX is up 0.43%. VTI is down 0.62. IWD is down 0.45. Tesla is down 1.88. Amazon is down 0.91. That was such an embarrassing thing to say. I don't know why I said it, but I did. Cinemark is down 2.47. Doge is up 3.04. Bitcoin is up 3.03. GME is down 2.72. HYMC is down 1.51. Hood is up 2.81. NCMI is down 2.59. Ape is down at 8.92 after having hit 10% down. And AMC is down 4.53. Refreshing inflow versus outflow on AMC, we currently have more outflow by $600,000 with getting some little more decent volume than what we've been seeing. 511 million shares after 49 minutes. Looks like we're on pace for 40.6 million shares by the end of the day today. Of course, this is going to decrease, but that's just our current pace. I said in the pre-market we'd see somewhere between 10 to 30 million shares a day. So I think that we're on target for that. Might be towards the higher end of it though. On the hourly, on AMC, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.43, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.21, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, we are signaling for more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.54, which is oversold. Taking a look at Ape, 4.69 million shares having been traded so far. Ape is absolutely getting volume, guys. It is getting great volume here. Uh, this is more than I anticipated. I was telling you guys that I thought we might break 10 million today. It's definitely looking like we're going to break 10 million today. So you're seeing a spike in volume here. This is a good thing. I like seeing a spike in volume. Let's check out and see what kind of pace we're on. After 50 minutes of trading, is that right? 50 minutes? Yeah. Yeah, 50 minutes of trading. Oops. Looks like we're on pace for 36.9 million shares traded by the end of the day. Just to give you guys an example of the difference of how much different that is compared to what we've been seeing in volume, we have been seeing like 12, 13 million at this time in the morning pace for the day, and we're hitting 36.9 right now. Like we're almost doing as much actually. Yeah, we're almost doing as much volume as AMC is. So big difference here. Do note for again all of you guys out there who are naysayers about SSR, look at the volume spike when we hit SSR. The volume spiked from, I'd say, an average volume of 503,000 shares per minute to 849,000 shares in that 1 minute alone. So that's a pretty significant spike there, I think. Oh, you know what? That's over 5 minutes. I'm looking at 5 minutes. It's still a spike though. You can still see the spike here. I just moved down to 1 minute, but you can still see the spike right here. As soon as we hit right down on it, you can see, or a minute before, you can see that there's a massive amount of volume there. The 2 minutes on the spike are the ones that really increased though. But yeah, you can see the volume increase right as we got to SSR. There's currently more inflow than outflow by about $300,000. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 24.62, which is signaling oversold, and actually has been signaling oversold since 2 days ago. We briefly came out. This is like a double dip down into a oversold territory. Let's see here. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 26.41, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.69, which is oversold. No, sorry, below average, not oversold. Looking at the Ichimoku cloud on the hourly, you can see lagging line is below price line. Price is well below both the conversion and baseline. We did touch right down. Let me get rid of all this other stuff here. Earlier this morning, I said that in order for this to become a strong buy for like a reversal, we would need to see like $4.31 on AMC. We're currently at 3.61, so we're almost $1 below that. Not quite. For AMC, we are at currently $8.14. The number that I said we needed to hit on that one was $9.31 to become a strong buy. So we're about $1.20 below that. Lagging line is below price line. Conversion line is below base. We need to get above the cloud in order for this to become a strong buy. And as you can see here, a more likely time that we might break through the cloud would be on Friday, as it's much thinner there. Are you guys breathing? Are you guys taking deep breaths? Are you feeling it? CNBC reporting SEC is not going to ban payment for order flow. Oh man. And to add to your list, Monty, don't forget about market makers that are hedge funds. It's probably like one of the, I mean, they're all really ridiculous, right? Like there's so much ridiculousness in everything that you listed there. But let's not just add to the fact that market makers being having multiple role or dual roles in which helps them with their positions. Yeah, what did you guys? Oh, ice cream is saying ice cream is gonna go with the BBBY, man. I know. Oh no, no, don't stop with that. Don't even go there, man. Don't even no. Don't even go there. Shimmer says my heart's jumping out of my chest. Part of the problem, guys, is what I AMC options IV at 400%. That's crazy. They don't want any. You know what the problem is, Einstein? They don't want anybody buying call options because they know where it's gonna run to. That's the part that they're afraid of. They're yeah, I can understand why IV would be at 400%. The biggest problem I think with um, seeing price run down like this, right, is that people keep looking at price. And if you're always looking at price, then that's always going to be a stumbling point for you. And of course, I'm sitting here saying this, and you guys are going like, um, you're going like, well, how can you not look at price, right? And I don't know. For me, it's just kind of not affecting me at this point anymore because I know the company's worth more. Every piece of DD that tells me that this company is doing well uh, is out there to be seen. And I can't ignore those things, right? I can't ignore the fact that the company can do well, that it's set itself up for success, and yet price is moving down, right? So why is it moving down? Well, part of it is because the whole market's moving down. Another part of it is people are actively trying to push the price down on this to get us to try and sell our positions. They want us to sell. They need us to sell. So I look at that and I go like, okay, well, what's going on here? Like is this something that I need to panic over, or is this just an attempt to try and get me to panic? What's the expected expectations of my actions versus what I'm actually going to do? So I think really, as long as you're continuing to watch price, as long as you're watching price and you're looking at how that's impacting your portfolio, the more you're going to struggle with this, right? Because guess what happens in a true market failure? You wouldn't be looking at this. In a true market failure, you would not be looking at the price of everything. You would be holding on for dear life because you have to weather the market failure, right? You hold your positions, you make new, smarter positions with new additional money that you're putting into the market. You wait for the market to turn around, right? And I'm not even talking about a squeeze play. I'm just saying, what would you do in a normal market situation? You hold the positions that you have and you buy with smarter positions with the new money that you're putting into the market. Things that weather well through downtrends in the market. So as long as you're continuously looking at this price in a failing market, it's going to affect you. It's going to impact you, and it's going to cause you to do things that you may regret doing. This is not the kitchen sink. You won't Woodstock. I don't think you'll see the kitchen sink until we've hit like $150. So the idea that that there's some kind of kitchen sink coming out here at this point in time, no. The way that you make money on a kitchen sink is you throw it when there's money to be made. Yeah, let's take a look at it. Let me show you, apes. I gotta have a nickname for you, man. That name is just way too long. I'm just gonna call you the ape. It's, I don't know, I can't continuously say like the whole name because it's just too much. Let me show you what the kitchen sink is here. Let me read the rest of what everybody's saying here, and then I'll show you what the kitchen sink is. How do I stay positive while this garbage happens? Well, what's the alternative, Joe? What is the alternative? Be negative? Why would I be negative about a position that I hold? If I believe in the data that I'm seeing, if I believe that people are continuing to hold, and I see that people are continuing to hold, what is there to be negative about? I don't see anything to be. I mean, just because price is going down, I should be negative about that? I don't think so. That's like really ridiculous in my opinion. Like I don't understand like why be negative over price moving down when everything else tells you to be positive, right? It's a knee-jerk reaction. They want you to feel they want you to feel like this is like the end of the world for you. You know, you're like, oh my gosh, these numbers are so terrible. Nah, man, the whole market's taking a crapping. The whole market is taking this crapping, Joe. And that's how I can remain positive because I see that we're holding and I see the market's crapping and I know what comes after that. And that's why I can remain positive. Shimmer says the problem is, Casey, if you keep adding AMC Ape on the downward cycle to average down, then price on daily basis keeps trending lower. It F's with your head. I don't know why. You should see that you're getting it at a discount. Like you're legitimately like averaging down. That should be like a positive thing, not negative. All right, let's check it out. I'll show you the kitchen sink. Hold on. I'll pull it up. You guys stop asking questions for a minute so I can pull up the kitchen sink. Otherwise, I'm going to miss them. Let me take you over the other page here. I'm trying to remember where it was at. It was right here. So back in January of this year, utilization was hitting, it hit a low at 68.78% and suddenly started driving up. Utilization, the formula for utilization is the available amount of shares to borrow divided by the amount of shares that are on loan. That's your formula, right? So, but if utilization hits 100%, then it is possible for utilization to actually be over 100%, but not report higher than 100%. And the question to that is well, how is that possible? There is ways that they can lend out additional shares above and beyond what's quote unquote available to borrow. So you see utilization down here at 68.78%, and it starts driving upwards, and then suddenly on February 7th, it went from 82.08% utilization to 100% utilization. And I'm going to show you the on loan amount that occurred during that period of time. Utilization went from 82.08 with 121 million shares on loan to 100% utilization with 117 million shares on loan. And so you're going like, wait a minute, how did we go to 100% utilization with the amount of shares on loan decreasing? Great question. How about another question here for you? How did on loan amount go from 117 million shares on loan to one of the highest numbers that we've seen so far, I think yet to date, at 139.19 million shares on loan? We're only at 132 right now, but one of the highest one was 139.19. How did we see that? Oh, wait, that's not the right number. 139. Oh, you know what? I'm not looking at the right number. Hold on a second here. I forgot. I'm only looking at this point in time. Here we go. Way up here. How did we get all the way up here? So I'm sitting here looking at these numbers going like, that doesn't make sense. One of the highest numbers we've seen so far to date, 197. Was it 197? Yeah, 197.32. So how in the world did we get from 117 or 119? Yeah, wait, how much is it? 117 million shares on loan to 197 with 100% utilization. And the answer is in security lending volume. Because guess what? We had a massive spike in security lending volume that occurred the day before we had 100% utilization being used. Security lending volume, you could see where it was trending really, really, really low, and then all of a sudden it spiked to 70 million shares. Somebody borrowed 70 million shares with 121 million shares on loan. Do the math. Do the math. There was a lot of security lending volume that occurred on that day. Do the math and figure out what the difference is between those two numbers. 70 plus 121, what does that put us at? Somebody took out the kitchen sink. Somebody loaned the kitchen sink. Somebody's holding the kitchen sink somewhere. That is the kitchen sink. Somebody's going to throw the kitchen sink, but they're not going to do it until they have a really big price rise. Why? Because you stand to make the most amount of money when you buy shares at a low cost and you sell them for a higher cost. The date that they did that was on February 8th. Well, they borrowed the shares on the 7th, and then the 8th was the day that the 100% utilization was reported. That was the day that happened. Somebody was expecting price to move up into the really, really upper echelons. Now, if you go back in history and you look at your Q4 numbers for some of the institutions out there that are shorting against AMC, what you'll notice is that in Q4, a lot of short hedge funds started going long on AMC in Q4. Why would they do that? Why would they take out a kitchen sink? Why would they loan a kitchen sink and then go long on or actually be the other way around? Why would they go long on a stock they're shorting and then loan out a kitchen sink? Why would you do that? It's because you expect to make a shit ton of money when price goes up large amounts. And you're going to try to control price by using those shares that you've loaned out in order to control price as it moves upwards. They're going to dump those shares into the market. They're going to sell them to people who are trying to buy as the prices to everybody who's FOMOing in. They're going to try and sell those shares so that they actually have money to continue to short the price back down again to scare investors back out. How do I know this to be the case? Because if you go back and you look at what happened to GME, same thing happened. Same thing happened to GME. They had a kitchen sink that was loaned out, and they did the same exact thing to GME. They dropped the kitchen sink the first time that it rose up to 150 bucks, and in the pre-market hours of what day was it? Hold on a second, I'll pull up the date. In the pre-market hours of $125, January 25th of last year. In the pre-market hours, the price drove from $54 to $136, and they threw the kitchen sink in the pre-market. And the price dropped back from $136 down to $65.01. And market opened at around 60 something odd dollars on the 25th. Market opened on the 25th at around 60 something odd dollars. And everybody who woke up that morning who owned GME saw the price go from 50 something odd dollars to 136 and drop down to 65 and panicked. My lord, what did I just miss? Is what was going through their heads. And guess what happened when market opened? It drove up to $159.18. It drove up to $159.18 in the first, I think, hour or two of trading. What do you think people did when they saw that? When they saw price driving back upwards to the amount that they had just seen it at in the pre-market and drop all the way back down to? What do you think they did? They panic sold. That's what they did. They panic sold because they were afraid. They panic sold into that because they didn't think they were going to see that price again. The kitchen sink got thrown. Somebody made a ton of money, and then people started panic selling into that, and so it drove the price right back down again. It drove the price down to it went up to 159.18, and then in the same day went right back down to 61.13. 2 days later, price was at $366. Yep. 1 day later, price was at 514. 1 day after the 2 days later, so 3 days later, the price was at an all-time high of $514. That's what the kitchen sink is. Is Ortex not showing up on the board? Should be. Let's see here. I'm refreshing the data for, you're asking about Ape. I'm refreshing the data. Same borrowed change showing 3.8 million shares having been borrowed. Short interest is at 5.73. Cost to borrow at 7.64. I'm not sure what else you want to know. But that's what the kitchen sink is. It's always 2 weeks, Barry. Yes, we're always looking at 2 weeks, man. Steven says, my prediction, Casey, AMC Ape will move when Adam Aaron gives guidance of his at the market offering. The squeeze happened 2 months after he did it in April of 2021. All he needs to do is start the rumor. Joe Dirt, this is what I like to tell people, man. If I told you were holding Bitcoin when it was, what are we at a combined price right now? Combined price right now is 1173. If I told you were holding Bitcoin at 1173, how long would you hold it for? Would you wait 18 more months? If you were holding it when it was at that value? Those are the real questions you need to ask yourself. Because you know what price it got up to. Got up to 60,000, what was it? 60 something thousand a coin? What was the price? That was more than 48, come on. 69, almost 70,000 a coin. You tell me how long you would hold for. You tell me how long you would hold for to see that kind of money. It got up to 69. Nice. Because I don't think what you understand is that you're holding a royal flush. You're holding a royal flush. You're holding a royal flush, and everybody's trying to tell you that you're not. Everybody's trying to convince you you're not holding a royal flush, but you're sitting there holding a royal flush, and you're asking me, so what are you telling me? 18 more months I got to hold this on for? Dude, you're holding a royal flush. How long are you going to hold on to the royal flush for? Do you think you're going to try and clean the table? Or do you think you're going to hold in for $150 like everybody did back on January 25th for GME? What are you holding for? What are you holding for? Do you want to see this market change, or do you want to? Or are you just looking for, chump change? You're holding a royal flush. What are you holding for, Joe? You got to ask yourself the 5 whys, man. I haven't seen your name before in here too. Actually, I have. I feel like I have seen your name before in here, Joe. But what I'm going to tell you is, and I don't know, maybe you've been here, maybe you haven't been here when I've said this in the past, but you need to sit down and you need to write out your 5 whys. Sit down and ask yourself, what are you here for? Why am I here holding AMC? What am I here to do? I don't care what your reasons are. I really don't. Your reasons don't have to be my reasons. But I want you to write down your 5 whys. And what that means is you're going to sit there and you're going to say, why am I here? You're going to answer that question. And like a little 5-year-old, you're going to sit there and you're going to say, why? And you're going to write down the answer to that. And you're going to keep doing it until you have your 5 whys. And every time you have self-doubt, every time you have somebody who's coming in here who's telling you sweet little lies, you're going to sit down there and you're going to look at your piece of paper and you're going to say, why am I holding this? Because guess what? You got a royal flush. All you have to do is look at your cards, man. Look at your cards. That's it. That's all you got to do is look at your cards. Look at your 5 whys. Know why you're here. Manji, I completely disagree. It is going to be. You think this is hard. You think this is hard holding at this price. But I guarantee you, Manjit, that you are completely wrong. It'll be so much harder to hold at 150, watching price drop to $60. I promise you that will be so much harder. I cannot even begin to express to you. You know what would be even harder than that? Watching it go from $350 a share down to 150. That's going to be even harder. Because guess what? That happened. That absolutely happened to GME. That's going to be even harder. I promise you. Those are going to be the hard things to sit through. This is just the test. These are the things that are really going to be easy when you look back on it. Because when you get into those really high numbers and you start seeing price drop, you're going to panic. Whether or not you have diamond hands is truly going to be tested in the future, not now. In the future, it's going to be tested. You think this is tough, you just wait. Don't do it for me, Ray. Do it for yourself. Look at your 5 whys. Know why you're here. And it's not, I know when you sit down, Ray, and you list out your 5 whys, it's not going to be because Casey's got me here. None of your answers is going to be because Casey got me here. So do it for yourself, not because of me. Oh, man, it's not me, though. It's the community. The community got us here, man. It's not me. That's what I keep trying to tell you guys. I am not the pillar of this community. The community is the pillar of the community. You guys have gotten yourselves here. The only reason that you maintain and hold is because you know that every single it's all part of my 5 whys, guys. It's part of my 5 whys. It doesn't have to be your 5 whys, but my 5 whys tells me why we're successful. And it's because we've gotten here as a community together, as pillars, together, standing together, apes together strong. That's been apes. Apes together strong has been a motto for a long time. It's not because of each one of us individuals or some single person who's gotten us here. It's because as a community, we have gotten here together. Number 1, I wanted to be a part of a movement to fix a broken system. That's my first why. Why? Because I'm tired of watching retail investors, including myself, lose their money and investments in homes due to market fraud. Why? Because we've never had a method by which to counter the algorithmic trading of institutions. Why? Because we have social media that allows us to be vocal about our investments in real time. Why? Because as humans, we desire community. That's why. We've gotten here because we've gotten here together. Not because of me, not because of Steven, not because of Tony, not because of Boss, not because of Bigums, not because of Trey, because all of us, every single one of us, came here, said we would do something, and we've committed to it. That's why. Doesn't matter what your reasons are. I like corn dogs, Joe Dirt. I like corn dogs. Yeah. Steven says, who's selling that many shares at $3? Why would you come this? It's like what DFE used to say, man. Why would I haven't come this far just to come this far? I think that was the quote. You guys can all have your own 5 whys. None of us have to have the same ones. But the end result is that we're all here for the same reason. We all have a goal. We all have a desire. We all have a something that we want to see achieved. And it doesn't matter what each of us wants. The idea is that we all want something. I personally like to think that people are going to change their communities. I'd like to think that. I don't know for a fact, but I believe in humanity. I know it's hard. It's getting harder and harder to believe in humanity these days, but I really, truly, and honestly do believe in it. Uh, people being kind, caring, honking each other horns at each other and flipping each other off. I promise we still care though. We still do care. Just drive better. Oh, Joe says the trolls are out and they're always going to be out in force, man. Whenever there's something negative happening in the market, they will always be out in force. They're going to be super, super strong for sure. Diaz says, I hold for flat earth. Steven says, let the short interest pile up on AMC. I welcome the shorts because the second Adam Aaron opens his mouth, they will get pushed out just like they did in May of 2021. Yeah, man. I fully, truly, and believe he honestly has a plan here. And of course, he's not going to just sit there and tell us what his plan is. But I don't think you go around, and Steven knows this better than anybody. You don't go around saying checkmate without knowing that you've got checkmate, right? Steven knows that. He's a very proficient chess player. Very proficient. He teaches it. He knows. He knows what checkmate means. David Stevens says people are really struggling are not trolls. I agree, man. I know. I know there are people. I know people are that there are people who are truly struggling with the idea of this. Some people, this is their first rodeo. And I understand that. I get it. But you have to look at your options and say, what are my choices here? What are my choices, and what am I actually, truly, honestly seeing? Am I seeing a market that's failing, And what does that market failing mean for AMC as a company, right? The company who's survived market crashes before because people go to movies when they can't do other things, you know? Look at the past, guys. AMC's been around for a long time. They've weathered through some pretty tough times. I'll tell you what, though. Who is it? Who said that? It was David Stevens. I'll tell you what, though, David Stevens. We're going to lose people, man. I know for a fact that we're going to lose people. Make no mistake about it. Before this is over, we will lose people. But not everybody was built to have diamond hands, man. Einstein saying money flow index on Ape is going up while price is coming down. Failure delivers due on 926 covering going to happen soon, in my opinion. Pam says I've been going to the movies at AMC since I was a kid. Ooh, that's a great question, Stephen. Let me think here for a minute. Because we were getting a house built at the time, right? So we hadn't had financing locked in yet. Well, no, we had to have. I'm pretty sure we would have had to have had an interest rate locked in at the time in order for us to start the building on the house that we were having built. That is a great question. I want to say it was like, wow, I don't remember. Because see, we never actually bought the house, and usually the interest rate, you remember those kind of things a little bit better when you actually buy the place because you know what it is when you buy in. I want to say we locked it in though. We locked it in because we knew interest rates were starting to rise. Um, yeah, man, you'd catch me in a lie. You'd catch me in a lie if I tried to remember because that is so long ago, dude. That's like I struggle just remembering my own family's birthdays. So like trying to remember interest rate at that time back then without actually purchasing a home is next to impossible. I want to I want to say 5.75. I know you said 6 to 7, but I had really good credit back in those days. Super super good credit. I went through a divorce since then. And let me tell you, divorces don't necessarily do happy things to your credit all that much. But and I did lose a house too in the process of going through 2008. Well, I didn't lose it, but I did take a hit on the house. So I don't have nearly as good credit, but I want to say it was 5.75. I think we locked it in early. It may have been 6.25, but I want to say 5.75, and I think we locked it just before it started going up. I don't know though, man. I feel like I might be lying to you. It's so long ago. It was so long ago. I really can't remember. Sub has a boss says SPY's heading to 370. Let's take a look at it real quick because I just want to see where it's going. It's down almost a full percent here. It's at 374. Oh, 374. I wonder if I was looking to see if see if the VIX has done anything abnormal yet. Nothing but a slow increase. I'm waiting. I can't wait to hear these bells chiming. I can't wait to hear the bells chiming for the VIX and be like, dude, what the heck? Just so you guys know, if there's anybody that you want to silence on the page here, you can do that, right? Like all you got to do is just click on their name and you can silence them, and like you don't have to see what it is. I don't hold a live chat where people can where I just ban people. Like I'm pretty lenient on what people I allow people to say whatever they want. I do have a couple of rules, only two of them really. Do not advertise a stock without context in regards to AMC, and then when you exit your position with AMC, you're able to do so in silence. Either one of those two things would get you like kind of like almost an immediate ban. Not the first one, but the second one will definitely get you an immediate just ban from the site, but or from the live chat. Um, All right, Donald. Okay, because I was wondering about we actually haven't talked about that yet. Adam Aaron did post a tweet last night. It seemed like it might have been like one of those weird. Is the dress gold or is it blue or black or whatever? I can't remember what it is. He put, I'm at a charity dinner in Los Angeles honoring Barbara Broccoli and Michael Wilson, longtime producers of the James Bond movie over several decades. Here I am next to a Bond era baby blue Aston Martin, similar to what he drove in Goldfinger circa 1964. And then, of course, everybody's going like, that's not blue. Yeah, I don't, I don't know. I don't know what to say, man. Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't look blue. Maybe we found out Adam Aaron's colorblind, right? Like I don't know. Maybe he's that does not look blue. That's very gold. Don't really see it any other color than being gold. But a lot of people are insinuating that it's got a lot of hidden meaning or something, in there, and I'm not saying it doesn't, but it could just be as simple as just noticing the fact that it's gold. It could be that simple. Big Red Apple, Aston Martin car, AMC bonds have a lot of eyes on them. Baby blue, diamond hands. James Bond takes out villains, long pants. He's long. There's gold in them hills. I like that. There seems to be something there. Donald says, Adam Air tweeted a picture of him in an Aston Martin car driven by James Bond, who was played by Pierce Brosnan, who starred in the movie Final Score in 2018, which was written by David T. Lynch, whose name is the same as David Lynch, who directed Twin Peaks, which starred Laura Flynn Boyle, who was in the movie Big Squeeze. Boom. Wow, man, you guys are that's freaking crazy. I'm kind of curious, like, how many of y'all like was that your first thought when you read his tweet? When you saw his tweet, was that the first thing you guys noticed? Was like the car was not blue? The only reason I'm asking is because I went immediately to the comments because that was the first thing I saw. I was like, that's not blue, that's gold. And so I went to the comments to see what people were saying, obviously, because I figured, smart people are probably putting that in there. And the top comments weren't having anything to do with blue whatsoever. I was like, what's going on here? Yo says he's doing the blue dress. Blue was was it blue yellow? I thought it was blue black. I don't remember. Blue dress, yellow dress, genius. I mean, what he could simply be saying is what you're seeing is not what's actually happening, right? That could be another implied message. It's 10:05, guys. It's time to take a look at the numbers. JP says I feel like a kid in candy store with my SPY puts. What happened to your SPY calls that you had? I thought you had SPY calls yesterday. You were like, dude, trust me, it's going up. I was like, I don't know. Yesterday I was kind of worried a little bit about you because I'm not all into the puts and calls and stuff. I don't play options. I'm not into that. But I was kind of you're like I'm holding on to my SPY calls, and I was like, all right, let's take a look at these numbers here. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it with your broker, you may want to get it. It could keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. Okay. While you're at it, if you're signing up for that, make sure you put down a secondary phone number that you can send the code to just in case. If something should happen to one of your phones, you might as well have a backup that you can send it to. Something I hadn't been talking about before, and I've had it set up on mine since the get-go, but I didn't think about mentioning it, so I am now. Taking you guys over to the other screen, let's take a look at what we got going on here for our numbers. Let's see what's happening. Let's see if we can figure out where we're going to here. Off exchange, an hour. Well, by this time in the morning, I would expect to see about 49% in the off exchange and 11 to 12% in the EDGX. That's kind of where we were at an hour ago on AMC, but currently we're at 46.52 and 14.54 for a total of 61.06%. Which I think is just slightly higher than, hold on a second here, 49 plus 12, yeah, 61%. So that's, I mean, the balance isn't right, but the percentage is right on for where I would expect us to be in off exchange volume, which is 61.06 combined between those two off exchanges. So we're kind of like on an average pace there. Ape, on the other hand, very high volume this morning on off exchange and EDGX. It's now reporting a off exchange of 66.09 and EGX at 10.43 for a combined total of 76.52% of our volume going through the off exchanges for Ape. Those are very high numbers. We've seen it at 80 before, but that's super hot. Like it's really, really hot. On AMC, there's a borrowing of about 900,000 shares so far this morning. Earlier it was 682. Yeah, 682,000. Now 906. That increase is going to have a small increase to the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.31%. Cost to borrow at 17.35. Shares on loan, 183.9 million shares. That is down by about 400,000 shares day over day. And I'm estimating about 154,000 of that to be in short interest. Looking at Ape, as of an hour ago, we had 3.8 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 3.83, so slight increase there. Not really going to change too much of the short share interest of the free float at 5.73. Cost to borrow averages at 7.61. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 28.1 million shares, which is 5 million shares more than it was day over day in short interest. Call options at a $16 strike. It was 16.5 was the most call options we had an hour ago with 34 contracts. It's now 16 with 61 contracts. And on puts, highest amount of volume on puts is at a $15.50 strike. An hour ago is 5 contracts. There's now 15. These numbers are extremely high compared to where we're at price right now. So, but let's take a look at let's see where we're at right now. Right now we're at $11.57 for a combined price between AMC and Ape. Let's see if we can figure out what we're looking like here. Give me 1 second to just kind of pull back a little bit and see what this looks like. Get rid of all this other stuff. So it looks like, and this is in the combined price of AMC and Ape. It looks to me like we had a leg down or a flag pulled down with a pennant, followed by another leg down, and we may be getting another pennant here. So let me see, 10:33 to let's call the bottom 11:03. So we're looking at like a half hour. So if in a half hour from now price starts to head back down some more, we may be seeing a little bit of a flagpole pennant situation. If we go longer than 30 minutes or we do something different within a 30-minute span, which would put us at, this is saying like maybe like 11:33 or basically like 20 minutes from now. If in 20 minutes from now the price starts to make another run downwards, then you're going to see another leg. Now notice the first leg, excuse me, the first leg down lasted for 30 minutes. The second leg down lasted for 30 minutes, but the distance between the two was much shorter. Usually what tends to happen with these moves like this is that you see them get shorter and shorter until they just don't complete any further, which is usually after the second or third leg. And I can show you an example of that here on Bitcoin in just a second. But yeah, that's kind of what it looks like we're kind of doing right now. So we'll see in the next 20 minutes what's going to happen. And I'll stick around for that. I won't go to break till 11:20 or 11:20. So that's what I think it looks like to me right now. So I'm just going to put a box in the area where I feel like, we may potentially see the move. I always forget where this is at. Where's the box at? So I'd be looking like somewhere around here. Maybe give it like a 5-minute span. So I'd be looking for price, and this is combined price, remember, of AMC and Ape. You may be looking for a strong move in AMC or Ape downwards, perhaps, or maybe even the whole market somewhere within the next 20 minutes or so. Orders by Fidelity customers. Wait, hold on 1 second. My wife's texting me. Let me refresh this real quick just to make sure because I can't remember if I refreshed it or not. Ape is climbing up the list here. Let's see, 3. Ape is 12th most heavily traded stock right now with 67% buys to 32% sales. So I would suggest that people are definitely buying the dip on this. Let's see here. GME is also on the list here with 76% buys to 23% sales. Also getting very strong buying orders to selling orders. So the dip is being purchased on GME. AMC is not on the list here, so I can't tell you guys whether AMC's got a buy-sell ratio that's better than 60-40. You know, with low orders, we're going to have low. What am I? My wife is texting me still, and I can't do both at the same time. I can't focus on her texting me and me trying to say things at the same time. Hold on a second, guys. All right. Let's see. Trigger price for SSR is at $7.74. Shares available to borrow, 700,000 shares. There are returned shares showing up. These were shares that I counted earlier. Looks like only return on shares right here so far. This is the important thing here to note. A lot of people say crime. A lot of people say crime when they start seeing these shares pop back up. But guess what? Usually when you see shares popping back up like this means that people are closing, institutions are closing out. I say people, institutions are closing out their short positions. That's where these shares come from. They come from short positions, closing out positions as price moves downwards, and then they become available to borrow again. The question remains is that if they think price is going to continue to move down, why are they only returning and not borrowing again? So far, since 9 o'clock this morning, so 9, 10, 11, yeah, so for the last 2 hours, there's been no new borrowing going on, only returns, which is very, very interesting to see, right? If they believe prices are going to continue to remove or to move downwards, the idea would be to borrow some more shares, but it's not happening. Fees are at 16.1%. SSR is not triggered for AMC. It triggers at $7.74. It did trigger for Ape at 3.582. NASDAQ is down 1.56. Dow Jones is down 0.52. The S&P 500 is down 0.94. The market's on fire. It's nasty looking out there. Don't step in the poop piles. Decliners at 5,309 and advancers at 1,426. We've got the VIX being up 0.54. VTI is down 1.17. IWD is down 0.85. Tesla's down 4.21. Amazon's down 1.27. Cinemark is down 1.35. Doge is up 3.03. Bitcoin is up 2.27. GME is down 4.1. HYMC down 3%. Hood is breaking even. NCMI is down 3.49. Ape is down 12.59. AMC is down 6.43%. Inflow versus outflow, we have approximately $400,000 more in outflow and volume at 9.47 million. We're definitely getting increased volume amounts for the day-to-day at 109 minutes. Our current pace of volume is putting us at 33.8 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested that we wouldn't see more than more than. I hate getting texts when I'm trying to talk. I suggested we wouldn't see more than 5 to 25 million shares. I think that there's a very good chance that that's still going to hold true, but way more volume than I would have anticipated. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.99 on AMC, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.24, which is signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, we're seeing more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.4. Looks like we've had at least 3, maybe even 4 dips below signaling oversold today so far. But this is currently just above signaling oversold. It's at it's below average right now. On Ape, oh, you know what? I was saying that for AMC. But we're still seeing very high volume. That was AMC. I'm sorry. I was 10 to 30 million on AMC. I said the wrong numbers. I just said the wrong numbers. We're on a 33.88 pace for AMC, not Ape. And my prediction on that one was 10 to 30 million. So we're looking good on that one. But we are getting elevated volume on Ape as well because we're at 7.8 million shares traded so far. We're on pace for 27.4 million shares. I said 5 to 25 on Ape, and so that's looking like we're going to hit that. Also, the inflow versus outflow, we have about $600,000 more in inflow than outflow. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 20.57, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 22.3, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, we're seeing more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.01, signaling pretty much oversold. We are getting ever so close to triggering SSR for Ape or for AMC. And let me take you to the other screen and make sure I've got everything set up here. Let's see if I can figure out where we're heading on this one. I would imagine that if I put this on a 5-minute, it's going to look like the same thing. Yeah, it is. You got the flagpole with the pennant, and then another flagpole with a smaller size pennant, right? And it's looking like we're going to break here. One way or the other, we're going to break here maybe in the next 10 minutes or so. It could be the final push for 784. 803. 1 second. 802 is a 25.4% drop in price. Typically speaking, when we hit like past 26, we sometimes will see a 35% drop or more. We have had a few occasions where we've made turnaround points at around like 28%, but not very often. It's more likely the rule is that once you pass 26%, you tend to see drops in price by like 35% or greater. That's from our last high of 1075. On Ape, 3.41 is our new low. That is a 44.4% drop in price. Too much further on that one, and we'd probably be looking at 60% drop on that one. Some of our biggest moves come after some of our biggest drops, guys. I cannot stress that to you enough. Some of our, like the more down we go in a single synthetic price failure, when you start seeing 40%, 60% drops, just to give you an example, like on AMC, one of our biggest drops was a 71.7% drop. We ended up going back up 41.2%. That was after that 34.33 that we hit. We went straight down for like 44 straight days. We went down 71.7%. We had a 41% increase off of that. The decrease going into just before that night, that 34.33 was a decrease of 33.5%, and we went up 165.7%. Right. So when you have these bigger drops in values, they tend to they tend to have an overspringing reaction to upwards movement in price. And let's see, like another good example is like June of last year. Let's see here, June. One of the big drops that we had leading up to June was actually kind of a smaller one. It was 24.1% drop before we went up 206%. But as these dips do get larger, they tend to result in larger um, increases in price. And let's see here. Weekend Warrior says SPY at 350. Then I think margin calls start to happen. Let me see something real quick on that. Let me just check something. I mean, I'm not saying no, but let me just look. You know what? If there was a number that I had to guess at, it's 355, and so our numbers are really close to each other. So I would say yeah, 350 plus or minus a little bit, and I think you're right on. You know, somewhere around that range, right? You definitely start seeing some failure inside the market around 355, I think. That's the number I'm looking at. 355 is what I'm seeing. It's my expected dropout in the market point. So yeah, I could see right around that number. Oh, we went lower than that, Woodstock. 34. It wasn't 34 to 11. We went lower than that. It was actually 34 to, if you remember correctly, we went from 34.33 down to 970. It was a 71.7% decrease in price. And we started it, we hit the high on 323 at 34.33, and the bottom was reached by 512. And we went all the way from 34.33 down to 970, right? So there was a pretty big jump there. Let me check it out, Jeff. Yep, I see it at $3.65. There's 560,000 shares set up there. I do see it. Probably, well, my guess would be spoofing in some way or another. But we'll see if price makes it up to 365. We'll see if it takes hits. KL's, yeah, I took a look. Nah, Anthony, you didn't cause this. I mean, we knew this entire time, and when the market was taking a crap, that we were going to take one with it, right? I mean, it's until you get those margin calls rolling in, once they can no longer meet their margins, then that's when price will start ripping, right? And you'll probably see the market as a whole starting to recover a little bit as margins are being called, right? I mean, if you take a look at the example of what happened yesterday. what happened, right? Price dropped almost immediately when there was that what I think is a margin call, and then price almost immediately started marking up. There was accumulation and then a markup, and then we saw distribution followed by a markdown. And on a much larger scale, when you see institutions failing as a whole, not just small little uh, margin requirement sell-offs, when you see like entire failures of companies, then that's when you will see, as a market as a whole will start running up in price because there's going to be forced buying. Why can't I see? Okay, there we go. No, that's not the kitchen. Like I said, guys, if the price hasn't hit like over $100, don't even ask about kitchen sink. There's no way they're selling. That's not the kitchen sink. No, they're not selling kitchen sinks at this kind of price. They're not going to buy shares and sell them at a lower value, right? That doesn't make any sense. Whether or not they could use the shares as a spoof, uh, you know, I mean, I guess in the sense that like, could they be using the kitchen sink as a spoof? That may be the case. That is a possibility. But if it takes actual hits, like if we see 560 hit and it takes a couple hits and it disappears, then maybe it was a kitchen sink being used as a spoof. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Yep, VIX is almost up a full percent. Yes, I can, Weekend Warrior. Give me 1 second. Short interest on the SPY is currently sitting at 17.77%. Utilization sitting at 57.3. I don't regularly check those numbers, so I'm not sure where we stand on that. Like how, if that's good, bad, or ugly. Although, you know what? I can look. Hold on a second. I don't know why I can't just look. Casey, you have data at your fingertips. Why don't you just look and see what the history looks like? Let's see here. Historically speaking, whether or not that's elevated or not, let me tell you. Let's see here. Uh, nah, nah. I don't think that's. I don't think that's the short interest of the free float. I don't think that's. Actually, let me look at a different value. Hold on a second. Yeah, no, definitely not. Let me look at something else. I can only go back so far. Just to give you an example, leading into COVID, let's call it March. We'll say March 13th. The exchange reported short interest was 202 million. Currently, it's sitting at 159. Do you want to see it? Hold on a second. Let me just pull it over for you to see. I don't want to do trust me bro moments. I know how touchy things are right now with data. So I get it. So here's your short interest over time. I'm actually looking at March. This is showing March 9th data here at 202, and then our current amount right now is 159. I would say that we are definitely we're at least, well, actually, we have more short interest open now than we had on the first drop down on COVID, and we're beyond the first drop down of this. So I don't know. It's hard to say, man. I mean, it is definitely elevated, but it never actually went like down after COVID. So, which is kind of something that I've been mentioning for a while is that the market never fully recovered from COVID. It only marginally recovered. And I think most of that marginal recovery was inflation caused by a whole bunch of just free cash handed out into the market, right? A lot of just like, hey, here's free money. So you had like tons of inflation that occurred, and we haven't had the full recovery yet from that inflation, right? So I think that's where we're at. Justin says, at what point would one say retail has effed themselves? If 50% of apes sold, would the squeeze be dead or margin? So part of the problem, Justin, part of the problem is that if a whole bunch of apes started selling, it's actually going to start causing a lot of buying. And this is going to take you down a rabbit hole. What I'm saying right now is going to take you down a rabbit hole that I don't want you to really kind of go down, because we don't have to do the selling. Like, quite honestly, I really believe that the institutions are the one that need to do the work for us, because that's what we pay them to do. So they need to be the ones that start selling their positions, not us. And but there will be eventually, at some point, there will be people that we lose along the way, and when we do lose those people, the institutions will start absolutely buying those shares because they need them. And when that happens, what you're going to tend to see have happen is price start running shortly thereafter, because you're going to see volume spike. This is a very important kind of lesson. What I would like to have you take away from this is that shares actually being traded through the lit market is what creates volume. It doesn't necessarily have to be through the lit market, but you get price discovery when it goes through the lit market. Real shares go through the lit market. Off exchange trades may not necessarily be real shares being traded, but positions being traded. I think it's probably the best way to describe that. So when people do sell their shares back into the market, you're going to see a lot of increased volume, and then you're going to see price discovery because of it. Don't go down the rabbit hole, though, because I know where it's going to take you. C. Hill says, hedgies are losing collateral while trying to short AMC and Ape and GME and a lot of other companies, right? Across the board, C. Hill. Not wrong. They are doomed. You're holding a royal flush. Do you fold? Question mark. And absolutely not. Absolutely not. I see a institutional market right now sweating bullets. Absolutely sweating bullets. And the unfortunate thing is that you guys are sweating bullets along with them. But you don't have to. You don't have to sweat bullets. I believe in the company. I believe the company can make money, and I don't think that people are massively selling off. BioLife Hemp says, "Wow, we are in serious trouble. Big banks on the Hill crying little pigs going to slaughter, saying they're on the edge of collapse unless regulations ease up." Oh no. Oh man, that's terrible. I mean, ask yourself this, guys. This is a great question, right? Were you sweating bullets when we went from 34.33 down to $9 and let's see. I want to give you like accurate numbers. When we went from $34 to $9.70, how much were you sweating back then? How much were you sweating? And compared to now, right? Because right now your combined price valuation is 1138. So how much are you sweating now compared to what you were sweating down back then? Is it more? Why is it more? Why would you be sweating more over what we're seeing right now? Yale says no, just pissed off. All right, that's cool, man. It's okay to have righteous anger. It's all right to have righteous anger, but make sure that you're not bringing other people down with your anger. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't, the righteous anger is cool, man. I get that, but I'm not sweating anything right now. We're actually not doing that bad. Yucca Frida says it was summer at that time, Casey. It was hard for me to compare. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, see, Weekend Warrior said I didn't sweat. At $9, I bought more instead. I'd like to, but I got to see that $9 price range again. If I see $9 price range again, this exercise bike's gonna have to disappear here. Pretty sure it's gonna have to disappear, and I'm gonna have to go buy myself some more, average down some more. Ooh, the Loon family is getting me. So I was gonna talk about this next week, Loon. I I got an answer for you. I have an answer for you, but it's not going to be popular, and it's actually going to start a lot of shit in the community. It's going to start. It's going to start wars, man. It is absolutely going to start wars. I'm gonna dance around the subject right now, because next week I'm gonna come out fighting. But this right now I'm gonna dance around the subject. If I tell you that volume is everything, if volume means everything to our play, what could you possibly do with your shares? What could you possibly do with your shares that would take away volume from the marketplace and see more off exchange volume occurring instead? Aaron says, I will buy your Peloton. Hey, it might, Aaron, it might be for sale here very soon. So if it is, I'll let you know. That's the question. That's the question I want you to ask yourself, the Loon family. Yep. You guys said it. I didn't have to. That's right. If volume means everything to price discovery, what could be the worst thing that you could possibly do with your shares in order to take away the volume? And the answer, you guys just said it. You said the answer. Take your shares off the lit market. If you take your shares off the lit market, guess what happens? Everything gets force traded into off exchanges. You're drying up the ability for the market to make trades. I'm telling you right now, one of the main, if you want to ask yourself right now, ask yourself this question. What is one of the main big differences between right now and June of last year? And I'll tell you, the answer is we didn't have people DRSing shares in June of last year. In June of last year, nobody was DRSing shares, and you saw massive amounts of volume. And with the massive amounts of volume, you saw price discovery. Why are you seeing so much off-exchange trading going on right now? Because they have to. Why? Because people are DRSing their shares. When you DRS your shares, you remove volume from the lit exchange, and it forces trading through the off-exchange. So I'm telling you right now, I'm coming out punching next week with it. I've been really kind of silent on this topic for a while. And the reason for it is because I really, truly, and honestly believe that if you want to do whatever you want to do with your shares, you do whatever you want. But I'm going to make a case for it next week. And the case is really strong. But there's only one difference between what happened last year in June and now. And that only difference is DRSing shares. The only difference. Yeah. And Joe says, what's up with the Ape delisting rumors? Guess who they're coming from, man? Those delisting rumors are coming from the same people who've been pushing DRS. They don't understand what the hell is going on in this market, guys. They're trying to convince people that things are doing the things that they're not doing. Imagine with me for a moment. Let's just say that there's I don't know, 10 million shares in DRS right now of AMC. That's probably a low number, but let's just say it's just 10 million. Imagine what would happen if all of those shares suddenly became tradable by the market overnight. What do you think might happen? You want to talk about what you can do? Allow the market to trade your shares. You want to talk about what causes a market to have the ability to have a short squeeze in the first place? Ask yourself this question: What is the recipe? What is the recipe for making a squeeze cake? Do you guys remember this? Hold on a second. I gotta go back to my squeeze cake recipe here. Give me a second. I'm looking for it. Squeeze. Where's it at here? I really need to go through my notes. I really need to go through my notes and reorder these. Let's see here. Recipe for a squeeze cake. Recipe. This is like going through like a Rolodex. This is like going through a Rolodex here to try and find my recipe for a squeeze. I mean, I really could probably do it off the top of my head, but it'd be so much easier if I could just find it. Because I don't want to have to like remember the recipe from the top of my head. Please find it. I know I had to have saved this. Okay, here we go. I found it. All right, here we go. Baking a squeeze cake. Here we go. You ready for this? Number one ingredient for baking a squeeze cake is buying volume. That's their flour. Holding is the number two ingredient that you need for your squeeze baking cake, and that is milk. Synthetic shares. That's your butter. Short interest is your sugar. Utilization is your eggs, and cost to borrow is your baking powder. I know I'm leaving out one ingredient in there, and I forget what it is, but let's not even talk about that. But here's the problem. What happens when you remove short interest? You have a cake that tastes like flour. Short interest is your sugar. Where does short interest come from? Short interest comes from borrowing of shares. So, wait a minute, Case. You're telling me that if I take away the ability for institutions to lend shares, that you can't have short interest? Yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you. You have a crappy tasting cake. Your squeeze cake is ruined. You go throw that cake up on one of those cake channels where they show cakes and everything, and they're gonna be like, nailed it. No, they'll be like, no, get the heck out of here. We voting you out, man, because you suck. Nobody's gonna want to eat your cake, man. You got no short interest. Short interest comes from borrowing of shares. When you take your shares off the market, those shares cannot be borrowed. When you can't borrow shares, you have no short interest. That's it. End of story. Where does the volume come from? The volume, the flour, the buying volume has to come from someplace. Well, if they can just simply take the volume and push it to the off exchange, guess what? Guess what? You've taken away some of your flour. You're taking ingredients out of your cake. You need to have your ingredients in the cake to make your cake a cake. Don't starve your cake of ingredients. If you walk into your pantry and you see that you're short on sugar, are you going to make your cake? F no. Who wants to eat that? Nobody wants to eat that. But if you want to have a good tasting cake, you need short interest. You need to allow lending to occur because it gets institutions into a problem where they can't continue to short because they've overshorted. You got to have flour, which is your volume, occurring. You take volume out, you have no cake. Woodstock says, that's time, man. Oven is time. That's right. You got to have time to bake a cake. The unfortunate thing is, right now, what we're trying to do is so here's this is actually Woodstock, you bring up a very valid point. We just found out we're short on the amount of flour and sugar that we need to bake a cake. So we have to reduce all of our other ingredients to make a bunch of smaller cakes, right? So now we're making a bunch of smaller cakes so that we can continue to make cakes that people will, that will eat, right? But what does it take to do when you have to make lots of multiple little cakes? It takes more time, right? Because you can only cook one cake at a time. I know they're smaller, but you can only cook one cake at a time. And if one cake at a time is all you can cook, it's going to take you a lot longer in the oven to cook those cakes because it's not going to have the same impact. DRS causes illiquidity. You're no longer a market participant. This is correct. This is why off exchange becomes so much more heavily utilized. If you're not participating in buying pressure, then you're not a part of the equation. That's right. When you take that portion out of the equation, you no longer have a cake anymore. You're going to have to cut back on all your ingredients and you're going to have to cook lots of smaller little tiny cakes. Time is going to take a lot longer to cook. I know that kind of sounds counterintuitive because you're going to be like, yeah, but it takes less time to cook smaller cakes. Yeah, but you can only cook one cake at a time. So now you're going to have to sit there and bake each one of those cakes for a longer period of time to get done. Yeah, Sub has a boss says, you mean cupcakes? Kind of, yeah. They'll take a little less time to cook, but you can't put them all in the tray all at once. You got to cook one at a time. You guys keep adding stuff in like, yeah, but what if you have the Somebody said icing one time. They said, well, what about the icing? What's that? And I said, that's the money that you're going to make in the end. Because, dude, everybody loves the icing, man. Joe Dirt says, you can't have your cake and eat it. Dude, Joe, oh, man. You get the bonus points for the day. How do I give you, like, hold on a second, Joe Dirt. Hold on, man. Watch this. Joe Dirt gets the comment of the day. You can't have your cake and eat it too. That's right, man. You can't have your shares DRS'd in your name and eat it too. That's exactly right. You can't hoard your shares and expect to be able to eat it. Boom. You're not wrong, man. You're totally right. You're absolutely totally right. Yeah, I read that last night before I went to sleep, Captain Awesome. Large oil refining in the U.S. is on fire. Just wait till we see gas prices after that. That'll be a fun one. Joe Dirt mod for a day. Well, can I trust you, Joe? If I make you mod for a day, can I trust you? All right. Mod for a day. Don't be angry if I take it away from you later. And Joe, freedom of speech is my number one thing around here. Don't just go around silencing everybody, because I don't want to, I don't want to have to take it away from you, man. I think he is kind of new. I mean, I've seen Joe Dirt's name around before, but he has been here a little bit here and there. Trust in Dirt. Okay. Ready for MOASS says I'm muted already. No, you're not. It's just for the day, Joe. It's honorary. Nope. Shimmer, you cannot get physical certificates from ownership of DRS shares. I thought that physical certificates were still a thing, but I actually looked it up a while back, long time ago, actually. Physical certificates stopped quite a long time ago. There's no such thing as physical certificates anymore. With the DTCC, they've kind of removed that, and everything's been turned into electronic transactions. Electronic? That doesn't sound right. I don't know why that doesn't sound right, but I don't think that's right. You know what I mean. Yeah, I read that one too. BioLife Hemp. Tesla battery catches fire in California. I think. Oh man, I'm forgetting his name now off the top of my head. Burry. Michael Burry posted something about that Tesla thing. I think it was a day or two ago. So he said something about like I should be shorting. I'm not shorting something about I'm not shorting Tesla, but I should be, or something to that effect. And then he listed the story about their battery fire. Dude, that Joe Dirt, man, that was like the best comment. Like I really enjoyed that. I mean, that is truly and honestly the motto behind why you shouldn't DRS, because you can't have your cake and eat it too. That literally should be the motto behind DRSing. Guys, go back and look at the history. Do yourselves a favor and go back and look at the history of when DRSing became a topic. And do yourself a favor and understand that DRSing was not something that was ever done until way after. Well, I don't want to say it was two. It was about September, I think. Let me pull it back up here and find out for sure. I want to say it was like in September of last year, and that DRS topic was not a topic. It was just simply just not a topic at all. And suddenly it started becoming a thing, and you want to see a difference in what happened to the marketplace. There's your difference, because that's the only big difference I've seen in anything that it is that we've been doing was simply just DRSing shares. So let me show you something just because I don't want this to be a trust me bro moment. I'm going to show you some data that I compiled back a while back ago here. Well, I guess it kind of is trust me bro a little bit because of the fact that it's data that I compiled. You would have to compile the data to see for yourself that it's true or not true. So I guess in that sense it is a little bit trust me bro-ish here, but bear with me. Let me see here. We'll go into numbers after I kind of show this to you guys real quick. But there was kind of this active push, and I used a there's a website that you can use to pull up information about posts that are made on different subreddits on Reddit, and so let me make sure you guys can read this. It's a little cut up, but it's not terrible. All right, so what I'm showing you here is GME, and it all started with Superstonk, right here. Superstonk started this whole thing with their Reddit post about DRSing shares, and it started in July. So I did a search for anything that had DRS, any kind of post that had DRS in it, and how many posts there were. In July of last year, Superstonk had 6 posts. In August, they had 30, and in September, it leaped to 1,799 comments. Then it went to 3,500, down to 21, up to 33, down to 23, up to 15, up to 31, or down to 15, up to 31, down to 2,000, up to 15, or down to 15, and down to 12. And it started kind of falling off a little bit here in June of this year. I didn't pull any data. I must have pulled this data back in June of this year when I pulled this because that was the last information I had. And then there's also AMC stock. I was pulling the data too for AMC stock to see what they were saying in regards to DRS. No post in July too. The highest month that they ever got up to is October with 543 posts. And what you're going to see is that in April it went down to 0 posts in April on AMC stock, and you're gonna go like, wait a minute, 0? How did it go from 136 to 0? And what happened was AMC stock had this policy. They created a policy saying that we've heard enough on both sides of DRS, whether it's positive or negative. We're shutting it down. Anybody that wants to look it up, you can look it up and find information, but we're shutting it down. And so anybody who posted about DRS immediately got zapped by their bots that zap for DRS, and so they went to 0 posts. But you can see the impact that was still having over on GME. At the time, I started collecting the average volume of GME during the months where I just did the average volume on GME over the months during that period of time. And then just kind of compiled the data a little bit and kind of made some notes about cost to borrow, what was happening with cost to borrow in relationship to what was happening with the push on DRS, right? It was causing it literally, because people were taking their shares and putting them into, or they were DRSing so many of their shares, cost to borrow actually really did start to rise, but it didn't do anything though. It didn't, like, there was no impact whatsoever. They took their flour out of their cake. So even though you had cost to borrow, which in the recipe, if we go back to the recipe, cost to borrow is baking powder, right? Even though they removed their baking powder, even though they increased their baking powder, guess what? Your cake, increasing your baking powder to your cake does nothing. It does nothing. It's not going to make your who cares if you've got more baking powder in your cake? So what, right? Like, look at this. It did nothing. Cost to borrow did nothing for him at all. You can't have your cake and eat it too. To make a proper squeeze cake, you got to have volume. Volume is absolutely crucial. But you go look and you see what happened with volume. Every time volume started spiking, there seemed to be a big push on the amount of posts for DRSing shares. Every time volume started, look at this. March had the average volume in March of this year for GME was 6.9 million shares, was the average volume, and the amount of DRS posts skyrocketed to 3,000 posts, and that the next month it went down to 2.8 million shares per day. It immediately dropped the volume. And it's like, dude, you just wiped out your volume with a big push for DRSing shares. What the F? Like, why would you do that? It makes you took out flour and added baking powder. Baking powder? Baking powder. Why would you do that? Makes no sense. So, anyways, I compiled this data. It is strictly something that I was researching because I felt like it was something that we needed to talk about. Mike's saying it's baking soda. Is it baking soda or baking powder in a cake, hun? I thought it was powder. Hold on a second. I'm not a cake baker, so I don't know. I think I just pulled up like a basic cake recipe and looked. Yeah, it's baking powder. I just pulled up like a basic cake baking recipe, and it said powder. Yeah, apparently some people have a problem with it. It's baking soda versus baking powder. I got baking powder on the list here. That's what it says, man. I don't know what to tell you. It says baking powder, but whatever. I'm fine on the Mo says baking soda is for making crack. Yucca Frida says baking chowder. Johnny says, so what if we've been over efficient and own a majority of the float and most are just holding of that group? Most turned off share lending. Is that also drying up volume like Pelosi's? Pelosi's hoo-ha. So Johnny, and I'm guilty of this, man. I'm guilty of this. Yeah, believe it or not, the answer is yes. And I spent a lot of time telling people to turn off their share lending. Now, let me tell you this, though. At the same time, I think that turning off share lending as investors is a smart thing to do. And the reason that I say that is because the only shares that lenders should be allowed to lend are the ones that are their own shares, right? I said lenders. Any long institution on AMC should only be allowed to lend out their shares and not our shares. So it's not our shares. If it's not, what the heck is bad? Oh man, if Bad Back is here telling you guys that it's not smart to do, then guess what, guys? You know what the answer is. If Bad Back shows up and tells you guys that this is proof that what I'm saying is wrong, then guess what? There you go. Now you know exactly which way. You know now that what I'm saying is definitely right. Bad Back's here. Oh, that's really funny. He's here. He's here to let us know that I'm wrong. Now you know for sure that I'm right. Now you know for sure. And now he's going to capital letters because he has to tell you even more so. Like, you have to listen to me. You're totally wrong. Oh my gosh, man. This is hilarious. This is great. Like, you couldn't have shown up at a better time, Bad Back, to say this. This is like perfect timing. I appreciate this. Thank you so much. That is truly and honestly a gift. All right, let me take you guys through the numbers. I'm not even gonna waste my time with Bad Back because apparently he doesn't like to. All he likes to do is argue. He doesn't want to see any data. Every time I give data, he just goes like, "You're wrong. That's not true. Show me data. You're wrong. No, show me data. You're wrong. Show me data." Whatever, man. You're a joke. All right, let me take a look at the numbers here. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. after I just got done showing like tons of data. Let's see what we got here. Oh man, the data's wrong. This is so funny. This is so funny, man. I love it. All right, let me take you guys over to see this. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. It could help keep somebody like bad back out of your account, because you would certainly hate to have bad back in your account if something were to happen with price suddenly it went up. Yeah, you wouldn't want him in there. Make sure you're setting up a secondary phone though, in case you guys have some problem with your phone. And if you like, if you don't like two-factor authentication, you can always get rid of it. You don't have to keep it. But let's take a look at our numbers real quick here, and then my wife just brought me some food, so I gotta eat. Off exchange an hour ago on AMC was at 46.52 and 14.54 through the EDGX. Let's give that a refresh and see where we're at now. 48.34. Oops. 48.34 and 13.33 for a grand total of 61.67% of our volume going through those two off exchanges alone. That's a little bit lower than normal. Ape, on the other hand, has been extremely high today on off exchange volume, 65.39% and 10.26 for a grand total 75.65% of our total volume going through just those two off exchanges alone. That is a lot of volume. A lot of volume going through there. Taking a look at Vortex, as of an hour ago, there was 906,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 88,000 shares. Much lower value. Is going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.29%. Cost of our average is at 17.32. And shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 183.9 million shares, which is day over day down by 400,000 shares. I'm estimating somewhere around 154,000 of that to be in closed short interest day over day. Looking at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was 383,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 2.61. Sorry, what did I say? I think I said 1,000. 3.83 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 2.61 million. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 5.65%. Cost to borrow average is 7.07. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 28.1 million shares. That is 5 million shares day over day less than what we've had. And all of that is in short interest. Taking a look at the options. Call positions at a $16 strike is where we were at earlier for the highest amount of volume. It is changed to a $12 strike. That's looking a little more realistic with 254 contracts. And this is for AMC1, which is the combined price of AMC and Ape. On puts, the highest amount of volume so far for the day-to-day, they're buying in the money puts at 17.5 bucks, which tells me somebody needs some shares pretty bad. So puts are higher than call strike with 44 contracts. Not a whole lot, but I mean, that is quite a few shares there. No, that's not a whole lot, but it's some. Taking a look at our average price of AMC and Ape is $11.40. We did not have the price break to the lower side on another flag and pennant type situation. It did move slightly down in this time frame, but I would not say that it's completing what I was suggesting earlier. May possibly be another run down in price, but it is still trending down. It kind of looks like we might have a little bit of a bearish triangle kind of forming right now. Which means we may see another run down in price here soon. I just move my box over here just a tad. It's actually, it's probably like going to happen anytime here soon. It looks more like a bearish triangle than it does a wedge. We'll see here, which should run the price down some more. Taking a look at Fidelity, orders by Fidelity customers. Ape coming up pretty high on the list here. We have 70% buys to 29% sales on those orders. Looking really strong on that. GME is coming in at 78% buys to 21% sales. We're not selling, guys. I'm not seeing selling going on here. Retail is not selling in this dip. They're buying. SSR trips at $7.74 for AMC. It did not trip yet. Ape did trip at 3.582. Shares available to borrow is, let's see here, we've had 50,000 shares borrowed in the last hour at a 16.1% fee, putting us at 200,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day, according to Stonko Tracker. NASDAQ is down 1.5, Dow Jones is down 0.41, S&P 500 is down 0.83. The market is declining. Watch out, it's hot lava floor. It's a big poopy pile. Don't step in it. Decliners 5,403 decliners to 1,388 advancers. The VIX is up 0.29. VTI is down 1.11. IWD is down 0.78. Tesla is down 3.41. Amazon is down 1.75. Cinemark down 1.55. Doge is up 2.73. Bitcoin is up 2.13. GME is down 5.32. HYMC is down 5.06. Hood is down 1.86. NCMI is down 3.64. Ape is down 12.44. And AMC is down 8.34. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow. There's currently more inflow on AMC by about $200,000. And our volume is at 13.75. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for about 31.9 million shares traded by the end of the day today, and I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million. So it looks like we're on pace for that. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 22.63, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 21.43, signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.05, signaling oversold. On Ape, we currently have $1 million more in inflow than outflow, with 9.4 million shares traded so far. Let's see. With Ape, we're on pace for about 21.8 million shares traded by the end of the day, which is definitely higher pace volume than what we've seen. I do like to see spikes in volume day over day. I suggested in the pre-market 5 to 25 million, so I think we're on pace for that. We have more selling pressure on the hourly than buying pressure, with RSI at 21.23, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 24.28, which is oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure. We had a crossover a little while ago, about 15, 20 minutes ago on the Vortex indicator, but currently it's starting to look like it's going to cross back over again here with more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.62, or 40.46. Just crossed over. RSI at 40.46, which is below average. AMC is getting ever so close to breaking the SSR or triggering SSR. You do tend to see bounces off that. We did not see that off of Ape yet. It's just hovering underneath the SSR tripping point of $3.582. It's currently at 3.47. getting ever so close to tripping SSR on AMC as well. And let me put up the message, and I'm going to take a break. Let's see here. What am I putting up? I'm putting in the actual time right now. 12. I'm going to come back at 12:10. All right. Just to kind of give you guys a little send off here. I kenned up volume equals transactions, not equals shares, and squeeze only if they cover their synthetics. What has this to do with DRS? Please answer me or anyone else in here. Wow. That couldn't be more wrong. I don't even know where to start with that. You need to go back and reread some information about what's going on. I mean, that's not true. But volume is how many shares are traded back and forth, right? I mean, it's the amount of shares that were moved. That's entirely what volume is. Like, I don't even understand, like, I mean, just the fact that you don't know what volume is kind of tells me that you're not understanding what's happening. I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to tell you. Anyways, I don't know how to argue with you, man. I mean, if you don't understand what volume is, then you just don't know. I can't help you. I cannot help you if you don't need to go look up and understand what it means, man. All right, I'm gonna leave you guys off here with a little bobblehead Ross here. Quote.
You have to have dark in order to show light. It's just like in life.
So true. So true. Thank you, Hun, for getting me this bobblehead Ross. He's amazing. He has some of the best little quotes there. Guess what? SSR got tripped on AMC, $7.83. And there it is. Alrighty, guys. I will see you in a little bit. I'm going to take a break, and I'll see you back at 12:10. I'll leave you guys with some music here.
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
Hi folks, Johnny Boyle here. It's a privilege to see the brilliant content you're creating with my music. If you're enjoying Upbeat, why not go premium? I guarantee you won't look back.
Alrighty, I'm back. Let's see here. James of Arizona says, my mortgage broker just let me know 27 homes got foreclosed and are ready for bidding. All newer 21 to 22 homes, getting my bids in. 113 homes this month alone foreclosures. Shit's getting real. 1,700% up on homes available 6 months ago. Literally nothing to buy. And then Yo says, my area has an uptick in pending foreclosures last month or so. You flip them or buy them to live in it, question mark. James says, in May I sold 4 homes and were hedge fund cash buyers. Caught the very top. Those same homes are 30 to 49. Less. That's awesome. All right, let's check here. The bottom that we hit so far on AMC is 783. Let's go ahead and record that. That is a 27.2% decrease in price. May not necessarily be the bottom on this one, as sometimes when you get past 26%, you end up seeing failures always as high as 35%. I will say that we have seen in the past some 28% turnaround points, but less often than we see the 35s. Also for Ape, let's see what we got for the bottom over here. On Ape, it looks like 341's the bottom so far on Ape. I think I already have that one logged down. Yep, I do. That's a 44.4% decrease in price since 613. The last 3 failures that we had was a 50.3%, a 42.7%, and now a 44.4%. So this is right on line with what we've seen for failures in the past before we see run back ups again. So this is kind of typical, at least since what we've seen so far. Let me see. I gotta turn around here and grab my water. I'm gonna get a little dehydrated. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here. But before we do, I kind of left a little bit before IK something. I don't remember what the name was. I'm scrolling back up here to see if he's still here, or see if I can find the name. I Kenned Up. Okay, if I Kenned Up's still here and has some more questions, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions. But Captain Awesome says, why is your SSR line set at 783 and not 774? Well, that's a good question. I don't know. Hold on a second. Maybe because I made a mistake. Huh. Hold up a second here. I feel like I changed it this morning. Maybe I didn't change it. That could be yesterday's. Maybe that's why. Let me see here. Give me 1 second. I'll tell you the answer to that. Let's see. 7. I don't know. That's not it. That's just probably the reason why. I think I know the reason why. Yeah. I had it set at 784 because that was the days before's number, and I never actually changed it for today's numbers. So that was the closing price was 871 on the 20th. So our price would have been at 784. So you're right. We have not tripped SSR on, and it's just because I had it at the wrong spot. So let me move it down to 774. Good call out. Interesting that we hit right on the line though for yesterday's numbers. That's kind of weird how that worked out. Interesting. Good shout out there. It's right on the page for you to see. I unfortunately don't see the same page as you guys see. So whenever you catch mistakes like that, please don't hesitate to shout them out. Yeah, so you're right. 774 is the correct value, and I just hadn't changed it from yesterday. I know I had changed apes, but I guess I forgot to change AMCs. Casey, erase your record that you did too. That erase my record? Wait, what? Are you saying cover up my mistakes? No, man. No. I admit to it when I make mistakes. Justin says, I think meal music would be better on the breaks. I know when I came back, I felt like that music was a little bit like intense. I could, I could feel the tension, Justin, just coming back. I could feel the tension from the music alone. I was sitting there going like, ooh, this is kind of this intense music. I'll tell you what. It's real easy. Just turn the volume down on your phone, man. Some people don't like the music that I pick. I can pick different music if you guys want. But really, if you just don't like it, sometimes it's just better to just turn it off. Francis says, if max pain is reached tomorrow, is that good for us in terms of the margin requirements increase? Well, all right. So max pain max pain is $9 right now on AMC, right? And we're sitting at 792. Also, the cloud was showing a thinner portion of the cloud for tomorrow, so I'm kind of expecting a little bit of an increase tomorrow. Casey, your record number on the other screen, the 27 or 28%. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Oh, on Ape? If you're talking about on Ape on the right-hand side, that one's correct. I know that one's right. But you said that one's the 10. That's SSR. Yo says, can you check on El Doge? We were trying to look for El Doge on different platforms, different media platforms, and I don't have any way to contact him. I don't. We were looking, but we were looking. I don't have any other way to contact him other than through the chat section in here. Francis, it has been. It has been, and I think Max Pain has been changed. The website, they're now tracking Max Pain on just AMC. So when it says $9 right now, that's the Max Pain for just AMC, not AMC and Ape combined. So it had been where it was AMC and Ape combined before, but it's not anymore. They fixed it. UPS delivery guy, welcome. Yeah, so the Max Pain right now is just going to be for AMC. I just got a text message says, "Hey Donald, are you looking to sell your property?" I'm not even Donald. It's like, who the hell are you? Yeah, so we're under Max Pain right now, Sammy boy. That's correct. So you can well imagine that the likelihood of us moving up in price tomorrow to close at Max Pain would probably be likely. Would a combined ticker be possible? I show that every hour on the hour, Dan, and it's time to show the numbers anyway. So let's take a look at it right now. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I will show you combined price in just a minute. The source that I'm pulling from right now is a website for Max Payne Monty is a website called, hold on a second, MaximumPain.com. And the way that I can tell is just by looking at, all you got to do is take a look at the options chain. And you can tell that it's not, I just linked it there for you. You can tell right away just by looking at the options chain that it's looking at the Max Payne for AMC only, not AMC one. And I tried using that source. I tried using that source to pull up AMC one, and it doesn't pull. So I can't I don't know how to pull it on that source. If there's a way to pull it on there and you know how to do it, let me know. I'd love to pull it. But it doesn't take a genius to just take a look at the options and understand that the max pain that it's reporting now is for AMC only. I mean, you can just look right at the options chain and it's very obvious. Highest amount of option calls is currently showing up. Volume is at $9, and the highest amount of puts is showing up at $8, right? And if you look at the amount of orders that are on the top side of $9, you can see very instantly that max pain is $9. So it's definitely max pain. The report is definitely pulling for max pain because if you look at max pain for example, on AMC 1, max pain to me looks like it would probably be around like somewhere between 12 and 13 and a half bucks just by eyeballing it. I'm just looking at this. I'm looking at exactly what you're looking at on the page right now, and I'd say it's somewhere between 12 and 13 and a half dollars. So I can just tell you right now that max pain is the one that's being reported on that website that I'm giving to you is the max pain for AMC only. It used to be reporting AMC 1 because you could look at it and you could tell that it was pulling from AMC 1, but that's not the case anymore. I can tell for a fact. Shimmer says, what combination of things must happen before the hedge decide to cover and close? The answer to your question, Shimmer, is exactly the opposite of what it is that you just said. They don't get to choose. They don't get to decide. The forced coverings or liquidations are not by choice. And the answer to that is there's lots of different combinations that can occur to make that happen. So, I mean, I could probably take like a good half hour or maybe even an hour talking about a lot of the different types of possibilities that we could potentially see to cause that to happen. But the one that I think that is most likely is a market failure to where their collateral no longer meets margin requirements and they get collateral called or margin called to the point to where they end up having to close so many positions that they go bankrupt. And then it's complete liquidation at that point. And it's involuntary. Similar to what we saw in the market happen yesterday. I'm sure that was very involuntary. All right, let's take a look at these numbers here, guys. Off exchange. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing from this point going forward until you see the big tramp back on the page. So if you want me to answer a question, wait until you see the big tramp back on the screen. Before I do that, I don't know if I logged into my broker. Hold on a second. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account. Like Flat Earth, Badback, Chan. You don't want those kind of guys getting into your account. Have that extra level of protection while you're at it. Set up a secondary phone that you can submit the code to, and that way you don't have to worry about, if something happens to your phone, not being able to get into your account. If you don't like it, get rid of it. Test it out, see if you like it on your account, and get rid of it if you don't like it. Give me a second here while I move a couple screens around, and we'll look into this. What's going on here? All right, starting with off exchange. An hour ago is 48.34% in AMC, and EDGX had 13.33. Right now we're looking at 48.79 through AMC's off exchange, and EDGX is 12.95. For a grand total of 61.74%, that's kind of low. Not too low, but about 2.25% less than what we normally see. Taking a look at Ape, total volume is 64.22 and 10.08 for a grand total 74.3% of our volume going through that off exchange. That is extremely high volume. Ortex on the top right hand side of the screen. an hour ago, there was approximately 88,000 shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day for AMC. That is now currently showing 937,000 shares having been returned. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 19.19%. Cost per hour average at 17.28. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 183.9, which is 400,000 shares less on loan. I'm estimating about 154,000 of those shares to be short interest. On Ape, an hour ago we saw 2.61 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 3.25. That's going to result in an increase in estimated short share interest of the free float to 5.68%. Cost of borrow averages at 6.85. Shares on loan at 28.1 million shares. Day over day, that is down by about 5 million shares. All of that in short interest. Taking a look at options. I mean, again, this is going to be for AMC 1. Highest amount of options for calls today is at a $12 strike so far for volume. As of an hour ago at 12, there was 254 contracts. There's now 264. And puts, they were buying in the money puts earlier, but now it appears that they're more heavily set on. Actually, these look like they're still. No, these are out of the money. These are out of the money puts. Strike price of $11. So the most amount of volume earlier was being put at 17.5 strike on puts, and it's now $11. There's 51 contracts at $11. Those should be out of the money. Let's see. Combined price of AMC and Ape is $11.48. So we hit the bottom side of what appeared to me to be a little bit like a bearish triangle, and I thought there might be a breakdown at this point. It didn't. It actually melted out the top side and had some upwards momentum in price. It does look like we kind of formed a little bit of a double top here. We could have a bullish triangle now, perhaps. Getting a little bit of extra volume coming in. We might see a third attempt to break out, maybe come back down in price a little bit, and then have a final breakout, heading back up north a little bit more in price. That is the combined price, by the way, of AMC and Ape. For whoever it was that was asking for the combined chart. Let's see what we got going on here. Fidelity. According to Fidelity, we've got Ape doing really well on the list of buy-sell orders today. We're pretty high up on the orders here. 72% buys to 27% sales. So we definitely bought this dip. GME sitting down here, 80% buys to 19% sales. That is amazing buy-to-sell ratio. And AMC is finally making on the list, guys. Yes. Yes, we have the data now that we needed to see. We have more buy than sell orders today for AMC. We are 30th on the list on most heavily traded stock with 72% buys to 28% sales. Guys, if you needed to see, retail is buying this, man. Retail is absolutely buying into this dip. Make no doubt about it. 72% buy orders to 28% sell orders. That is massive. We are heavily buying into this, so don't let anybody convince you that the opposite's happening here. Trigger price for the day-to-day on AMC did not trigger at $7.74, and I had that wrong earlier. My bad about that. I do apologize. Shares available to borrow. Oh, I will say Ape did trigger today at $3.582. 3.582, it did trigger. And then you've got in the last hour, did I count these? 12. I think I counted these shares already. It's 50,000. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I counted these. So so far for the day-to-day on Stonko Tracker, I've seen about 200,000 shares borrowed. Mostly just returns since then. Fees are at 16.1%. NASDAQ is down 1.32, Dow Jones is down 0.18, S&P 500 is down 0.63. We currently have 5,383 decliners to 1,429 advancers. This market is trashy looking, man. Trashy. Does not look healthy. The VIX is down 0.18, even though the market is going down. Now, I actually had this conversation a little bit on the side with Salty Dog. And the question is like, if the VIX can the VIX move down with the market moving down, or vice versa? Can the market be moving up and have the VIX be moving up as well? And that can't happen. It absolutely can't happen. What you need to remember is that the VIX is really just a volatility indicator, and it tells you whether or not the market is has a lot of implied volatility, right? If there's a lot of implied volatility, then you're going to see big movements in the VIX in one direction or the other, depending on the type of volatility that there is, right? So in this particular case, we don't have a whole lot of implied volatility right now, so it's decreasing, but the market is moving down at the same time, which means that, perhaps, well, actually, it looks like the SPY might be recovering a little bit here. All right, it might be inverse. So it looks like the SPY started heading up at about 13.19. Let's look at the VIX. Where's the end? Where's the end? Okay, here we go. Yeah, see, the VIX was going up too, though. What time did I say? Hold on a second here. SPY was 13.19. VIX made the turnaround rate at 13.19. So, all right, so they're inverse right now. So part of the reason why it's starting to run down on the VIX is because of the fact the market's starting to run up a little bit. So they are inverse, but there are times where they can run the same direction. Just not right now. I'm not giving a good example right now. On VTI, VTI is down 0.87, IWD is down 0.6, Tesla is down 3.47, Amazon is down 1.44, Cinemark is down 1.87. Doge is up 3.7, Bitcoin is up 3.36, GME is down 5.21, HYMC is down 4.56, Hood is down 2.27, NCMI is down 1.52, Ape is down 9.05, and AMC is down 7.79%. AMC has approximately 1.5 million more in inflow than outflow for the day today, with 18.11 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. Looks like we're on pace for about 28.8 million shares traded by the end of the day today on AMC, and I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.59, which is oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.97, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.19, which is signaling slightly below average. Nah, it's below average now. Went to 41.98. On Ape, let's see what we got going on over here on Ape. On Ape, we have $1.5 million more in inflow than outflow, roughly. Let's see what kind of pace we're on for volume. We're on pace for 18 million shares traded by the end of the day today, and I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 5 to 25 million, but I was trying to convince everybody that for sure we probably would be over 10 million, and I think that's going to be the case. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.1, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.39, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60, which is above average. So a little bit of a cooling off period, perhaps, on the short term. Okay. What are we at for combined price? Hold on a second here. Combined price right now is at 1153. It is, what did I, oh man, I'm close. I was looking at price prediction tally points for the day today. I picked, I've got the lowest one with 1160 to 1460. Right now the combined price is 1153. I'm just sitting here going like, dang, that is way closer than I thought it would be. I almost went with 1180 or 1190. I think it was 1180, and then decided to lower it just in case. Let's see here. Where are we headed? I'm gonna need more time on this. I'm not sure where we're heading to right yet. All right, so there's a possibility we're on a descending parallel channel on AMC. It's close. So this should be a bull break to the top. Which, I mean, normally happens right around where we have levels of support or resist. Support is usually where it happens, not usually resistance. So the next level of support that we may see here moving down this, if it doesn't break out here really soon, could potentially be where there's where SSR gets tripped right around here. So you'd see price come back, fall down, maybe even trip the SSR, and then bouncing off of that, and then consolidating a little bit, and then perhaps breaking upwards. And that's if it doesn't break out right now. Looking at Ape. Ape might actually be an ascending parallel channel, interestingly enough. Yeah, I'll run with that. So this will be a bearish move down when it does break. In fact, When Ape breaks down out of this ascending parallel channel, you'll probably see AMC start heading downwards to tag that SSR at 774. If I had to guess, they'll probably use. To me, it looks like they're using one against the other. They're using these two, and also do note the 561,000 shares order that's sitting there at $3.65. If we hit too much higher from where we're at right now, we may actually see that hit. And if it starts taking hits, we'll know. We'll know if it's for real or if it's just spoof. Boy, man, I would love to see that be spoof. That would be awesome. Spoofing. Spoof sounds so bad. It sounds naughty. Yes, I did write yours down. You got 11 to 14, Doug. I wrote it down. I wrote it down, but you're not on the list of guys that are doing for beers and ice cream. I got to have somebody dropped out before I can put you up in. Mysterious Motorsports says I wouldn't play puts on AMC calls either. It's a roller. Like they are legitimately like trying to the things that you could actually make money on. They're pricing you out, right? Like if there was actually something you could make some money on in this in the options for AMC, uh, you you more than likely would be priced out of good strike levels. Strike, what do you call them? Strike prices. Good strikes. Strike, you're out. Well, J Froze, it's puts can be a roller coaster for one if you're not selling at the right time, you can get trapped. So that's part of the reason why puts is not a good one. Because I mean, we've been seeing max pain be a thing week after week after week since the beginning of this year. So, you know, that's really and not only that, I can't even I can't even tell. I walk around in a lot of different circles, J Froze, and let me tell you, I listen to what the shorts are doing against AMC, and a lot of them get trapped overnight, and price suddenly changes overnight, and they get trapped in their positions, and they end up losing a lot of money. So I've been listening. I listen to what's happening out there. Okay, Doug, I got you. The extra credit tally point. Ah, that's right. Yesterday's homework. I forgot about yesterday's homework. Do you guys remember the question from yesterday? Robert, congratulations on your new shares. Oh yeah, it's cool, J Froze. We're all good, man. J Froze, I'm just gonna let you know right now, man. I got ADD. If I come across as being like a jerk, I don't mean to be. It's just I don't have very good interpersonal skills, talking skills with other people. So if I come off as being kind of jerky with my answers, I apologize. I get passionate about what it is I'm talking about. So in my opinion, we're good. I don't have any problem with you, man. We're all good. Monty says the highest reverse repo today at 2.359 trillion. Monty, thank you so much for coming in with the fill in there. I appreciate that, man. That is, did you happen to see how many counterparties there were? I'm trying to remember what it was yesterday. I want to say it was like 100 and, oh, shoot, I'm forgetting, 103 or 101. I actually have the page pulled up here. I can look it up if you don't want to. Just give me a second. Let me find it. I got so many tabs open. It's ridiculous. It's redonkulous. 102 counterparties. Cool. I think that's the same level it was yesterday. I think. I can't remember. It seems pretty close. It might be off by like one or two, but yeah, that's crazy, man. 2.5359. That's insane. It'll be interesting. You know what? It'll be really interesting to see, Monty, is like one day if like there's, do you know how like on the page it says participating counterparties and then it says accepted counterparties? Like I wonder if there's ever like not accepted. Sam says 102 future bailout requests. So true. James of Arizona says, I believe options are what got Astro on his rant. I think he lost his ass in options. Dude, uh, Trey had a burst as well, right? An outburst. Yo says, Casey, can you read us all 102 counterparties? Wait, what? Can you do that? Hold on a second. I don't. Wait, maybe you can. Huh. Maybe you can do that. Date range. Wow. I'm not finding a list of that, but I just saw something new that I hadn't seen before. Let me see. I don't know if data. Let's see here. I'm looking. I'm looking to see if I can find out who the counterparties are. But I probably won't read them all off. I probably would just read like the top ones. Holy moly, it's like this is way too much data to go through. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I just clicked on a link that, yeah, no. Let me see. Yeah, no. I'm gonna say no to that. I don't see where I can find that information specifically, so and I'd have to start digging around a little bit for you on that one. Can you read them all off? 102 of them. Yeah, you guys are saying Trey melted because of the. Oh, he melted down today too. Uh, Nikki's saying it's because he quit smoking, and I know he had mentioned he would stop vaping. So yeah, I mean that maybe that's what it is, maybe not. I don't know. Mysterious Motorsport says bots were getting to him. I can understand why. I mean, I understand. So here's the problem, right? Like legit. Um, I'm just gonna tell you guys what I see from my side, right? And I'm gonna try to sympathize here with Trey a little bit. From my side, what I see is I see a lot of people who are frustrated, right? And so I take on a little bit of a burden from those frustrations from you guys, right? I don't take it personally. I understand the frustrations, right? It's not unnormal to have these kind of frustrations. But the problem is, and I think this is maybe where Trey's coming in, is that if you don't separate people who are coming in and continuously attacking, and because I really kind of feel like what's happening is that Trey's feeling like he's defending the community, right? And so when these people from the outside come in and they start attacking, and you see them attacking your community, the people that you're friends with, the people that you work with on a daily basis, we used to joke around here that we were all working partners, right? Um, it it's not cool. Nobody really likes that, and so I can understand why that would kind of eat at you after a while. I can definitely understand that, but um, I think one of the things that I like the most about the way that I kind of deal with things is that I interact with you guys a lot more than he does, but that's only because there's far less of you here than there is in his chat. I can't even keep up with his chat and reading it myself just alone. I can't even try to imagine commenting. So if he's just occasionally looking over and seeing these people who are trashing on the people inside of his community, I can understand that. I really, truly, and honestly can understand that, because then all of a sudden you're just feeling like you and the people you work with are getting trashed on, and it's not cool. And if he doesn't have enough moderators who are kicking people because he doesn't want them to, or he wants to hear what it is that they're saying, then it's going to continue. It's going to continue to bother him. He's going to have to figure out a way to deal with that. Oh, and some people are being mean to him in his chats. I haven't always agreed with everything that Trey has done. In fact, I think there's been some kind of bullshit things that he's done in the past, things that he's got behind that he shouldn't have gotten behind. And, um, you know, I've had differing of opinions, but I truly and honestly believe that his intentions for the community is good, which I think are honorable. I just don't think that he's always. I don't. I don't know, man. I don't know. Make up your own decisions on Trey. There's other people that I'll absolutely sit here and trash on all day long, but not Trey. I think he's a good guy. Deep down inside, I think he's a good guy. I just think he hangs out with the wrong people. That's all. I think he needs better friends. If I was his dad, if I was his dad, and I could be, I'm actually old enough to be. If I was his dad, I would tell him to find better friends. That's what I would do. I'd say, Trey, let's have a sit down talk, son. Go get some better buddies. Hang out with people who are better influences on you, people who you can look up to guide you in a better path, a better way of thinking, and who build you up and not tear you down as a person. Because truly, honestly, that's what you need. He needs to have those kind of support people in his background. And if he doesn't have that, he's just going to get eaten up, man. You're just going to see a guy who gets wasted away from people um, attacking him. You know. Uh, Amen. I hope I'm saying your name right here. Amen. You're welcome. BioLife Hemp says Trey flipped out. He just realized Fanny Pack Mac got the big deal from Rumble. Trey just saw all that money he lost praying to Dwayne the Rock Johnson. What the heck? I don't even. I mean, I know what you're talking about, but dang, what? I don't, that's so weird. Ooh, Amen. Would it be possible to transfer all AMC out there to a platform and turn off the share lending program? This would trigger something in the market, question mark, right? Sir, you were going down a rabbit hole that I have gone down before. And I kind of tend to think that it initially may trigger something, but the thing is, Amen, is you would have to do it with every single share, right? Like everything would have to be transferred. Everything that retail owns would have to be transferred. The problem is, major problem right here. You have to get 100% of it transferred. If you just do a portion of it, if you just do a 1% portion, and by the way, the chances of you getting much more than maybe a 10% portion of it transferred is probably, with as many shares as we have in existence, is probably next to nil. So I'm going to go with the answer is no, but only because of the fact that the participation level that you would need, and I guarantee the market would see that as some type of manipulation as well. Like if everybody decided to do something like what it is you're talking about, they would have a problem with it. But very, very similarly to what you're asking me as a question right there is also like about DRS, right? Because a lot of people would say that DRS is what you're kind of referring to. And I very, very clearly said this morning earlier that, baking a cake is what, when you want to squeeze, you have to bake, you have ingredients for baking a squeeze cake, right? And if you don't have certain ingredients for your squeeze cake, you're never going to have a squeeze. So, a big portion of that would be is having all of your ingredients in one location, right? Because if you're going to bake a cake, you don't want some of your ingredients at your friend's house in another state, and then some of your other ingredients where you're at in your house. You got to have all your ingredients in the same spot, and having them work the way they're supposed to in the market to make a cake. Joel says, according to Bloomberg, SEC flipped on payment for order flow. I heard that earlier this morning. Somebody came in and was talking about that. Nikki said to check the DMs. You know what, Nikki? I've got a lot of DMs today, and let me see here. Yeah, I've got a lot of DMs that I'm gonna have to go through. So I'm gonna go to break here, Nikki. If you're still looking, oh, it's the best one. Okay, all right, it's the best one. Hold on, Nikki, hold on. Let's see here. Why is it not going to the bottom? Let me think about it. let me watch it while I'm on break, and I'll see. Hmm. There, Kyle. Welcome to this channel. I haven't seen the name before. And you said after 2 years, which already tells me that you don't know what you're talking about. Number one, you said I don't even want cake. Just give me back the money I put in for ingredients. Laugh out loud. So look, Kyle, I don't know if you're real or not, right? If you're real, hit a 1 in the comment section if you're still here, because sometimes they just put comments in and leave. Here's the thing. You're going to see a lot of this kind of stuff, guys, in the community, right? You're going to see these hit and run people on Kyle. You may be a complete legit person. And okay, so you're a real person. Got it. All right. So here's the thing, man. What you just said right there, though, is the kind of thing that shills go through and they try to press a sentiment in the community that all I want to do is get my money back. And I can't express to you enough how that is probably one of the worst like if you are legitimately a true investor in AMC, that is probably one of the worst attitudes you could possibly have for this community. You're going around promoting that you just want your money back and you just want to break even. And you're holding a royal flush. Where do you ever go play poker someplace with a royal flush and say, I just want to break even? Where do you do that? Just saying. You just walked into the Super Bowl with a 100-point lead, and you're telling me you just want to walk away even. I know you get frustrated, but your words have an impact on everybody else. You are invested in a company that you want to see go to the moon. Your words make a difference. Now, I don't want to know how many shares you have. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and just remove that for you because I don't think that you should be posting that for people to see. I don't care how many shares you have. Your words make a difference. Choose your words wisely. You want to be promoting your stock and the stock that it is you're invested in and not trashing on it, because that's what you're doing. You're trashing on your investment. And I don't think that's what you really want. You don't want to trash on your investment. You want something more than what you put into it. That's what you're invested in it for. Maybe you're invested for more than that. I don't know. But you don't trash on what it is that you're invested in. There you go. I did not go through all this emotional turmoil to break even in 1.5 years. There you go. Then don't say it. You know what I'm saying? Don't say it if you truly mean it. Sam says, you're telling me you have a supermodel and all you want's a handy? Yeah, I get it, Kyle. I totally get it, man. I get you're having a bad day. A lot of people are having a bad day, but remember that your attitude is the attitude other people are going to carry forward. It's your attitude. You can only control you. You can't control everybody else. But what you do has an impact on others. Remember that. It's time to take a look at our numbers, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and take a look at them. Colin, I'm not trying to be a jerk to you, man. I don't know if I'm coming off as a jerk or not. Sometimes it's hard for me to tell. In fact, I'll tell you what. I'll give you a little bobblehead Ross shout out here, so we can listen to bobblehead Ross kind of change the mood.
You know me. I think there ought to be a big old tree right about there. Let's give him a friend. Everybody needs a friend.
Why is he so smart? Why is he so smart? Dang, bobblehead Ross. Dude is so smart. He has every time. It's like always. Yucca says creepy. Yeah, man. I know it did kind of sneeze all right about there. It was a little bit creepy, but he said everybody needs a little friend though. You know what I'm saying? You got a friend in me. Diaz says, Casey, you should be charging by the hour for your diagnosis of Shildom. Oh, I guess. I don't know. Maybe not. All right, let's take a look at our numbers, guys. I'm going to take you to the other page, so you're not going to be able to. I'm not going to be able to see what you're writing. So if you specifically want me to say or comment on something you're saying, hold that thought for just a few minutes here as I try to show you guys what's happening with our numbers. Give me just a second while I move some screens around, and we'll take a look at what's going on here. Not giving you guys the two-factor authentication speech because I actually didn't have to do it. We are getting a little bit of a market dropout here. It's going the opposite direction. It is breaking at the point that I said it would break at, but not going the direction that I thought it was going to move. But I'll show that to you here in just a minute. Let's take a look at off exchange as of right now for AMC. AMC's got 49.02% through the off exchange and 12.71 through the EDGX for a combined total of 61.73% of our volume. going through the off exchange for the day today. Let's refresh on Ape. Ape is showing 63.21. Going through the off exchange and 10.21 through the EDGX for a grand total 73.42% of our volume going through the off exchange. That is very high volume for the day today. Taking a look at Ortex, top right hand side of the screen, AMC was an hour ago was showing a return of 937,000 shares. That is currently showing up as. It's taking a hot minute to show up here. Am I getting buffered? Maybe not. Okay, so an hour ago it was 937,000 shares having been returned. It's now 1.98 thousand, so basically a million shares difference. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.13%. Cost to borrow average is at 17.29. Shares on loan day over day is 183.9, and that's 400,000 shares less on loan than yesterday. I'm estimating about 154,000 of those shares were in short interest that were closed. On Ape, as of an hour ago, there was 3.25 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 2.99. It's going to have a decreasing effect on the estimated short share interest of the free float to 5.63%. Cost of borrow average at 6.85. Shares on loan for the day today is down by 5 million shares, which is all short interest, to 28.1 million shares on loan. Options. This is for AMC 1 options, guys, which means this includes calls and puts on the AMC combined. AMC and Ape combined price. Highest amount of volume for calls is at a $12 strike price. An hour ago there was 264 contracts. There's now 266, so not much change there. On the puts, highest amount of volume is currently at an $11 strike. An hour ago there was 51 contracts. There still is 51 contracts. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape. This is what I was talking about. This appeared to me to be like a bullish triangle, and we did not break the direction that it was supposed to break in. It did, however, break inside the box that I suggested where the break would be at. To me, it was looking like we might have a first test, second test, maybe a third test. Never made it there, and price started falling out. So I wouldn't be surprised if the market's not having a little bit of a struggle right now as well. We'll take a look at that here in just a minute, but it did break right there. We'll have to see if this ends up making this a... Boy, if that doesn't look like a straight... We'll see if this is the bottom right here. It looks like it's going to retest this bottom. We'll see if it breaks through or not. This is the combined price of AMC and Ape, which is currently sitting at $11.34. Orders by Fidelity customers. We found out earlier that AMC orders are in the buy. We are definitely buying this dip. Let's see where we're at on the list now here. Ape is first on the list, 72% buys to 27% sales. We're definitely buying on Ape. GME is definitely buying with an 80% buy to 19% sell ratio. Looking really strong there. And AMC is still sitting in that 30th position with 71% buys to 28% sell order ratio. Very, very strong looking data. We are definitely buying this dip. No doubt about it. If there's anybody selling right now, it's got to be our institution, our brokers. SSR trips today on AMC at $7.74. Shares available to borrow in the last hour. No change. Fees are at 16.1% for borrowing. Really odd. They're not borrowing shares in order to drop price today. It's strange to me. Maybe it's not to you. I don't know. NASDAQ is down 1.42. Dow Jones is down 0.25. And the S&P 500 is down 0.73. The market is like a hot lava floor because if you step in it, you're going to burn your feet off. 5,394 decliners to 1,442 advancers. We're going to be in pain until this market has the margin calls, guys. We will move. We will continue to move down in price with the market until those margins are or the collateral doesn't meet the margin requirements. VIX is down 1.32. VTI is down 1.03. IWD is down 0.74. Tesla is down 4.21. Amazon's down 1.56. Cinemark down 2.43. Doge is up 3.37. Bitcoin is up 3.02. GME is down 6.74. HYMC is down 4.84. Hood is down 2.52. NCMI is down 1.49. Ape is down 11.81. And AMC is down 9%. I bet you, I'll bet you, the fact that everything is running down right now, right, and Bitcoin is running up, I bet you they're trying to make Bitcoin look like a safe haven. Bet. Total bet. They're trying to make it, because you know what they're going to do? They're going to do it overnight to somebody, to a bunch of people. Whoever's buying into this trash heap right here, the wild wild west, where the robbers or the outlaws are the institutions, and retail is the people putting their money in their banks, and the Bitcoin bank or whatever cryptocurrency you want to name off. You watch, they're making these look like safe havens right now. People are going to rush over there going like, it's not dipping, it's not dipping. Let's put our money in over there, and boom, you're going to get hit. They will rob you overnight. Thievery. All right, let's see what's going on here. Let's see. Inflow versus outflow. We currently have about $2.5 million more in inflow than outflow for AMC. 19.48 million. 19.48 million shares having been traded for the day-to-day. Let me see what kind of pace we're on here. AMC is on a pace for, hold on a second. AMC is on a pace for 26.8 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I said somewhere between 10 and 30 million, so I think we're on pace for that. If you take a look at the hourly, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 23.27, signaling oversold. I'm laughing at this guy because I mean these numbers just don't make sense. We've been hitting oversold bottom here for quite a while. On the hourly, it's saying oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 24.45. On a 5-minute interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 32.59. Which is below average and almost getting ready to signal oversold again. Ape has $1.6 million more in inflow than outflow, with 12.02 million shares having been traded so far. Putting us on a pace for about 16.44 million shares by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market we'd see somewhere between 5 to 25 million, but would likely be over 10, which we haven't seen in the last 3 days. In fact, hold on a second. When was the last time we were over 10? Last time we were over 10 million shares traded was on September 12th. So we're starting to see a little bit of spiking in volume. Not a bad thing. On the hourly, we see more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 28.33, which is signaling oversold. Look at how long we've been oversold for here. That's insane, like 3 straight days almost. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.86, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.11, which is below average. So we're actually on AMC. I suggested that we were kind of, let me get rid of the Bollinger Bands. Those are annoying sometimes. On AMC, I suggested that we were on a descending parallel channel, and then this should be a bullish breakout. But in actuality, what happened is it's just kind of following the top side here. What I would do is I would probably adjust this just ever so slightly to meet that. And what you'll see here is that on the bottom side here, instead of just having 2 touch points, I now have 3 touch points. So it was just, we didn't have enough data yet to show us where our good secondary support level of of the top line was. When I do this, notice that when I move that point right there, son of a gun, I hate it when it moves everything. When I move this point right here, you notice that I use this line here with the 774 SSR tripping point as kind of like the point where I say it would consolidate and then break out, likely going up. When I move this, come on, just move that one. Yeah. All right. When I move this, you're going to see that the box now needs to be replaced just a little bit further back, leaving out just the tip, just like that, using the same point. I'm still saying that this is in a descending parallel channel. Just wasn't I didn't have enough data for the top to realize where the real top on this was. So we could potentially get a breakout once we trip SSR. I would imagine they'll probably, if they're going to get us down to 781, they might as well get us to 774 to try and trip that SSR before allowing price to move upwards. So I would expect to see that to have happen. Let's take a look at Ape, see how that's performing. I had mentioned to you guys that we would likely see, when we saw Ape drop out of the ascending parallel channel that it was on, that we would probably start seeing Ape drop down to trigger that SSR and then likely break up as soon. We would see both of them break up. Likely they're using one to pin against the other. You can see there's a much more pronounced. Well, let me see. Yeah, they're kind of equal. Just depends on how you look at it, I guess. Yeah. Definitely a breakout of the ascending parallel channel on Ape, though. Here they go. They're going for it. They're pushing. Hey, whatever happened to? Oh, okay. I was just looking to see that sell order at $3.65 at 561,000 shares. It's still there. I don't know that we've had Ape and AMC trigger SSR on the same day before. Do note, guys, that anytime they trigger SSR, a lot of times that will be green the next day because they can handle more load of the buy orders coming through. It's not as I guess damaging. I don't know if damaging is the right word. It's not as threatening when SSR has been tripped because they can just create short exempt volume. SSR is triggered at that point. All right, let's see what you guys are saying here. I'm gonna decline. I think Sub has a boss on playing the John Walsh song. I stick to one song a day just so I can know whether or not I get if I get some kind of like content strike or something from. It's just much easier if I just try to stick to like one song a day or a song that I know for sure is okay. And I haven't played that before, so I have no idea what I'm going to get out of it. Earlier, Mysterious, you may have been listening to me earlier, and I accidentally had the previous day's SSR set up. The only Ape has tripped SSR, not AMC, not yet. It's 3 cents away, and here it goes, 1 cent away, 1 penny away. Watch those order books when it hits 773. Watch those order books and see if they don't shift around. If there's a lot of orders out there, MGTO, when SSR is tripped, it's less painful for them to push orders through. It creates more liquidity in the market. BioLife Hemp said, I posted a meme made for you, Casey, in Discord under memes funnies. All right, I'll check it out while I'm on break, man. Actually, you know what? Why don't I go to break now? Get a little extra 10 minutes because apparently I should have been looking at some of my information. Wow. What are we moving down to? Okay, it looks like we have a level of support there on Ape, right around $3.43. Let me put in these new values. Oh, actually, we've already hit that before. All right, never mind. All right, we did. We just finally tripped SSR. I don't know if you guys are watching the order book or not. I didn't see any shift like I thought I might see. At least not yet. Watch those order books though. There we go. It might be moving a little bit now. Not too much. Give me 1 second. I gotta look at something real quick here, guys. I'm just looking at the order book, guys, and 2100s. 2100s are let it run. We don't have any 2100s up there, but we have what appears to be like a lot of double zeros showing up on the end of the orders that are going through. Double zeros typically means I need shares, which tells me that there's very, very low liquidity, and they're trying to, that makes sense why they would push price down to get it so they can start getting shares or having shares. 100s are, what are 300s? Oh, there it is, 300s. Take, or I am taking the stock down at least 30% so I can load shares. Yeah. 7.73 on AMC puts us at 28.1%. Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna head to break, and I'll come back at 2:10. Oh, Bad Bag is back, guys. Why did I ever get rid of your song, Bad Bag? I don't know why. I thought maybe you'd gone for you left for quite a while. I know. Maybe you got promoted or something, and so I thought maybe you were gone. So I stopped keeping it open on one of my tabs. I need to get that NSYNC song back up again for you. Not Z-Man, not until the dumpster fire will not stop, man, until you start getting margin calls. It will not stop. But here comes the shillsters all at once. They're all piling in here now. Watch them all. They know I'm going on break, so they're gonna come in here and try and discourage you guys. Watch it. Every time I go to break, they always know that that's when they can show up and start trying to discourage people, because that's when they know that's when they're going to have the least resistance to somebody saying something to them that they know is right. So let me head out of here. Hey, Badback, tell me, what does Charles Payne have to say to you, buddy? What was Charles Payne? Oh, that's right. He told you could learn something from us. I forgot about that. I totally forgot about that. He told you could learn something from us. That's right. Amazing. Amazing. Isn't that crazy? How come you didn't have anything to say back to him, Badback? I'm really kind of curious. Like legit, like you didn't even defend yourself. You didn't even say like, what in the world could they possibly teach me, or nothing. You were like silent. It was like you fell silent to you getting put in your place or something. I don't know. It was kind of weird, man. I expected you to at least defend yourself, but you didn't say it to me. You said it to Charles Payne, man. Charles Payne responded to you. He responded to you and called you out and was like, dude, you need to learn something from those dudes. And then you didn't even respond back. It's kind of like how when I send you information, you don't even read it. It was kind of funny. Anyway, see you guys later. I'm going to go on break. I'll be back at 2:10. And we'll close out the day with a toast.
Looking to take your content to the next level? Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to premium tracks for only $6.99 a month. So what are you waiting for? Go premium now.
Hey everyone, this is Soundro. I hope you enjoy using my tracks. If you like what you hear, go premium today, and I promise to make lots more tracks just for you.
Alrighty, guys. Oh, I'm back. Let's see here. Oh, I didn't put the message up. Whoops, my bad. Uh-oh. Low boy. Dude, are you listening? Stockwiz, how's it going, man? Low boy, if you're listening, let me know, man. Casey, I kenned up, said sorry, was having a bad day. Oh, that's, you know, it happens, man. It happens. Thanks for letting me know. I appreciate that, yo. Passing on the message for me. That's awesome. It happens, you know. I'm probably one of the in regards to like, you know, letting it just go off my shoulder or just sweeping it away, being like, no big deal. Um, Probably the easiest one. I don't hold grudges like that. I just know there's no sense in life living your life that way, you know. Holding grudges. Oh man, I just took a sip without even doing a toast. There's no sense in doing grudges in life. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just like life is way too short. Life is way too short to be uh, angry all the time. It's too short. Like the engineer in the song Casey Jones. Yeah, yeah, kind of. That's the kind of, yeah, very much so. All right, I have to toast to something. I haven't seen Low Boy say anything in here, and I just noticed that I go to my board to look for things that I write down to toast to, and I noticed it on my board here that I have Low Boy's wife's birthday written on my board, but it was a little bit higher than where I normally would write it at, so I'm wondering if I missed her birthday. I hope I didn't miss her birthday. I probably did because I think I had this written in a spot I wouldn't have seen it. Um, Jeff says, Casey, holding a grudge is punishing yourself for something someone else did. Yep, I agree. I totally agree. All right, I gotta do a toast here though. I can't remember if I toasted Lowboy's wife or not, man, and I don't know if Lowboy's here. He's listening. I'm gonna be like, dude, I totally toasted your wife. I don't know what you're talking about. Because we're gonna do like a late happy birthday to Lowboy's wife, and I can just tell you like, dude, I totally wish her a happy birthday on Thursday. Like, hey, it doesn't have to be on her birthday. You're all special. I don't know. I can't remember if I did a toast for her or not. I didn't erase it off my board, and I usually do right after I do the toast. So I don't know. I must have forgotten. So to Lowboy's wife, thank you for uh, you know standing behind your man, and I hope you had a wonderful birthday because I'm sure it probably already happened. Uh, and I hope you have a great year this year. So cheers to your birthday. But on top of that, let me just throw this out here real quick too, because every once in a while I do like to read this off. Uh, this is from BioLife Hemp, who did this little poem a little while ago. A toast. Here's to you. Here's to me. Best of apes we will always be. But just in case we disagree, I will say it for thee. F you hedgies. Cheers. It's a great little poem. BioLife says her birthday's not till next year, Casey. I know, right? I know. Hmm. Let's get through these numbers. It is. There's a big number that's been sitting there all day today. Let's check it out here real quick. I can't see it until I go to a certain page. Yeah, $3.65. They do not want this to go higher than 365. I'll be very interested to see if it hits that number and starts actually taking orders or not, or if it's just spoofing. We'll see. We shall see. All right. And to any retail person that's sitting out there that actually sold those shares, screw you, man. If you're a retail person and you're selling those shares, you're preventing us from moving up in price. So screw you. Just throwing that out there, man. You suck. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. I'm not holding a grudge, but you suck. It does, doesn't American Trader? It sounds very icky. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. It could help keep somebody out of your account. Let's see here. While you're setting it up, make sure you use a second phone line in case something happens to one of them, one of your phone. You can send the code to a different phone and still get in. Also, now's a great time to be checking out, see if you can use two-factor authentication and actually enjoy using it instead of like being like stupid technology. And then if you don't like it, just get rid of it. I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. So hold those comments or thoughts until you see that. If you want me to specifically respond to it. Taking a look at off exchange, an hour ago it was 49.02 and 12.71 for AMC. Let's see, it's currently showing up as 48.81. This is definitely lower volume than normal. And 12.39 through EDGX, that's actually pretty normal. For a combined total, 61.2% of our volume going through the off exchanges. It's about 3% lower than a normal average day. It's probably going to drop to around 60% by the end of the day, just based off of how I know how normal volume works. So what I would suggest is that definitely a low day on off exchange volume. When price is running down, when price is naturally running down due to the whole market wide sell off, they don't have to put as much of the buy orders into off exchanges in order to suppress price. However, on Ape, it's kind of a different story. 61.88% volume going through off exchanges and 10.6 going through EDGX for a grand total of 72.48%. That's very, very high, and we'll probably see 70.5% by the end of the day today. When we look at it tomorrow morning, we'll probably see that. Those are very high numbers. That means we've got a lot of orders that are going through, a lot of price discovery being hidden, more than likely from long institutions than anybody. Taking a look at Ortex, an hour ago there was 1.98 million shares having been returned. It's now 2.09. Small change there. Well, affected the estimated short share interest of the free float just slightly down to 19.12%. Cost per hour average at 17.25. Shares on loans at 183.9 million shares. That is lower day over day by 400,000 shares. And I'm estimating about 154,000 of those to be in short interest positions that were closed. Taking a look at Ape. An hour ago, there was 2.99 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 2.81. Small decrease is going to maybe slightly impact the short share interest of the free flow to 5.64%. Cost per hour average at 6.86. Shares on loan for the day today is at 28.1. 5 million shares less on loan today than yesterday, and that's all short interest. Short interest closing out, especially when price is still dropping, is bullish. Taking a look at options. This is AMC One Options, which deals with the total price of AMC and Ape together. Highest amount of calls today is at a $12 strike price. An hour ago is 266 contracts. There's now 276. On puts, we had no change. The same. We had 51 contracts at $11 strike. The market's kind of pointing towards like a combined price close between $11 and $12 for AMC one or for Ape and AMC. So let's take a look at and see what that is. $11.50. Man, is that like right down the middle? It is. We were like right down the middle of the $11.50 or $11 to $12. I mean, that's kind of crazy. Right down the middle. All right. Here's where we're at. So we did add a bullish triangle kind of drawn out earlier. We broke out of that right where I thought we would, but it was down instead of up. And so it broke bearish. Price fell and then came back up, supported that line. It broke past it, came back up and found support and then bounced off of it. And we're right back where we started from at 1150 combined price between AMC and Ape. It's just kind of weird looking. I think most of the reason why we saw this failure in price right here was to get AMC to trip SSR, which it did. And I'll show you guys here in just a second. Fidelity. Ape had 73% buys to 26% sales. I know the math doesn't add up, guys. There's remainder amounts on this, but I'm not reading them. I don't care. It's close enough. I'm just going with the whole number. 73 to 26. So Ape did pretty well today. Those are great ratios. GME has 84. Wow, guys. GME 84%. 84% to 15% buy to sell ratio. Dang. We were screwing the hedgies today on GME. I mean, whew. AMC actually moved into 29th spot. We were in 30th earlier. AMC's looking really strong too. 72% buy to 27% sell ratio. Nothing wrong with our buy to sell ratio. We are buying the dips. Everybody's doing what it is that they said they would do, buy and hold. No, I do not see anybody not doing. I mean, I see it. 72% buy orders. We're buying these dips. I can see it. You can't tell me I'm wrong. I see it. SSR trigger price, $7.74 was the price for today. We did trigger for AMC and Ape. Ape was at 3.582. We triggered both. Shares borrowed in the last hour, none. We haven't had any shares borrowed since 12 Eastern, and it's now currently almost 3:30 Eastern. So in like 3 hours, 3.5 hours, we have not seen any borrowing. That's kind of bullish, guys. That's not kind of. That is bullish. Fees are at 16.1%. No sense in borrowing shares you're going to not use to short with if you know price is moving up. Just saying. NASDAQ is down 0.99, Dow Jones is down 0.02, and the S&P 500 is down 0.44. The market's still hot lava and acting like it's going to burn the crap out of your feet. Because if you're investing in this market, you're probably losing at some point. There's 5,277 decliners to 1,594 advancers. Far more decliners than advancers out there. VIX is down 3.22. VTI is down 0.71. IWD is down 0.52. Tesla is down 3.97. Amazon is down 0.61. Cinemark is down 0.103. How much you want to bet, guys? How much you want to bet they're not trying to make cryptocurrencies look super enticing right now? And man, I'm telling you, the minute people start buying into it and they've got their money locked in, they will absolutely churn you into the biggest bag holder ever. Doge is up 3.39. Bitcoin is up 4.12. GME is down 7.63. HYMC is down 3.79. Hood down 2.37. NCMI is up 1.54. Ape is down 9.83. And AMC is down 8.78. All right, inflow versus outflow. We have roughly about $3 million more in inflow than outflow for AMC for the day today. 23.25 million shares having been traded so far. 1 second here. 365, yeah, 360, 355. You know, it's been a long day when you can't do simple math. 25.5 million shares is the pace that we're on for AMC by the end of the day. I said somewhere between 10 to 30 million, so we're definitely hitting on the high side on this. And I do think I said that earlier this morning. On the hourly, maybe I didn't say that. I think I said that for Ape, not AMC. Let's see. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 26.48, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.83, which is oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.88, which is just slightly below average. On Ape, let's see, 256. On Ape, we're looking at about hitting. Oh wait, that's not even closer, right? Oops, wrong values. You know you're doing the math wrong when you put in the wrong numbers. 356. On Ape, we're looking at about 15.04 million shares by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 5 to 25 million, but I also said that I thought that we would close north of 10 million shares for the day today. If we do close at 15 million shares, guys, today, I just want to throw this out there. The last time that we saw a 15 million share day was back on September 2nd. That's pretty significant increase in volume. In fact, so significant that I'd say that it's dang near double volume. What we've been used to seeing. Almost, not quite, but almost. Not bad at all. I like it. I like seeing volume rising like that. That is a good thing. I had drawn a descending parallel channel that we were on for the day-to-day. I gave myself a really tight window here. I gave myself a 3-minute window for the break. Oh, no, we're on a 5-minute scale here. Oh, okay, hold on a second here. I gave myself a, what is this? 13-minute window on the breakout for this, and we ended up breaking out like, I don't know, 10 minutes or so after. But we did break out a descending parallel channel here, and we're kind of trading sideways. I'd say between 774 and 794. Looks like we have a level of resistance at 794 and a level of support, I believe, at 774. And you will see probably another, if not today or maybe in the aftermarket hours, another test of 774, maybe even tomorrow. On Ape, we were trading in, man, they have, okay, this is pretty cool, guys. I'm kind of a little bit of a, I feel like I'm a little bit of a nerd when it comes to like data and stuff. Let me see if I can, does it? I want to pull something up on the screen here. Hold on one second. No. Okay, that works. All right, that's probably about as close as I'm gonna get it. All right, that's probably about the closest I'm going to get. So wherever you see my cursor on the bottom down here, you're going to see the cursor moving on the top. What I find very interesting here is that we fell out of the ascending parallel channel that we had on Ape right about here, and that was exactly where price needed to fall out on Ape in order for SSR to be tripped on AMC, right? And then you start seeing them converging back with each other here on the upwards trend. So, there is definitely some kind of ability to be able to, what's the word I want to look for here? I'm not sure what word I should use for this. The words are escaping me. It's been too long of a day. But what I'm trying to say is they're using one stock to manipulate the other. Pinning. I don't know what to call it. I really don't know. I don't know what to call this. It's like they're pinning somehow these prices against each other to achieve market movements in directions that they need to move them. The fallout on the major fall down in price started on AMC exactly at 1402, which happened to be the exact same time that it started falling out. Right about the exact same time it started falling out on Ape. Actually, it kind of looks like AMC went first. No, the first minute the Ape breaks underneath, because every single one of these other bars is inside my channel. The first minute outside the channel is the very first minute that AMC starts breaking down. The number 2 spot right here. Notice, so do you see what I'm saying right there? Look at the alignment. When I put my line on AMC, it's showing the number 1 box, the number 1 candle. The number 1 candle is the number 2 candle on Ape. They both got TD9 prints, but guess who came first? It was Ape. So they used Ape to pin AMC's price down. And you can see that right here. You want to talk about manipulation at its finest. All right, let's see who it is. Who do we got? Who's our registered shill for the hour? Who's in here? Who's the shill right now? I need a shill to please stand up. I need a shill to please stand up and tell me, how is it that magically they pin the price of Ape to move down exactly when price started moving down on AMC? I gotta know. Monty says I'm a shill. Stop, Monty. No, man, I don't want to believe that. Who's our shilly? We gotta have a registered shill in here. What's a Manicer? Manseer? I don't even know what that is. Hold on, Yucca. Let me look it up. I'll tell you. No. That's so offensive. No, I don't have one of those. Why would I wear that? That's weird. Everyone's a shill on this channel. No, I don't believe that. Wait a minute. I know when Monty's grumpy. Monty's grumpy because he's not going to get a price prediction tally point today. Don't be grumpy, Monty. Yo says, Casey, how do we get registered to shill? You get paid. You have to get, first off, you got to get paid by somebody to, to do this. So as the boss says, I was a shill when I was new to your channel. Were you getting paid by somebody? Somehow as a boss, were you getting paid by somebody to come in here? I don't believe that. Mm-mm. I don't want one of those, Yucca Frida. I don't want one of those. I'd rather just lose some weight. Casey, what's the percentage we get back to 30s this year, combined price? Man, can you imagine if I knew the answers to those kind of things? Like, I probably legit would be, I'd probably be charging you all money and stuff, for, I'd be doing super chats. Monty says I will get a point today. Yep, Monty's convinced it is going up before the end of the day. I got you down, Monty. I got you down as 1175 to 1475, man. I'm pulling for you. I'm pulling for you. I hope you get there. Right now it's 1145. Yo, you must not be qualified. Actually, guys, this is kind of funny. I kind of want to talk about this. I can't talk about it yet because there's an active investigation kind of going on right now. So I can't specifically show you the information that I have yet. Let me get done with the investigation, and once the investigation's over, I'll share with you guys everything that it is that I have to share. But I had somebody follow me yesterday, who quote unquote is claiming to be a floor trader for a bank, a very well-known bank, who followed me and 1098 to 1398. What are you talking about, Monty? Oh shoot. You know what, Monty? You're right. No, you're right, dude. You're totally right. You know what happened, Monty? I accidentally cleared out your price because I couldn't remember what your previous day's price was. You're right. You're gonna get a point today. Because what happened, Monty, is I cleared out your price, and because I'd forgotten what yesterday's price was, and then I forgot to change it back. So my bad, man. I apologize. You're right. 10. I remember you saying a number that was lower than that, and I'm gonna take your word for it because I trust you. But I apologize. That's totally my bad. So, anyways, said bank floor trader followed me on Twitter yesterday, and I started doing an investigation almost immediately as soon as I saw this because first of all, the account seemed to be very legit. Normally when somebody claims to be somebody who they aren't, there's a couple different key things you kind of look into to figure out whether it's true or not. And uh, the person seemed to be very legit, but it's hard to say for sure. So I started looking into it, and started kind of enlisting a couple other people as well to look into it. And I unfortunately, before I started having people look into it, made a mistake and sent them my classic message of how do I know you? Like, why are you following me? How do I know you? Kind of thing. You guys, maybe some of you may have received that before, and immediately, as soon as I sent that, immediately I got blocked by the floor um, the floor trader. So what we do know is that floor trader is actively following other people in the community. We're doing some investigating. I'm probably, I probably shouldn't go that far. There's some other things kind of going on in the back scene, but very, very interesting stuff going on there. They are definitely watching what it is that we are saying. Very definitely watching what it is that we are saying. And I don't think they want us to know. Which was odd to me because why in the world would you follow somebody with your private account? I mean, it would seem so much easier to just create a fake account and then follow, right? That seems so much easier. But nope, got a real hit on this one. Sweet. I feel special, Nana. Mm. I was kind of hoping, you know how I made the joke the other day about how if they give me a $250,000 paycheck every year for life that I would quit the channel. I was hoping I was going to get made an offer. I was really hoping I was going to get made an offer because that would have been really kind of special. That would have been a special moment for me. I would have felt vindication, and I wouldn't have taken it, and I would have obviously let everybody know what had happened. But of course, they're not going to do that kind of stuff. They don't come straight to you from. They always come through different affiliates, people who don't stand out. You feel special. I feel special. Yeah, no, I wouldn't take it, Joe. I can't. Why would I do that? $250,000 for life. Hold on a second. Let's assume I make it to my dad's age. My dad died at 72, right? So what am I, 46? 26 years times $250,000 a year. That's only $6.5 million, man. It's only $6.5 million. I think I stand to make more than that on AMC and Ape. So I wouldn't take it. Actually, that sounds really bad the way I just said that. I wouldn't take it for a lot more than that either. I wouldn't take it at all. But I'm just saying, it's funny. It's why, I mean, why would that money's not even close to enough? I hope you guys found that funny that I actually like made it sound like I would take it for. I would not take more. So, I can't believe that's. I'm actually kind of shocked that $250,000 a year between now and when I die is only 6.5 million. It makes me feel like I'm about ready to die. I would have thought that was more money than that. That's not good. Yeesh. Nah, it doesn't make you a shill, Nana. Yeah, but it's not about the money though, myself. It's more about I guess it's more about the character for me, man. Or that's probably not the right word. It's more about the doing it is what you say you're going to do. What do they call that? There's a word for it, and I can't remember what it's called. I don't know. If I say I'm going to do something, I should do it. Joe says that would buy you a lot of integrity. Yes, that's it. Turgity. I couldn't come up with the word. Yeah, integrity. That's what it is. It's integrity. It's like you can't have any integrity in life if you're going to walk away with $6.5 million. Every time you'd spend a single penny of it, you'd have to think back That's the kind of shit that destroys people, man. When they sell their soul, that's the kind of stuff that destroys a person on the inside. Uh, and you either end up never being the same person or you end up going crazy, one of the two. So, yeah, I'll tell you guys. I'm actually going to tell you. I would have told you everything right now, Yucca, if we weren't actively investigating into it further. So as soon as I figure everything out and whether or not that was actually a real person, and a little bit of other pieces of information, I'll get back to you guys and let you know what happened with that whole thing. I plan on sharing the whole thing because one way or the other, it doesn't really matter. If it was truly, really, and honestly a flow person from said bank who followed me, I think that alone in and of itself is enough to just let us know that they're watching, right? And I don't care. I don't care. Those guys make buku bucks. Boo. The fact that they are spending their time watching it, what it is that we're doing. Oh yeah. I forgot to tell you guys too. The same day that he followed me is the same day. Oh, check this out. I gotta read this to you. I'm gonna read this to you, and this might give you like a little bit of a hint as to who it might be, just because you can probably reverse look up what it is that I'm gonna tell you. But let me the same exact day that was posted, or that he followed me. Check this out. Hold up. Said bank, the bank that I was talking about that he's from, is hiring a social media associate to translate social media data into actionable reports that shape ongoing strategy. Same day. Same exact day. They need to know our lingo. They need to know what makes us tick. They're watching and they're afraid. Those guys don't waste their time on people that aren't threats. Oh man, Joel, that's a great point. Um, there's a lot of people in our community who've been kind of talking behind the scenes about being really careful about what you say. When I was talking earlier to the gentleman who was in, I think it was Kyle, or I can't remember what his name was. Whatever his name was, it was in here earlier, and I said, what you say makes a difference. It really does matter. The things that you say absolutely 100% make a difference in this community. Be careful with your words. Um, Talking in code's never a bad thing. Like there's a whole reason why they need somebody who can. Kyle, thank you. Yeah, Kyle, thank you. Your words mean a lot. They're watching our words. Talking in code, saying things like we like eating crayons for breakfast. Calling ourselves stupid or whatever. There is absolutely meaning behind everything that's happening to us here. There's meaning behind everything, and you got to be careful about what you say. Part of the reason why I always tell you guys that I don't want you to post on here about how many shares you have. It's not because I want them to find out. I don't want anybody coming after you and you targeting you specifically. And they will. They will try to target people. And I know this. I didn't even throw on the tinfoil hat right now. I know this sounds a little tinfoil hattish, but I'm telling you guys, they are watching. Not only are they watching, but they're recording, and they are using our words against us on a constant basis. Be careful with your words. Don't just run with the pieces of information that you hear just because you heard it and you want to get out there quickly. We just saw this just happen today, this morning, last night. Everybody was panicking over the whole 90 days being under $4 stuff. Be careful. Be careful what you say, what you push, who you watch. There's meaning in everything that it is that you do. Yucca says Javi's watching us, and then Javi says, "Right on, Casey." But yeah, I mean, it may not seem like your words are important, but they are more than you can possibly imagine. My words are important. I have to check what I say. It sounds so conspiracy theorist too. It so does. I don't know. I love debunking conspiracy theories, but I also love reading them because they're so I don't know. I guess I just like seeing how the human mind is easily tricked into believing believing outlandish things. So, but I also like to use my mind to try and figure out if I can prove the theory is incorrect. Maggie says, Casey, where do we go from here? Have we bottomed out and are going back up? Well, let me read some prices off to you since we are at the closing portion of the day today. The low that we hit on AMC was $7.73. I'm going to go ahead and pull up my Excel file here. I already have that in. 28.1% down from 1075. That's where we're at right now, percentage wise. We have seen in the past 28% be a turnaround point. It's not as often as 25 or 35, but it has. I'm kind of going through. I'm going through the numbers here. It's rare. It's rare to see a 28% turnaround point. Usually 35 is more typical. Scrolling through the numbers. But it has happened. Like from 518 to 524, we went down 27.5%. We went 27.4% down from 1722 to. Actually, no, that was a stock split there, so I can't really even count that one. Yeah, it's rare, right? So more than likely, a turnaround point at 28.1% is not typical. Usually the numbers are 21 and a half, anywhere from 19 and a half to 21 and a half, and then somewhere between 35 and 40 and 60. Those are the key kind of target points that you're looking for. The question, the answer to part of your question is did we trip SSR? We did. We tripped SSR today. That helps with short exempt volume allowed to be being created. It does help with buying pressure when there's buying pressure in the market and there's no liquidity to have short exempt volume available to be used. Tomorrow does kind of look like it's going to be an up day. We have percentage-wise, we have a pretty good chance of seeing upwards momentum based off of Ichimoku kind of trends. On Ape, on the other hand, we've had 3 down periods, this being the third one right now. Our first down period was 50.3%. Our second down period was 42.7%. And this period so far at 341, let me just make sure 341 was the bottom. Yeah, 341 was the bottom today. So at 341, that's 44.4% down. That's really close to some of the other numbers that we've seen before. So Ape looks like it may have reached some type of bottom. So we might see a turnaround. If you do a combined price between the two, I'm not sure. I haven't done that, so I don't know. Ape short interest is sitting at 5.64. Jeff says the difference between conspiracy theory and fact is generally about 6 months. Is that true? Is that like a real fact? I don't know. Jeff's like, wait 6 months and find out. Captain Awesome says, Casey, check the market cap for AMC. I'm showing 4.04 billion. You said for Ape, right, Kolya? Didn't you say for Ape? That's what it is for Ape. It'll probably be higher tomorrow. You know, there was something I wanted to kind of cover with you guys real quick here. Do you guys do realize, like for example, with Ape, right? Let's just say, for example, that we got down to let's say that we got down to $1 per share. I'm gonna have to spit this out real quick because I only have a minute left here. So I'm gonna hold all your thoughts to me because I'm not gonna be able to talk about anything else until I'm done here. Spit this real quick, right? So for 515,000 shares, or sorry, 515 million shares in the float, divided by 4.1 million investors, comes up to 125 shares at $1 a piece. For $125, if each one of us put in at $1 a piece, and I just want to throw this out there, but if each one of us went out and bought 125 shares at $1 a piece, we would own the entire float in a single day. Just throwing that out there because as they lower this price lower and lower, the more difficult it becomes for them to manage the amount of buying volume that is coming in as the price gets lower and people average down lower and lower. Just think about that. Keep that in your mind going into this end of tomorrow and into next week. So just throwing that out there, but think about that. Pretty insane. Really insane when you consider that. Alrighty. I hope you guys have a wonderful night tonight because you're gonna need some sleep. Tomorrow's is gonna be the last trading day. So let's have a good one. Come prepared. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's our last trading day of the week. Go spend time with your family, your kids, your friends, a pet, or maybe go see a movie. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in S10.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.